Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Undead Lord, Unlimited Synthetic Wraith Great Emperor at the start. Chapter 41, Death Knight, he's actually a 6-star hero. Listening to the exclamations of other lords, Yi Tian felt even more shocked. Only then did I realize that in the chaotic battlefield below, there was a Death Knight mixed in with countless skeletons and undead. He didn't even notice it if he didn't look carefully. Death Knight's damage was hidden, which was why he didn't realize there was such a powerful person at first. The attributes of a 6-star hero are probably comparable to those of the rank 7 arms. In other words, they are not weaker than Master Yi Tian. Hiss, Lin Shu, is he so powerful? No, it still can't be calculated like this. Master Yi Tian's rank 7 troops were obtained on the first day. Lin Shu's hero probably was obtained yesterday or even today. The level is definitely not as high as that of Master Yi Tian. That's not necessarily the case. Heroes can directly inherit the level of a unit. If Lord Lin Shu's initial unit is rank 6, the level is not necessarily lower than Yi Tian. It's hard to say. Lin Shu only ranked over 100 on the first day, and it was still a green cave mansion. It is definitely not a rank 6 unit. Yes, there must be some chance yesterday. Did you forget that he was selling pure soul fire and acquiring skill upgrade scrolls yesterday? It's not impossible. If you don't find the blue cave mansion nearby on the first day, you can only enter the green cave mansion. Maybe that's it. Impossible. Quote. There was an uproar on the battlefield, and everyone had their own guesses. What everyone said makes sense, and no one can convince anyone. Yi Tian and Zhang Qingyang could only be heard feeling upset. But the only thing that is certain is that Lin Shu now possessing strength comparable to Yi Tian. He is a strong man who surpasses all others. The rapidly rising damage, which is no less rapid than Yi Tian's, is the most powerful evidence. He is actually Lin Shu. Zhang Qingyang's face turned green and white. He was probably the most uncomfortable person at the moment. Unexpectedly, the person who didn't give me any face just now was actually Lin Shu. He also has a friend status with the other party. I know how powerful the other party is, but I don't know how powerful the other party is. What I shouted just now is like a joke now that I think about it. The damage that quickly exceeded his own showed how powerful the other party was. It made him feel as uncomfortable as being bitten by thousands of insects, and his face was distorted by jealousy. 6-star hero. Why can he get a hero now? Or a 6-star hero? Zhang Qingyang was incompetent and furious. He was not so jealous of Yi Tian's starting rank 7 arms. After all, everyone starts completely randomly, and his rank 6 unit is already second only to Yi Tian. But heroes and soldiers are completely different levels of existence. The value is much higher than that of the rank 7 arms, and more importantly, it is completely a trophy obtained in the trial field. This is a God-given opportunity that anyone can get. But Lin Shu got it. It made his jealous face go crazy. No, isn't he just a 6-star hero? Kill it. And you'll have nothing. Let's see what else you can do to be arrogant. Extreme jealousy distorted Zhang Qingyang's face, and an evil thought rose in his heart. Looking up at the sky, Yi Tian unconsciously lowered his height in order to hear the discussion of the Lord below clearly. Just in time to see Yi Tian's gloomy face, Zhang Qingyang immediately took it into consideration. Above the sky, Yi Tian's face was as gloomy as water. The frost bone dragon kept spitting out the breath of the ice dragon, and the boss of the dignified world was almost frozen into an ice pimple. The powerful rank 7 arms are displayed unabashedly in front of everyone. However, he couldn't be happy at the moment, because Lin Shu, who ranked second, injuries are catching up at a steady pace, putting his number 1 status in jeopardy. No matter how hard he works, Frostbone Dragon is just an ordinary unit no matter how strong it is. Stable output is already our best effort, there is really no way to enhance the output. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Shu's damage approached him at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then overtook him not long after. This made him, who had a high self-esteem and already regarded himself as the newcomer king of this year. How can this be accepted? At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on his message bar. Zhang Qingyang. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and took a look at the news. Looking down again, Zhang Qingyang quickly made a respectful expression on the boulder. Looking at Zhang Qingyang's words in the message column, Yi Tian couldn't help but his eyes flickered. Roar. In the battlefield, the half-zombified and half-skeleton undead bear king could still let out strange roars. After being frozen by Frostbone Dragon's ice dragon breath, it turned into a large moving ice block. He raised his giant claw with difficulty, but the speed was excruciatingly slow. Naturally, it was impossible to hit the lord. All the lords shouted excitedly. He summoned the troops to attack desperately, but the defensive firepower was not enough. The damage on the ranking list is skyrocketing. The rapid passage of life made the undead bear king furious, and it seemed that his anger had accumulated to its peak. Suddenly, the undead bear king roared and leapt high to his feet. A black light flashed all over his body, and the ice slag all over his body melted instantly like winter snow meeting the scorching sun. The violent breath rushed towards my face, as if a beast trapped in a cage was let out. The faces of the besieging lords suddenly changed, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. He wanted to retreat like a conditioned reflex, but when everyone attacked with all their strength, the soldiers were crowded together on the battlefield. There is no way to retreat even if you want to at this point. No, some people screamed in despair, only now do they know they regret it. But it's too late. What a great opportunity. It's now. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingyang and Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Tracking scroll. Zhang Qingyang instantly took out a scroll and tore it open. The next second, a red light flashed directly on Death Knight. Yi Tian stopped attacking. With a thought in his heart, Frostbone Dragon took advantage of the situation and soared directly into the sky, out of the attack range of the Undead Bear King. Boom! The Undead Bear King's whole body was flashing with black light, and his two front paws were about to strike hard. The next second, it seemed as if he was attracted by something, his two empty eyes flashed red. He looked straight at Death Knight, then turned around and shot directly at Death Knight. Storm Hammer. Zhang Qingyang was even more ecstatic when he saw that his plan was successful. He tore open a scroll again, and suddenly a huge hammer appeared out of thin air. Hit the Death Knight hard. Zhang Qingyang, you are seeking death. Lin Shu was furious, but at the moment he had no time to settle the score with Zhang Qingyang. The Storm War Hammer is a control skill at first glance, and it is obviously impossible to dodge it now. I can only resist this boss's attack. Aphelis Shield. Without Lin Shu's command, Death Knight, as a hero, made the most correct judgment in an instant. With a wave of one hand, a shield instantly enveloped it, and the next second the storm hammer came directly. He was instantly frozen to the ground and unable to move. Then, the huge body of the Undead Bear King came crashing down like a mountain bearing down on top. Two desk-sized palms slapped Death Knight hard. Huge bear paws, flashing with black light. Just the visual impact is shocking. Countless people suddenly exclaimed and couldn't help but cover their eyes to watch. It's Zhang Qingyang. It was the tracking technique he threw that attracted hatred. It's over. This Death Knight is probably gone. This is a bit too much. Just because you didn't follow his orders, you're going to kill someone else's Death Knight. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You should stay away from people like this in the future. It's not just that I don't listen to his orders. The most important thing is probably that I'm obviously jealous because I'm stronger than him. Haha, jealous. Why isn't he jealous of Yi Tian? Yi Tian is also stronger than him. It's hard to say. If there's one, there are two. Today it's Lin Shu, maybe tomorrow it'll be Yi Tian. Quote. The sudden change was noticed by everyone. Countless people immediately looked at Zhang Qingyang with vigilance and unconsciously moved away. Some people couldn't help but sneered and felt sorry for Lin Shu. Yi Tian's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He couldn't help but lowered his head and took a deep look at Zhang Qingyang. I feel the need to stay away from this old Yinbi. This guy is jealous of this and that all day long, but he also has a lot of good things of his own. Just to harm people, he took out 2 skill scrolls at once. It seems that yesterday's team scroll and group teleportation props were probably brought out by him too. If Lin Shu's Death Knight is killed now, he will attack him later if he can't save it. Only by getting rid of himself and Lin Shu can he take first place and become the Undead Bear King. Nonsense. Zhang Qingyang looked at Yi Tian's face and couldn't help but curse, even though he did think so. But once you say it, how can you implement it? Zhang Qingyang, you are seeking death. However, before he could get angry, Lin Shu looked over with a cold look. The murderous intent is evident in his eyes. Haha, are you looking for death? Just you. Zhang Qingyang succeeded with one move and looked at Lin Shu with disdain on his face. Looking at Lin Shu sarcastically, 4 skeleton generals guarded him. At this moment, it was faintly approaching Lin Shu. I want to see how you let me die. Rank 6 a skeleton general, 4 in total. The powerful aura came over, causing the face of the Lord standing between the two to change. Although he was very disdainful of Zhang Qingyang's character, he could only retreat in both directions. I couldn't help but mourn Lin Shu in my heart. Without Death Knight, we have lost our biggest support. Lin Shu can never be Zhang Qingyang's opponent. Yeah. Lin Shu looked calm, as if he didn't see the 4 skeleton generals at all. Zhang Qingyang has been sentenced to death in his heart. Then watch out. Death Knight, Lin Shu called out, but Zhang Qingyang seemed to have heard some joke. Ha ha ha, Death Knight, you don't think your Death Knight can still be alive under the Undead Bear King's ultimate move, do you? Zhang Qingyang laughed wildly. All this was planned by him. A tracking scroll allows a strong person to make the target targeted by the boss and hunted down. And it also comes with a damage amplification effect. The Undead Bear King's attack is close to 10,000, and his ultimate move can trigger at least 5 to 10 times the damage. Coupled with the damage amplification effect, this blow can do at least 40,000 to 50,000 damage. Even if Yi Tian's Frostbone Dragon is plotted, he will definitely not escape death. He originally prepared this specially for Yi Tian, but he didn't expect to use it on Lin Shu first. You know nothing about the power of heroes. There was a hint of sarcasm in Lin Shu's eyes, and she faintly said, I wasn't planning on having a conflict with other lords at the trial site. But today, there is no chance of seeing blood. Look, that's Death Knight. Death Knight isn't dead yet. Hiss, how is that possible? That's the skill of the Undead Bear King, and it actually resisted it. Is this a hero? So meaty. He's not dead. Won't it be Zhang Qingyang's turn to be unlucky? Deserve it. This kind of person does not deserve to be a lord. Haha, so happy. Quote. Zhang Qingyang was about to say something when he suddenly heard other people exclaiming. I couldn't help but turn around and look, only to see the dust dissipate. The figure of the Undead Bear King was revealed, as well as the figure of the Death Knight under the 2 giant claws. Hiss. Countless lords suddenly took a breath of cold air. How is it possible? Zhang Qingyang's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he looked at that scene in stunned silence. I saw Death Knight's arms raised high, and a shield crossed above his head. No matter how hard the Undead Bear King's giant claws exerted force, the shield remained firm. A giant 10-meter tall creature was easily lifted up by a knight no more than 2 meters tall. This picture was extremely visually impactful, causing countless lords to exclaim in shock. Snort. Lin Shu snorted coldly, and Death Knight suddenly exerted force on his hands. He actually flew the Undead Bear King away. Powerful skeleton general Death Knight LV-25. 6 stars, strong rank 6. Life, 15,000. Mana, 15,000. Attack, 12,500 plus 16,388. Defense, 8,000. Damage reduction plus 9%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Skill, critical hit. There is a 30% chance of causing 600% damage to the enemy when attacking. Charge, crash into the enemy at an extremely fast speed, causing it to be stunned for 3 seconds and causing an additional 400% damage. Charge ignores terrain restrictions. Aphotic shield. Adds a shield to the target, absorbs damage 3 times the health points, then breaks into pieces and transfers the absorbed damage to all nearby enemies. Death entanglement. Consume a certain amount of your own life, causing triple damage to the enemy or restoring triple the life of teammates. Blood-sucking aura. Adds a blood-sucking aura to nearby friendly units. Each time you attack the enemy, you can recover 15% of the life of the damage caused, and your own effect is doubled. Buff. Netherworld Wraith Emperor's Blessing recovers 300 points of life per second in non-combat state. The effect is halved in combat state. Introduction. Heroes and Skeleton General, with unlimited potential. After taking a look at Death Knight's attributes, Lin Shu looked disdainful. After a night of fighting in the Blue Cave Mansion, the Death Knight's level has been raised to LV25. With a life of up to 15,000, the aphotic shield can absorb 3 times the damage, which means it can absorb 4.5 W of damage. The defense is as high as 8,000, which is almost the same as the attack of the Undead Bear King. Ordinary attacks can't even break the Death Knight's defense. This time, if the ultimate move is launched, Zhang Qingyang's calculations may not be wrong if he uses different types of troops. But this is Death Knight, with up to 8,000 defenses and damage reduction entries. A blow that was enough to deal 40,000 to 50,000 damage, but it didn't even break the Death Knight's aphotic shield. Undead Bear King, is this what you rely on? Lin Shu was still standing where he was, but now his figure seemed to grow infinitely taller. Death Knight walked towards Zhang Qingyang step by step, but Zhang Qingyang's face instantly turned pale as he stood on the boulder. His legs softened and he fell directly from the boulder with a pop. No. How is that possible? Zhang Qingyang got up from the ground in embarrassment, muttering to himself in despair. Watching the Death Knight coming step by step, countless lords and soldiers slowly made way for them. It's exactly the same scene as when he walked towards Lin Shu just now. No, I don't believe it. I still have a chance. Zhang Qingyang climbed up to the high platform unwillingly and looked at Lin Shu ferociously, as if he had some trump cards. Ha ha ha. Death Knight can resist once, I don't believe he can resist twice. Tracking technique. The time is not up yet, the Undead Bear King will still hunt down the Death Knight. Ha ha ha, your Death Knight still wants to kill me. You should get rid of the Undead Bear King first. Zhang Qingyang's hair was disheveled, his eyes were full of ferocious laughter. Standing on the boulder, not retreating but advancing, staring at the Death Knight. This is true. The Undead Bear King is chasing after him. The other lords were startled, and then their expressions changed again. Zhang Qingyang did not lie, behind Death Knight. The overturned Undead Bear King turned over and got up, his eyes still red as if he had seen a bullfight with red cloth. Roaring, ignoring other soldiers around him. Heading straight towards the Death Knight. Boom. The huge body was running, and the ground suddenly shook like a big earthquake. No, it's over. One strike of the Undead Bear King can cause at least tens of thousands of damage, even a 6-star hero can't withstand 2 strikes 630. How about we go help block it? Are you crazy? Who can stop this boss? Unless Lord Yi Tian takes action. A group of lords showed unbearable expressions, and some could not help but look up at the sky. However, Yi Tian had already risen to the sky, not to mention it was too late. Even if he had time, he would never take action. After all, Lin Shu's death is also a good thing for him. No one can shake his #1 position anymore. At worst, he will directly kill Zhang Qingyang when the time comes. Maybe you can also gain a wave of reputation. Really, does your skeleton general have a total of 50,000 blood? Lin Shu looked at the crazy Zhang Qingyang with pity, without comment. Suddenly he said something incomprehensible. What? Zhang Qingyang was slightly stunned, not understanding what Lin Shu meant. The next second, Lin Shu put his hands behind his back. 2 words came out of Lin Shu's mouth. Charge. Boom. Death Knight, the fist-sized soul fire suddenly shined in the empty head. Ignoring the Undead Bear King chasing after him, he instantly launched his charge skill. Like a phantom, it rushed towards Zhang Qingyang. Juhu Biba came down in an instant. It's too late. Ha ha ha, it's too late. You're too late. You're dead. Zhang Qingyang's pupils shrank, the breath of death was approaching. But he became even more crazy, holding back the trembling fear and refusing to retreat. Instead, he stared behind him with wide eyes and saw the moment Death Knight launched his charge. Under the temptation of the tracking technique, the Undead Bear King suddenly activated a similar skill instantly. In an instant, he crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters and raised his big bear paw to slap the Death Knight. Just a second before Death Knight rushed onto the boulder, the giant palm slapped Death Knight hard. Click. There was a clear cracking sound, and the strong wind blew Zhang Qingyang's hair into pieces. But his eyes widened even more, and a sickly flush filled his face. Ha ha ha, I thought the hero was so amazing, it turns out he can't withstand 2 attacks from the boss. Lin Shu. If you dare to offend me, you are dead. Without a hero, what are you? Zhang Qingyang laughed maniacally. This exciting feeling of dancing on the edge of death made him want to stop. Stepping on the tip of the knife to kill Lin Shu gave him an ultimate sense of accomplishment. Zhang Qingyang roared hysterically and turned to look at Lin Shu. He wanted to see the panic and regret in Lin Shu's eyes, and even more, he wanted to see Lin Shu's frustration and loss. He wants Lin Shu to kneel down and beg for mercy like a loser, making him regret and beg for mercy for his previous arrogance. Only in this way can his morbid psychology be satisfied. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Shu's eyes were as calm as ever, but there was a trace of pity in the calmness. He was even more indifferent to his roar. His eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. Or do you look like a fool? I'm so scared. Ha ha ha, are you so scared? Zhang Qingyang looked at Lin Shu's eyes, and an unknown anger suddenly rose in his heart. Why would you look at a person who is about to die like this? He turned his head, wanting to see the shock and awe in the other lord's eyes. But then he was startled, shocked and in awe. But the awe and shock are for Lin Shu, for him. There is only pity and sarcasm. What happened? Zhang Qingyang was startled. He was obviously planning something unparalleled. He won this battle in the most dangerous position and used the boss to eliminate Lin Shu's support. Will once again consolidate his second position. Why are they looking at him? It's like looking at dead people and fools. Cemetery of Sighs should have been third. The future is promising. What a pity. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. A sound suddenly came into his ears, like the vast sound of heaven, which made Zhang Qingyang wake up suddenly. Lin Shu looked at him with pity, his eyes extremely cold. Let's hit the road. I, human race, don't need a lord like you who only knows how to be jealous and selfish. Lin Shu's tone was indifferent. If Zhang Qingyang didn't seek death like this, he wouldn't kill people casually. Human race has entered the age of lords. Don't forget to step out of the blue star and enter the stars of the universe. However, in the starry sky battlefield, its position is still in jeopardy. The development to this day is due to the countless pioneers of the human race who sacrificed themselves for others to open up new territories and expand the territory. By giving future generations a more stable development environment, human race will become more and more powerful in the starry sky from generation to generation. It is also common for people to fight to the death due to conflicts within the human race, but it is just because of jealousy that they want to kill others. No matter where it is placed, it will definitely be despised. Impossible. What are you talking about? Crazy. Suffer. Death. Zhang Qingyang suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart and roared crazily. If you want to send Skeleton General, kill Lin Shu first. However, he suddenly discovered that at some point, none of the soldiers under his command had any sense at all. Skeleton General. Where is my Skeleton General? Where is Skeleton General? Zhang Qingyang's heart was beating wildly and he screamed in disbelief. Looking back stiffly, he saw the aluminum shield cracking into pieces. Then it turned into streaks of pure energy and poured directly into the 4 skeleton generals. Then the 4 skeleton generals that he was so proud of, each of which had about 10,000 lives, were instantly wiped out. He slowly fell to the ground and instantly turned into withered bones on the ground. Doot. There was silence all around, except for a gasp of cold air. Countless lords watched helplessly as 4 rank 6 soldiers, the powerful skeleton general. He didn't even touch the edge of the enemy and was killed in such a weird way. This scene made everyone's scalp numb. 4 skeleton generals, their health bars were emptied in an instant and they were scattered into a pile of dry bones. Rank 6 troops are definitely a synonym for powerful in today's trial ground. However, even this powerful existence has not even touched Death Knight's hair yet. The aftermath of Death Knight's shield being broken by the Undead Bear King has killed all of them instantly. Such a terrifying scene, everyone's face couldn't help but shrink their pupils and felt their scalps numb. Quote. Zhang Qingyang turned his head and saw this scene, and his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. His mind was blank, and his whole body was cold from head to toe as if he fell into an ice cave. Lightless shield. Death Knight didn't rush to attack, but waved his hand to put on a shield for himself again. The Undead Bear King continued to pat behind him, but it was useless, as if he was just doing useless work. 778. Lin Shu looked at Zhang Qingyang indifferently. Death Knight jumped onto the boulder. The terrifying aura frightened Zhang Qingyang so much that his legs softened and he fell to the ground, looking up at the Death Knight who was high above him. The aura of death almost made him faint. With a start, Zhang Qingyang finally came to his senses. He looked at the Death Knight in despair, and extreme fear struck his heart. He rolled down the boulder in a panic and crawled towards Lin Shu. He begged for mercy while crawling, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Where was the arrogance he had just now? No, Lin Shu, Brother Lin. Master Lin, spare me. Spare me, I was wrong. I was bewitched, I was wrong. Master Lin, spare me. I'll give you money, I have money, and I have skill scrolls, all for you. Please spare my life. Zhang Qingyang rolled and crawled, and his miserable appearance made countless lords sigh. Lin Shu was indifferent. If Zhang Qingyang fought to the death, he might have softened his heart. But the more flexible he was, the more he feared him. If he really let him go, this kind of person would hide in the dark like a poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to give you a fatal blow at any time. You can't kill me. Seeing Lin Shu's indifference, Zhang Qingyang became more and more crazy. He couldn't help but stand up and roar with red eyes, I am from the Zhang family in Shangcheng. My father is the 8th elder of the Zhang family. If you dare to kill me, my father will never forgive you. My grandfather is from the temple. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in the starry sky. If you know what's good for you, come over and beg for mercy. Death Knight, leave it to me. I can spare your life if I am in a good mood. Zhang Qingyang roared crazily and brought out his backers. This, Shangcheng Zhang family. It turns out that he is from the Zhang family, and he is also the son of the elder. If he is really from the Zhang family, he can't be killed. It's difficult. It's a pity for Master Lin Shu. Zhang Qingyang's words made the whole audience in an uproar again. Countless lords changed their faces and whispered, with fear in their eyes. Shangcheng is not as simple as a city, nor is it a simple name. It is the exclusive right of the strongest and most powerful families in the entire human race. Shangcheng, the entire human race has only 10 Shangcheng families. As the temple of the highest leadership of the human race, nearly half of the strong men come from the Shangcheng family. It can be seen that the Zhang family is so powerful that an ordinary lord offended them. I don't even know how I died. Each lord looked at Lin Shu with pity. If he had killed him earlier, he would have been killed. But it was delayed until Zhang Qingyang said these words. If he still dares to kill him now, it is undoubtedly challenging the majesty of the Shangcheng family. Bold, the Shangcheng family is the highest honor of our human race. How could you be a selfish, jealous and twisted person? However, the next second made everyone stunned. Lin Shu's expression changed and she stood up suddenly, pointed at Zhang Qingyang and shouted. His face was determined and his eyes were wide open with anger, as if he was angry because his highest belief had been insulted. You, a person with a twisted mentality, jealousy, and greed for profit, dare to pretend to be a member of the Shangcheng family. If it's just jealousy that twists your mind and wants to take my place, I can spare your life. But you dare to pretend to be a member of the Shangcheng family now. You are really the scum of the human race. If you are put into the starry sky battlefield, you will definitely be a traitor. I will definitely not spare you today. Today I will do justice for God, and those lowly people will commit adultery and suffer death. The skeleton general next to him flashed in an instant, and a head slipped down in the crisscross. His wide eyes showed his unwillingness. The whole place fell into silence, and countless lords looked at Lin Shu with dumbfounded eyes. Everything was done so smoothly, Lin Shu seemed to still be angry. It seems like someone really violated his reverse scale by pretending to be from the city, Xiaohuo. Zhang Qingyang's head was rolling, and the outcome was decided. Everyone looked at each other, and the smarter ones reacted immediately. Well said. Such a despicable and shameless person dares to pretend to be someone from the city. He really deserves to die. That's right. The Shangcheng family is my human race glory, holding up half of the human race sky. They are selfless and self-sacrificing. This person dares to pretend to be a member of Shangcheng. Master Lin Shu has done a great job in eliminating harm for the people and killing those who pretended to come to the city. Zhang Qingyang used to yell at everyone, forcing other lords to resist damage to improve his output environment. Let everyone dare to be angry and dare not speak out, until Lin Shu arrives to relieve them. They had long since disliked Zhang Qingyang, so they naturally sided with Lin Shu. The smarter ones immediately echoed and shouted, but more people were restless. He retreated silently and did not intend to take a trip through the muddy water. After all, the people who went to the city. Not to be trifled with. As for words such as selflessness, self-denial, and human race glory, just listen to it. Anyone who really believes it is a fool. The traitor has been executed. Let's continue beating the boss. Lin Shu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his heart and said, I felt a little regretful in my heart and secretly reminded myself to remember today's lesson. In the future, when you encounter someone who must be killed, you should not talk nonsense, just kill him directly. Otherwise, when others move out of the backstage, it will be a matter of not killing them, or not killing them. That would be uncomfortable. Although he reacted quickly today and gave Zhang Qingyang a big slap on his face, there was absolutely no way this matter would just go away. In the future, it is certain that the Zhang family, or at least the so-called 8th elder of the Zhang family, will cause trouble. I must be as strong as possible, at least on the surface, so that the Zhang family has no reason to take action. You must get the identity of the new king. Lin Shu pursed her lips and murmured to herself, only by winning the title of newcomer king. Only then can he enter the eyes of the strong men in the human race temple, and only then can the Zhang family be wary of taking action against him directly. As for the trouble in the dark, the only way is to become stronger as soon as possible. Solve it on your own. Zhang Qingyang died, and the red light in the eyes of the undead bear king finally disappeared. The battle continued as if nothing had happened. One after another, more lords finally arrived and joined the battlefield. Yi Tian still didn't speak, standing on top of the frostbone dragon with his hands behind his back and continuing his concave shape. It attracted bursts of exclamations of admiration from those who came after. But he was not in the mood to accept everyone's admiration at the moment. The rapidly approaching names on the ranking list made his heart extremely solemn. The fighting prowess Lin Shu showed just now made him even more uneasy. Death Knight, who resisted several attacks from the undead bear king but remained unscathed, made him feel ashamed. The only advantage is probably that my frostbone dragon is a flying unit, and innate is invincible. But being able to fly does not make his damage higher. The ownership of the boss. It is very likely that Lin Shu will take it away, but he has no way to do it. As for attacking Lin Shu directly, he thought it was not safe. It would be very embarrassing to be pushed to the ground and rubbed for a while in front of so many people. Forget it. Don't fight for victory or defeat. After thinking for a long time, Yi Tian sighed and gave up the idea of confronting Lin Shu. If you give in to this boss, you will give in. My troop type is rank 7, which is the biggest advantage. As long as you encounter suitable corpse materials and recruit a few more, you can easily surpass Lin Shu. Yi Tian murmured to himself, and suddenly became energetic when he thought of this. It's only the 3rd day, the world is still uncertain, you and I are both cows and horses. There are still 4 days left, as long as he encounters a high-level material. You can easily surpass Lin Shu. And Lin Shu, even if he gets the ownership of this boss. At most, he can only recruit a few more skeleton generals. How can he compare with him? Ice breath. The gloom in his heart was gone, and Yi Tian finally showed a confident smile again. With a loud shout, Frostbone Dragon exhaled clouds of ice breath again, freezing the undead bear king whose black light had faded. Let other lords do their best. Only this time, no one was so stupid as to send out all the troops. After all, it was Zhang Qingyang's tracking technique and Lin Shu's Death Knight's damage resistance that allowed them to escape the disaster. But next time we meet, we won't be so lucky. If the whole army is wiped out with one big move, the loss will be huge. Aphelis shield. Lin Shu glanced at Yi Tian unexpectedly, and watched helplessly as his own injuries approached quickly. Yi Tian actually didn't have an attack, which made him look at Yi Tiangao. Since Yi Tian is so generous, he will not be stingy. ... Directly send out the Death Knight to put on the aphotic shield to absorb the damage, allowing others to output in a more directional direction. It doesn't matter if the aphotic shield is broken occasionally, but it can cause greater damage to the Undead Bear King. A few minutes later, the world boss rankings finally ushered in 10 changes again. Number 1, Lin Shu damage 3.98 million. NO2, Yi Tian damage 3.97 million. NO3, Lin Yao damage 2.56 million. Opening square bracket comma closing parenthesis. First place. It's really exceeded. Boss Yi Tian was pushed to second place. Hiss. The hero is indeed powerful, too powerful. The old gods have fallen, and new gods have risen. Tonight, I'm afraid the rankings are going to undergo a major reshuffle. The 6-star Death Knight is so invincible. Lord Lin Shu is probably enough to aspire to be the rookie king this year. Master Yi Tian is also very strong. Unfortunately, the level of the soldier is so high that it is extremely difficult to recruit a second one. You are, Lord Yi Tian, will you talk to Lin? A fight. It must be a hearty battle. Guess who will win? It looks like Death Knight is stronger, but Frostbone Dragon can fly. I don't know how many people are paying attention to the list all the time. When the ranking changes, the entire chat channel suddenly became excited. Countless lords were talking about it, and the lords who had not arrived yet couldn't help but feel itchy in their hearts. I can't wait to fly over instantly to admire the majestic appearance of the hero. Someone kept looking back and forth between Lin Shu and Yi Tian, guessing whether there would be a fight between the two. Some people even started placing bets on who is stronger, Death Knight or Frostbone Dragon. Countless lords took sides one after another, but no one could convince anyone. Congratulations to Brother Lin, your heroic power is indeed extraordinary. When the Frostbone Dragon slowly lowered, all the lords held their breath. He stared intently at Yi Tian jumping off the Frostbone Dragon and slowly walking towards Lin Shu. But when Yi Tian spoke with a smile, everyone was immediately disappointed. They didn't wait for the battle between the two kings they imagined. It's just a fluke, the potential is still not as good as Brother Yi. Lin Shu smiled and cupped his hands and said modestly, "Haha, I'm just lucky. This year's newcomer king must be in Brother Lin's hands." Yi Tian is also very satisfied with Lin Shu's attitude. The two of them smiled and talked as if no one else was watching, as if they had known each other for many years. After some business exchanges, Yi Tiansai gradually revealed his intention. "Brother Lin, you can form a team for the Cave Mansion battle. I wonder what Brother Lin thinks about the White Cave Mansion." Lin Shu pondered slightly, not quite understanding what Yi Tian was thinking. With his strength, even if he doesn't get the second place among world bosses, it's still certain. The rewards will definitely be great. It won't be too difficult to recruit a second or even a third Frostbone Dragon by then. Just raise the level a little bit, the White Cave Mansion is not without hope today. Now you are asking him, as if you want to invite him to play the White Cave Mansion together. Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. Being with you, first of all, I'm not sure. Seeing Lin Shu's silence, Yi Tian simply stopped hiding it. State your needs directly. Therefore, I want to do a business with Brother Lin. Today, I will help Brother Lin to defeat a cave mansion, but I also ask Brother Lin to do the next favor and kill a guardian boss. I want cross-domain. Cross-domain. Lin Shu's pupils shrank and she looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. I couldn't help but blurt it out. Yes, I was lucky enough to get a cross-region teleportation scroll. I only need to kill a guardian boss to be randomly teleported to other areas. Yi Tian nodded. He originally thought that this scroll would not be used. But I didn't expect that Lin Shu would appear. Before I was sure of defeating Lin Shu. After careful consideration, he decided to go to other areas to avoid the confrontation with Lin Shu. I've thought about it, rank 7, no matter which area I put it in, I'm sure to take the first place. I can only compete with you, Brother Lin. Yi Tian smiled bitterly, then raised his head and felt confident. Besides, it's not a bad thing to cross regions. At least the other regions are full of live ferocious beasts, and the bone quality after killing them is much higher than that of Cemetery of Size. Even if you can't find high-level materials to recruit rank 7 troops, it's still not difficult to recruit rank 6 soldiers. As a trade, I will help you capture the White Cave Mansion, and you will help me kill the Guardian boss and complete the Cross Zone. How about that? Lin Shu couldn't help but look at Yi Tian with admiration. This person did not get to where he is today just by luck. The courage is also extraordinary, and the strategy is perfect. Such a plan is also good for him. Of course there is no reason to refuse. Dealed on. The two talked a lot, and it was obvious that Yi Tian really wanted to make friends with Lin Shu. He told him a lot of information, and even told him several coordinates of Boneyard that he knew. They are all treasures that may contain high-level materials. He was originally planning to go there if his strength could be improved a little more. But now that I plan to change zones, it makes no sense to keep these coordinates. I simply told Lin Shu to gain a good impression. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Shu said gratefully that this was undoubtedly a treasure for him. The importance even exceeds that of Yi Tian. It is really a great gift. Now he really can't give any gift in return. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. When Brother Lin wins the Rookie King, if you can help me, I will be grateful. Yi Tian is undoubtedly a smart man, and he will not give up the title of Rookie King. But I really wasn't 100% sure about facing Lin Shu, so I just made friends with him. It would be best if we can win in the future, even if we lose. The newcomer king is his friend, so naturally his gains will not be bad. Haha, Brother Yi is joking. Lin Shu could naturally see this, but it did not affect his impression of Yi Tian. The two chatted happily, which only made the other lords feel itchy. I don't know what they are talking about, but I probably know that the battle between the two kings will most likely not be seen. This made them feel regretful. The battle continues. Yi Tian and Lin Shu join forces. The bloodthirsty world boss, the Undead Bear King, no longer poses much of a threat to the lords. Ice Breath is Frostbone Dragon's passive skill, which can greatly reduce the enemy's double speed. Even if occasionally a layer of immune control black light appears on the Undead Bear King, and he gets rid of this control. Even with the Death Knight's aphotic shield, it was difficult to punish him, and his health bar dropped steadily. But as the world boss, 250, has nothing but blood. He sustained the frantic attack of thousands of lords for about 5 hours. Most of the lords who came nearby have arrived. It's really not worth it to go further, so they don't even bother to go. At this moment, I can only look at the damage numbers on the ranking list with envy, as well as the loud sound of Tianyan. Tip: the world boss bloodthirsty Undead Bear King has been killed. Attribution: Lin Shu. A vast sky sound resounded throughout the cemetery of sighs, and the damage ranking list suddenly turned into a golden light. The rankings of all people on the list are completely fixed, and you can receive rewards corresponding to the rankings. Nah, you killed me in just 5 hours. This generation of lords is a bit strong. Doesn't it mean that it usually takes about 8 hours to kill a world boss? Haha, that's normal. Our cemetery of sighs has a rank 7 soldier and a 6-star hero. Can we judge it based on common sense? Yes, it's too strong. Why don't I have any rank troops? Quote. I still want a hero. I'm envious. I wonder what kind of reward the first place will get. Isn't it time to give out now? The first place not only has the best reward, but also belongs to the boss, and you can get the boss's bones and all the loot. Boss Yi Tian is really going to fall from the altar. With this boss, Boss Lin Shu's strength will probably more than double. In the chat channel, countless lords who did not come over were envious. Everyone's eyes were red with jealousy, wishing they could replace Lin Shu. Give yourself these rewards. In the Sleepless Land battlefield, as a lightless shield shattered and turned into pure energy, it entered the boss's body. Bloodthirsty, the Undead Bear King suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground the next second. Acquire 8,000 experience. Obtain Skill Book Bloodthirsty Fury. Obtain Command Book 5. Obtain Skill Upgrade Scroll 8. Obtain Skill Book Soul Reaper Recruitment Technique. Obtain Random Skill Advancement Scroll 1. Obtain Bloodthirsty Bear Skin. Get High Quality Soul Fire 6. A pleasant sound sounded in my mind, and a large amount of sparkling material suddenly exploded from the body of the bloodthirsty Undead Bear King. Then the golden light dissipated and instantly entered Lin Shu's backpack. Ha ha ha, I am ranked 123, and I was rewarded with a rank 3 military recruitment technique. Hiss. I am ranked 101, why did I receive a skill advancement scroll as a reward? Ah. Ghost Guard Recruitment Technique. Rank 4 Soldiers Ghost Guard Recruitment Technique. 86th. I was given a Skeleton Sword Field Advancement book. Does anyone want it? Can I exchange it for a rank 3 Arms Recruitment Technique? The Skeleton Knight Recruitment Technique. Ha 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 ha, it's directly the rank 4 recruitment technique. I've made it. The entire battlefield was filled with joy, and countless lords celebrated with their crowns. This is a huge feast, and everyone who makes the list will receive generous rewards. Many lords directly obtained rank 3 or even rank 4 troop recruitment skills, which was enough to increase their strength instantly. It is foreseeable that the overall strength of the lords of the entire cemetery of size will definitely increase greatly. Even if some did not receive satisfactory rewards, the rewards such as command books and skill upgrade scrolls were obtained. You can also take it out and exchange it with other lords, and you can get treasures that can enhance your strength. Brother Yi, what good things did you get? Lin Shu looked at Yi Tian beside him, and saw that Yi Tian's face was also glowing red. Obviously very satisfied with the reward. Haha, a book on the advancement of any type of arms, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Yi Tian smiled so hard that his mouth almost twisted, but he pretended to be calm and waved his hand. Advanced book for any military type. Lin Shu's eyes widened, feeling envious and jealous in her heart. This kind of thing is a treasure even if it is placed in the starry sky battlefield. It can advance the recruitment technique of any army. There are no restrictions within rank 10. In other words, Yi Tian himself has rank 7 soldiers, Frostbone Dragon recruitment. After using this advanced book, you can completely upgrade it to the rank 8 troop recruitment technique. Haha, haha, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Brother Lin ranks first, the reward must be better. Yi Tian smiled from ear to ear and looked at Lin Shu curiously and said, not entirely modestly. He got this kind of reward for being second, and it will only be better for him to be first. Lin Shu is not as optimistic as he is. The rewards given by things like the World Boss Damage ranking list are all in the form of treasure chests. What you can prescribe depends entirely on your character. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the higher the upper limit of what can be opened. But the lower limit cannot be higher than the upper limit of the next best treasure box. Any skill advancement book is obviously the highest level treasure. He really may not be able to produce something better than this, and he is even satisfied if he can produce something like this. Obtain. Epic Treasure Chest 1. Open. Lin Shu took a deep breath and opened the treasure box in his hand. Get. Double Experience Potion 24H*3. It's actually a double experience potion. Lin Shu was overjoyed. This was a rare treasure. Especially for each lord in the early stage, it can allow the lord to develop faster. After all, the gap between the initial attributes of the lord arms in the early stage is not big. As long as the level is high enough. Even the attributes of low-level units can surpass those of high-level units. Other lords can only level up a dozen levels a day, but with double experience potions they can level up at least 20 levels. Enough to make up for the gap in arms within rank 3. This means that a lord of rank 4 arms is comparable to a lord of rank 7 arms. This shows what a treasure this is, even on the late stage. It is also a treasure that all lords need, and it is priceless in the starry sky battlefield. Even more precious than the command book. Double experience potion. Listening to Lin Shu's exclamation, Yi Tian couldn't help but become a little jealous. I even regretted it. If I had told Lin Shu the location of those treasures later. Maybe we can exchange a bottle with Lin Shu. But it's too late to say anything now. Once the benefits are given out, they already belong to others. If you use this as a threat, you might be able to get it. But the goodwill that I have worked so hard to build may be instantly wiped out. Although Yi Tian was jealous, he could only suppress his envy. Congratulations to Lin Shu. Congratulations to Brother Lin, this year's Rookie King will definitely be your winner. Haha, let me borrow some good words from Brother Yi. Lin Shu saw Yi Tian's expression in her eyes, but her heart moved but she didn't say anything. After exchanging a few words, Yi Tian wisely walked aside and began to use the harvest to improve his strength. Lin Shu is not polite, a lot of loot is good. But the most important thing now is something else. Bloodthirsty, the corpse of the undead Bear King. I wonder what level of troops can be recruited. Lin Shu rubbed his hands excitedly and walked towards the place where the undead Bear King fell. As a world boss, the level must not be low. Although the offense and defense are equivalent to a rank 7 boss, the extremely high health points prevent it from being regarded as an ordinary boss. The quality of the corpse bones must be high, not even weaker than the previous 100-meter giant bone. Random skill advancement book, use it. Lin Shu came to the body of the undead Bear King, and other nearby lords also looked over intently. I'm curious about what level of troops can be recruited from the corpse of a world boss. Although everyone's eyes turned green with envy, there was no one who wanted to snatch them away. After all, everyone is not a fool. Lin Shu's strength lies here. Yi Tian didn't even have any plans to take action. Zhang Qingyang, the 10,000-year-old man from before, had already given everyone proofs. If others dare to take action, I am afraid Zhang Qingyang will learn from the past. Lin Shu did not rush to recruit, but took out a random skill advancement book. Random skill advancement book, as the name suggests. He randomly upgraded one of his recruitment skills. Lin Shu couldn't help but regret it. If I had known, I wouldn't have learned so many recruitment techniques, if I had only one. It's definitely a skeleton swordsman that has advanced. Mount Bone Horse recruitment, right pointing arrow, Mount Bone Wolf. A prompt sounded, as expected. Sure enough, it didn't fall on skeleton swordsman. Skill upgrade scroll, use it. Skeleton swordsman recruitment technique LV21, right pointing arrow, skeleton swordsman recruitment technique IV29. Recruiting, skeleton swordsman. Lin Shu sighed and was not surprised. He directly aimed at the corpse of the undead Bear King and launched the recruitment technique. The huge skeleton suddenly trembled, and the next second the dead bones automatically assembled into skeletons and slowly stood up. Get. Skeleton Warlord 29. The next second, a pleasant prompt sounded. Lin Shu was immediately ecstatic. He actually directly recruited Skeleton Warlord, rank 5 soldier Skeleton Warlord. Lin Shu's pupils shrank and she looked at the soldiers in front of her in disbelief. The bones of the world boss are indeed not covered, no less than the bones of the Netherworld Wraith Emperor. He actually directly recruited the rank 5 unit Skeleton Warlord. Holy shit, rank 5 Skeleton Warlord, hiss, 2, 29, 21 rank 5 troops were directly recruited. Unbelievable, this corpse is the greatest wealth. It's so cool. 29 rank 5 soldiers. When the level rises, wouldn't it mean that the gods will kill the gods and the Buddhas will kill the Buddhas? Hey, why is it a rank 5 unit? Isn't Master Lin Shu's unit a rank 6 skeleton general? Maybe it's rank 5, right? Skeleton general should be evolved from soul fire. I'm envious. The Lord of rank 5 actually killed Zhang Qingyang of rank 6. Brothers, it is enough to prove that the initial troops cannot represent everything. The world is uncertain, and you and I are just cows and horses. Seeing the 29 newly released skeleton warlords, the surrounding lords were in an uproar. His face was twisted with envy and jealousy. In the trial stage, any unit with rank 3 or above can be considered a strong player. What's more, it's rank 5, which is a treatment only available to the top 10 bosses. And even for rank 5 arms, most of them only have single-digit numbers. Lin Shu directly recruited 29 people this time, which is simply crazy. Coupled with Lin Shu's 6-star hero, there is also a skeleton general following him. The strength at this moment is simply outrageous. Brother Lin is only a rank 5 soldier. Yi Tian also looked at Lin Shu in astonishment. He originally thought that Lin Shu was a skeleton general of the rank 6 unit like Zhang Qingyang. I was lucky enough to get a hero, which was enough to make up for the gap in rank 1, 4.4. I chose to fight across regions because I felt I had no confidence, but I didn't expect that Lin Shu was just a small rank 5 soldier. The dignified lord of the rank 7 arms actually chose to give in front of the rank 5 arms. Suddenly I felt a mixture of emotions. That's right. Lin Shu was ambiguous. If he told Yi Tian that his highest level unit was only the main level skeleton swordsman, Yi Tian was afraid that he would be fooled on the spot. Brother Lin is really the son of destiny. Yi Tian looked complicated and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But I couldn't help but feel excited. Maybe this wasn't a bad thing. With his strength, even if he chooses to cross regions, he is sure to quickly take the top spot on the list. If a world boss is spawned later, he will definitely be able to obtain the right to own the boss. When the time comes, he will take away the most resources in the region, which will be enough to make his strength grow by leaps and bounds. When it came time to compete for the Rookie King on the last day, he dominated the audience and defeated Lin Shu with his supreme king-like appearance. When the time comes, it will be easy to conquer Lin Shu. Hee, brother Yi, can. Lin Shu chuckled lightly, clasped his fists and said goodbye. It's just afternoon now, and there are still a few hours before the battle at Cave Mansion in the evening. Others need to kill monsters to upgrade, and he also needs to find a place to combine troops. 29 rank 5 skeleton warlord is enough to synthesize his Death Knight to rank 7. Brother Lin, please, see you tonight. Yi Tian also quickly returned the gift and was not worried that Lin Shu would not be able to fulfill the agreement that night. Their target is the White Cave Mansion. The number of cave mansion of this grade is limited. When the time comes, just rush to the nearest one nearby, and you won't miss it. See you tonight. Lin Shu also nodded. Yi Tian jumped onto the bone dragon, flying into the distance with everyone's envious eyes. When the battle ended, all the lords dispersed. Those who are quick-thinking will travel in small groups and want to form illegal teams. After all, as time goes by, the number of monsters is increasing and their strength is getting stronger. A lone lord who is not strong enough will easily be in danger if he encounters a powerful monster. Hugging for warmth is a very useful way. Lin Shu was about to leave, but was stopped by someone. Lin Yao, Chen Hongguang. Lin Shu looked back in surprise and saw that the person coming was Zhang Qingyang's former teammate. Lin Yao, who has the same surname as him, and Chen Hongguang, who tried to rob his cave mansion yesterday but was robbed instead. Chen Hongguang looked ashamed and his eyes flickered as if he was unwilling to face Lin Shu. But he had to follow Lin Yao. What's wrong with you two? Lin Shu stopped, looked at the two of them and asked calmly. Lin Shu, do you know that you are in danger? Lin Yao's face was as frosty as she came up with a big hat on her head. Exclamation mark quote. Lin Shu's face darkened, and she cursed angrily. No one would be in a better mood if they were cursed for no reason. Chen Hongguang covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. At this moment, he couldn't help but stand up to make up for the situation. Brother Lin, please don't be angry, my sister can't speak, she didn't mean it like this. Your sister, my sister. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the two of them suspiciously. Lin Yao's pure appearance with thin skin and tender flesh, but her frosty face more or less doesn't fit the name. But no matter how you look at her, she is a stunning beauty. On the other hand, Chen Hongguang, a bald man with a ferocious appearance. If it weren't for the place of trial and only human race, who had grown up this year, could enter, no one would have the slightest doubt that he was 40 years old. There is such a huge difference in appearance, they are actually siblings. Moreover, the two siblings have a rank 6 military unit and a rank 5 military unit. What kind of shitty luck is this? Haha, none of this is important, not important. Chen Hongguang's old face turned red, and he could tell what Lin Shu was thinking when he looked at her eyes. He had seen this kind of look so many times that he could only laugh 18 at the moment. But my sister is not an alarmist. Brother Lin, you are indeed in big trouble. Chen Hongguang did not explain too much, but looked at Lin Shu with a solemn expression and said. Do you know who Zhang Qingyang is? Lin Shu's heart was suddenly shocked. If Chen Hongguang hadn't mentioned it, he had almost forgotten Zhang Qingyang, and when he mentioned it, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. But he still looked at the two of them without changing his expression. Zhang Qingyang, a despicable villain with a despicable personality who dares to pretend to be the noble Lord Shangcheng. Lin Shu's expression remained unchanged and he said casually. What's the matter with you? Hee. Chen Hongguang glanced at Lin Shu meaningfully without revealing it. Instead, he pointed at Lin Yao. My sister, Lin Yao, is the legitimate daughter of the third family of the Lin family in Shangcheng. She is the only girl in the Lin family this year, and she is also the youngest member of the Lin family. I, Chen Hongguang, the young master of the 6th room of the Chen family in Shangcheng. Zhang Qingyang, the direct grandson of the third elder of the Zhang family in Shangcheng. Brother Lin killed an elder of the Zhang family in full view of everyone, isn't that considered a disaster? Lin Shu remained calm and glanced at Chen Hongguang with disdain. I just killed someone pretending to be the Zhang family in Shangcheng, and 2 more people came out pretending to be the Lin family and Chen family in Shangcheng. Do you also want to die? You are also from the upper city. Zhang Qingyang scolds you like a dog. Do you think I will believe it? Also, you two, one from the Chen family and the other from the Lin family, are biological siblings. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Hongguang became anxious when he saw Lin Shu didn't believe it. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Shu suddenly became furious. Roll. A powerful pressure came over, causing Chen Hongguang to retreat violently. Angrily, he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Yao. Forget it, let's go. But, sister, Chen Hongguang wanted to say something else, but Lin Yao pulled him away. Sister, why did you leave like this? Watching Lin Shu walk away, Chen Hongguang looked at Lin Yao dissatisfied and muttered. He will definitely believe us if we make it clear. If we team up with him, our results will definitely be much better. Lin Yao glanced at this younger brother helplessly and took off her cold disguise. The whole person suddenly became more alert, and his temperament was completely different. He already believes it, but he obviously doesn't trust us. Believe it? Chen Hongguang was stunned and looked at Lin Yao in disbelief. How is it possible? If you believe it, you should know how powerful the Shengcheng family is. Only by joining us can you have a chance of survival. Lin Yao looked into the distance, looking in the direction where Lin Shu left. The Shengcheng family also rose from humble beginnings. Anyone who kills Shengcheng will definitely die. That is for ordinary people. He is obviously not an ordinary person. Lin Yao murmured meaningfully. As long as we win the newcomer king, even the Zhang family won't be able to deal with him openly. The new king, just him, a lord of rank 5 arms. Chen Hongguang obviously doesn't believe it. Although Lin Shu's strength is now very strong. But that's just the early stage. It's a flaw if the soldier level is too low. When more high-level soldiers are recruited later, Lin Shu's advantage will be gone. Rank 5 strength wants to win the rookie king. It's simply a fool's dream. Who knows? Lin Yao raised the corners of her mouth into a smile and said noncommittally. Then he walked in the opposite direction. Sister, where are you going? Chen Hongguang couldn't care less about complaining and quickly caught up. Go level up. Lin Yao didn't look back, and the 2 of them gradually disappeared into the distance. Go to the Zhang family in the city. In a sleepless place, Lin Shu stopped and frowned, muttering to himself. A heavy pressure hit his heart, no matter how relaxed he acted before. This crisis must be faced eventually. Killing Zhang Qingyang in front of so many people, this matter cannot be concealed no matter what. The Zhang family will definitely know. According to Shengcheng's consistent position, it is impossible to remain indifferent. It's not an exaggeration to say that an individual's power is like an ant in front of a behemoth like Shengcheng. If you want to survive, you only have one chance. That is to become this year's rookie king. In order to cultivate new talents for the descendants of the human race, the Temple of the Human Race will have special rewards for each new king. They will even be included in the Temple Reserve team, and their status will be directly equal to that of the Lord of the Galaxy. Not even the Shengcheng family dared to deal with the new king openly. Otherwise, if the opponent catches the reason, it is very likely that he will be directly besieged and fall to the level of the Shengcheng family. However, no one can say anything if we can't do it openly but secretly. As long as they are not caught with evidence, no one can do anything to them. Even if he is a new king, he is still in danger. But it is much better than not having this identity. This title of newcomer king. In the past, he was eager to get it, and he was interested in the rewards. But now, he has to get it. I heard that some new kings who perform well will even be spotted by the strong men in the temple and be directly accepted as disciples. Lin Shu's eyes flickered and she silently set her goal. If you want to become the new king, you must improve your strength as much as possible. Lin Shu took a deep breath and looked at all the soldiers beside him. With a command strength of 78, he now only has 39 units when fully equipped. Powerful skeleton swordsman. Synthesis. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shu gave up skeleton swordsman's life sacrifice skill. 5 powerful skeleton swordsmen, combined into 1 elite skeleton knight. Skeleton warlord, synthesis. Get. Elite skeleton warlord 14. Get. Powerful skeleton warlord 7. Obtain. Skeleton general 3. Get. Elite skeleton general 1. Get. Powerful skeleton general 1. After synthesizing it several times in a row, I directly obtained a powerful skeleton general with a strong rank 6. Finally another strong rank 6. Lin Shu looked at the newly released powerful skeleton general and was very excited. Death Knight was upgraded to strong rank 6 yesterday, and it was not until this afternoon that a second strong rank 6 unit appeared. Synthesis, Death Knight. Lin Shu took a deep breath and put Death Knight and powerful skeleton general into the synthesis column. Get. Skeleton King Death Knight LV25. 7 stars, weak rank 7. Life. 17,500. Mana. 17,500. Attack. 14,000 plus 17,888. Defense. 9,000. Damage reduction plus 9%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Heavy hit. The fourth attack after every 3 attacks will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Skill. Hellfire Crit. Consumes 100 mana points to cause 600% critical damage to the enemy and slow it down for 2 seconds. Charge. Crash into the enemy at an extremely fast speed, causing it to be stunned for 3 seconds and causing an additional 450% damage. Charge ignores terrain restrictions. Aphotic Shield. Adds a shield to the target, absorbs damage 4 times the health points, then breaks into pieces and transfers the absorbed damage to all nearby enemies. Death Entanglement. Consume a certain amount of your own life, causing triple damage to the enemy or restoring triple the life of teammates. Blood-Sucking Aura. Adds a blood-sucking aura to nearby friendly units. Each time you attack the enemy, you can recover 20% of the life of the damage caused, and your own effect is doubled. Buff. Netherworld Wraith Emperor's Blessing recovers 500 points of life per second in non-combat state, and the effect is halved in combat state. Introduction. The King of the Skeleton Clan, the supreme being who awakens his wisdom and becomes a hero. The hero of the 7 stars, is strong. A flash of black light flashed, and Death Knight's body suddenly more than doubled in size. A huge skeleton more than 3 meters high rode a huge bone horse, and the white jade bone knife in his hand turned into a long-handled giant knife. The luxurious properties are almost mouth-watering. Another entry, Heavy Blow. The passive skill Critical Strike has become the active skill Dark Fire Critical Strike. Several other skills have also been enhanced. The basic attributes, life and mana, are 700, which is comparable to the strong rank 8 arms. Lin Shu looked at Death Knight's new attributes with satisfaction, which can only be described as unbelievable. The combat power has increased by at least 50% compared to just now. The number of soldiers has dropped sharply, from weak rank 3 to rank 6, totaling 9 in total. But even though Death Knight is a 7-star hero, his strength is more than twice as strong as before. There are also things exploded by the Undead Bear King. After the synthesis is completed, the biggest harvest can be considered digested. Lin Shu then had time to open his backpack and look at the other trophies. A skill book, a military recruitment skill book, 1 piece of equipment, several high-level soul fires, and 5 books of leadership. The first is a skills book. Skill book Bloodthirsty Fury. After using it, you can learn the Lord skill, Bloodthirsty Fury. Bloodthirsty Fury. Used on any self-controlled unit, in a short period of time, the unit will sacrifice half of its defense, increase its attack by half, and increase its attack speed and movement speed by 100%. It turns out to be a Lord skill book. Lin Shu was slightly surprised. This skill is very effective. Although it comes at the cost of sacrificing half of the defense, you must know that the attack must be higher than the defense. Sacrifice half of the defense to increase the attack, the improvement in strength is extremely considerable. Especially using long-range troops can greatly improve the output capability. Not bad. Lin Shu learned it casually, and then looked at the second skill book. Skill book Soul Reaper Recruitment Technique. After use, you can obtain the soldier recruitment skill Soul Reaper. Consume 50 mana points each time to recruit 1 rank 5 Soul Reaper to the recently deceased creature. Rank 5 Soldier Recruitment Technique. Lin Shu was overjoyed. This is something truly priceless. In the entire cemetery of Sais, there are less than 10 people among the 643 Lord Shi who have obtained rank 5. This shows how valuable this level of arms is. The most important thing is that for him, the higher the soldier level, the less consumption is required to synthesize. The rank 5 arms are much more efficient than starting from rank 1. You only need to recruit 7 or 8 to synthesize a rank 6 unit, which is incredibly efficient. The only pity is that the Soul Reaper can only be used on the corpses of living beings, and there is really no place for it in the cemetery of Sais. Closing the skill bar, Lin Shu looked at the last piece of equipment. Bloodthirsty Bearskin. Epic. Equipment requirements. Bronze Lord. Abnormal status resistance plus 99. Life mana regeneration plus 10 min. Command power plus 200. Introduction. Bearskin from a powerful bloodthirsty bear with magical power tools. Another piece of epic equipment. Lin Shu's eyes are shining. The product produced by World Boss is indeed not simple. The attribute is very simple, but it is just the last command power plus 200. It's simply outrageously powerful. There are limited ways to obtain command power. Generally, ordinary lords can only be obtained by upgrading the lord level. The Bronze Lord increases command by 20 points, and the Silver Lord increases by 50 points. Gold increased by 100 points. The Book of Command is a priceless treasure that only increases command power by 2 points. But it can be sold at exaggeratedly high prices, which is obviously very uneconomical for ordinary people to use. The third way is to equip. However, equipment that increases command power is extremely rare, and there may not be even one in 10,000 pieces. Any piece of equipment that increases command power is priceless. And this piece of equipment actually directly increases command power by 200 points. Equivalent to 100 command books. Its value can be imagined, and its strategic value is even more precious than the white jade bone knife in the hands of Death Knight. It can be called Lin Shu's biggest gain since entering the trial land. Number 78 command points, and there are 5 command books, which is 88 points, plus this equipment, 288 command points. Lin Shu was so happy that she almost fainted, with such exaggerated commanding power. Apart from anything else, at least he will be at the top of the leaderboard for 2 days. He has already booked it in advance. You can now increase the Skeleton Swordsman recruitment level without any worries. Lin Shu was overjoyed. He was previously limited by his commanding ability. I have been unable to freely recruit them. I have to recruit them once and combine them once to leave as much space as possible. Otherwise, it is easy to have insufficient command and be unable to recruit at full level. Now you don't have to worry so much. You can recruit them several times in a row and then synthesize them. Efficiency can be greatly improved. It's cool. Let's go and kill monsters. After digesting all the gains, Lin Shu was in a good mood. Before the blood moon came, he rushed directly into the scorched earth with 10 skeletons. Use full firepower to kill monsters crazily, rushing wherever the undead are densely packed. He sat on the sweat-blooded bone horse and slowly followed behind, like the great emperor of death patrolling his territory. Skeleton Swordsman, recruitment technique. Looking at the dead bones on the ground, Lin Shu slowly raised his arm. After releasing the recruitment technique, the dead bones suddenly trembled and slowly assembled. Skeletons stood up from the ground one by one and followed the team forward step by step. After a while, more than 200 skeletons were gathered together, and there was an aura of undead and natural disaster. Preliminary presentation. It is set so that all experience is gained by the Death Knight, and Lin Shu is slowly pushed forward by the sweat-blooded horse. The Death Knight was charging among countless undead monsters. Lin Shu is constantly recruiting. The rank 3 skeleton swordsman recruitment technique of IV-29 can only recruit one skeleton swordsman when faced with ordinary corpses like you. But when the blood moon rose into the sky and night fell, Death Knight also successfully rose to IV-30. Finally caught up with the troop levels of other lords. A level 30 Death Knight with a blood blue level of over 20,000. The attack even exceeded 30,000. The attributes are outrageously high. Hundreds of new skeleton swordsmen were recruited, but after the synthesis was completed, there was only one rank 5 elite skeleton warlord left. It happened to be synthesized with the remaining skeleton warlord, and the two-in-one disappeared like a disappearing music. Finally became a powerful rank 6 unit powerful skeleton general. Synthesize another powerful skeleton general, and the Death Knight can be advanced again. Lin Shu murmured to himself, but he was already very satisfied with the harvest now. Buzz. The familiar buzzing sound sounded, the blood moon rose into the sky, and the bloody moonlight fell on the earth. The light pillars representing Cave Mansion once again attracted everyone's attention. One of the white light beams was particularly conspicuous, making Lin Shu ignore everything in an instant. White Cave Mansion, let's go. The Death Knight retreated, and Lin Shu rode the blood-blooded horse directly towards the White Cave Mansion at high speed. Half an hour later, when Lin Shu arrived in front of the White Cave Mansion. Yi Tian is already waiting here. Brother Lin, please. It could be seen that Yi Tian had been waiting for a long time and was a little anxious at this time. Without any extra polite greetings, he jumped down from the Frostbone Dragon and spoke. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Shu nodded, stretched out his hand, and the Death Knight appeared in front of the Cave Mansion's light pillar door. Step forward and touch the white light, and in an instant the white light turns into a ferocious giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger roared with ferocious power, as if a king had arrived. Yeah, you Death Knight. The moment Death Knight appeared, Yi Tian suddenly looked over in surprise. Death Knight's figure has swelled up a lot. The change is so obvious that the difference from before can be seen at a glance. 7 stars. Yi Tian looked at Death Knight in disbelief, his eyes almost popped out. The shock in my heart is simply beyond words. During the day, I saw a 6-star hero, but at night he turned into a 7-star hero. Haha, the Undead Bear King exploded a little bit of high-quality soul fire, and I was lucky enough to break through once. Lin Shu smiled lightly, she was not lying. High-quality soul fire can indeed advance heroes, but the amount required is not a fraction. It is far less convenient than direct synthesis. Brother Lin is really unparalleled in luck. Yi Tian's eyes were complicated and he couldn't help but be envious. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel happy about his choice. A 6-star hero was comparable to his Frostbone Dragon. Not to mention the current 7-star Death Knight. If I choose to fight Lin Shu, I am afraid that I will be beaten down by Lin Shu before I can rise. It's a fluke, it's just a fluke. Lin Shu said a few words modestly, then looked at the guarding beast Tiger King. This boss is obviously not undead, it is the first living creature seen in the cemetery of size. The huge Tiger King has extraordinary momentum. If the life of the world boss is not considered, the breath is obviously not as good as this Tiger King. I'll carry it, and Brother Yi can help control it. Lin Shu was not afraid, and with a thought in his mind, Death Knight stepped forward to fight the boss. She put on the Illuminous shield and slashed the white jade bone knife fiercely in her hand. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out from the wound, and the flesh and blood on Tiger King's left forearm turned outward, revealing a 30-centimeter long wound. Roar! I didn't expect the challenger to be so strong. He was directly injured due to an accident. The Tiger King suddenly flew into a rage, roared and leapt high into the sky and rushed towards the Death Knight. Ice breath. While Yi Tian marveled at Lin Shu's improvement in strength, he did not dare to neglect. The Frostbone Dragon's wings incited its huge mouth to open, and the breath of ice was spit out instantly. Bloodthirsty rage. Lin Shu's heart moved, and a red light suddenly flashed on Death Knight's body. The speed is obviously much faster. White jade bone knife is almost dancing, and the wounds on Tiger King's body are blooming everywhere. In an instant, he was dyed into a bloody tiger, which looked extremely ugly. Click. Tiger King struck hard with his claws, and Death Knight did not dodge. The aphotic shield was shattered by a single blow. So strong. Yi Tian was suddenly startled and couldn't help but exclaimed. He made a deal with Lin Shu to help Lin Shu buy the White Cave Mansion. In fact, he also had his own agenda. That is to see how strong the guardian boss of the White Cave Mansion is. After crossing the region, there was no one to help him fight. He had to figure out what kind of strength he needed to fight alone. He knew the Death Knight's defense. He had to resist the Undead Bear King several times before it was broken. But now he was defeated by Tiger King with just one blow. This Tiger King's strength is really beyond imagination. Boom! Lin Shu was not as surprised as him. After turning on the bloodthirsty rage, the Death Knight's defense was halved. There are less than 5,000 left. Although the aphotic shield has a higher shield value after its level is upgraded. But it's actually not much better than before. The attack of this Tiger King should be slightly higher than that of the Undead Bear King. But it's not too high, it should be about 10,000. Continue. Lin Shu's expression remained unchanged. Death Knight was indifferent to the shattering of the shield. The white jade bone knife turns into a long-handled giant knife, but it is still very powerful when brushed. Flying up and down like a flexible scalpel, the Tiger King roared crazily as it took away pieces of pain from the tiger meat. Yi Tian's ice breath is still as powerful as ever. Tiger King can only be immune to the ice slowdown when launching his ultimate move. But the damage caused was at most just breaking the lightless shield once, which in turn further accelerated his own death. 3 minutes later, white jade bone knife sealed his throat with a knife. A large amount of hot blood spurted directly from the Tiger King's throat. The Tiger King stared angrily. But he could only fall to the ground unwillingly. Acquire 800 experience. Obtain Heart of the Magic Pattern Tiger King 1. Obtain Damaged Tiger Skin 1. Obtain Tiger King's Claws 4. Obtain High Quality Tiger King Needin 1. In the fall of the Tiger King, there is a completely different difference between the falling of creatures and the undead. The biggest treasure is its flesh and fur, and its heart is an important material for recruiting summoning lords. Tiger skin and sharp claws are used as medicine or artifact refining materials, and the inner elixir is like soul fire of the undead system. It is a treasure used by other department lords to improve the strength of their troops, but currently none of them can be used by Lin Shu. For the undead lord, the enemy's corpse is the biggest harvest. Yi Tian seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help laughing. Lin Shu also nodded, not disappointed about the drop. A powerful boss corpse is enough for him. Skeleton Swordsman Recruitment Technique. Soul Reaper, shy. With a thought in his heart, Lin Shu activated the Soul Reaper Recruitment Technique. I can only recruit the skills of recently fallen creatures. I thought there was no place for them in the cemetery of size. I didn't expect it to be useful now. After using these two skills, the huge Tiger King corpse was completely digested in an instant. The appearance of 29 skeleton warlords shows that the guardian boss of White Cave Mansion is indeed not weaker than the world boss. In addition, there is a soul floating in the void that seems to be transparent. If you are not paying attention, you will not even notice its existence. Soul Reaper IV-1. Weak rank 5. Life 300. Mana 400. Attack 280. Defense 100. Skill Soul Harvest. Each attack can act on the enemy's soul, causing an additional 10% of mana damage to the enemy and causing the enemy to lose the corresponding mana. Buff Glory of Death. Physical damage received -50%, spell damage +10%. Introduction. A special race of undead, a race of powerful souls produced by the god of death projector. The lowest health and the highest mana. Lin Shu was surprised when he saw the attributes of Soul Reaper. Normal health of weak rank 5 troops should be between 350 and 370. Mana is the same as life. But this Soul Reaper's life is as low as 300. Equivalent to the life of the strong rank 4 soldiers, but the mana is frighteningly high. Equivalent to a strong rank 5 unit. The defense is also much lower, but the combat power is not inferior to those of rank 5. It is one of the few low-level soldiers that can act on the soul, and it also has blue absorbing attributes. The output cannot be represented by simple attack power. From the simple introduction and buffs, you can see the powerful potential of this unit. Brother Lin, are you okay? Yi Tian didn't notice the existence of the Soul Reaper. At this moment, besides marveling at Lin Shu's strength, he was urging Lin Shu. The transaction has been halfway completed, and we successfully helped Lin Shu build the White Cave Mansion. Then it's time to help him. After completing the Cross District this morning, he could have time to work hard in the new district. Occupy a powerful cave mansion. Okay, Brother Yi, let's start. Lin Shu came back to her senses and was no longer in a hurry to digest the harvest. He entered Cave Mansion directly, while Death Knight stood outside waiting. Occupy. White Cave Mansion 0/60ths of a second. After receiving a positive answer, Yi Tian felt relieved. He took a deep breath, took out a blue scroll, and tore it open. Boom! In an instant, a space crack more than 2 meters long appeared. The nearby void seems to be distorted, the light is refracted. It seemed as if the high temperature had affected the vision, and a tearing feeling was tearing the surrounding earth apart. The huge suction force caused the surrounding soil bones to fly uncontrollably towards the cracks and then were swallowed up into the dark cracks. An unlucky skeleton warrior monster happened to wander nearby, and was instantly pulled into the crack by the suction force. The fragile bones instantly turned into powder and disappeared. Death. Yi Tian took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but his face changed slightly. This terrifying power made him uneasy. Cross District. It seems that it is not as simple as he thought. Boom. Before he could react, there was another violent tremor suddenly. A pitch-black undead monster walked out of the crack, its body wrapped in a layer of black shiny smoothness. It's like polished paint. ... It's out. As long as you kill this boss, you can gain the power of protection and successfully cross the space rift. Yi Tian's face lit up and he introduced Lin Shu. Then let's get started. Lin Shu nodded, and Death Knight still led the way. He put on the illuminous shield and struck the monster's leg bone with the white jade bone knife in his hand. Kang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and Lin Shu suddenly took a breath. White jade bone knife has a sharp property of +99. It is no exaggeration to describe it as cutting iron like clay. Go down to the rank 5 boss legion, go up to the undead bear king and the magic pattern tiger king. No one can stop white jade bone knife's slashing blow. But now, with one strike, the guardian boss only had a gap. Not even a crack appeared. This boss is a bit strong. Lin Shu was sitting in Cave Mansion, his face changed slightly and he blurted out. Try it. Yi Tian's expression also changed, and the frostbone dragon breathed out from its mouth. The breath of ice fell on the skeleton boss, but a black light flashed on it. Not even a single bit of ice scum has condensed on my body. No, it's abnormal status resistance. Yi Tian's face changed slightly and he blurted out that this boss was a bit more powerful than he imagined. If he was the only one, he would definitely not be sure to kill him. Bloodthirsty. Lin Shu was about to start his bloodthirsty rage, but the next second he couldn't help but cursed. I saw the dinosaur-like skeleton boss stabbing hard with 2 knife-like front claws. The lightless shield above Death Knight's head was broken instantly. Brother Yi, we must limit it. Lin Shu's face changed drastically, and he suppressed the bloodthirsty rage on his lips. This skill is a magical skill for ordinary enemies. After all, the Death Knight with the aphotic shield has ridiculously high defense. It doesn't hurt to lower the defense a little appropriately, and it can even allow the enemy to break the aphotic shield to cause more damage. But this skeleton dinosaur is so powerful that it can break the aphotic shield with one strike. If he activates another bloodthirsty fury, the Death Knight may be killed instantly if he is not careful. Let's fight. Yi Tian also gritted his teeth. Okay, knowing that he had to fight hard. Otherwise, he would not have a second cross-region scroll if he failed this time. Ice-winged dragon, self-destruct. Yi Tian waved his hand, and 10 rank 6 ice pterosaurs suddenly appeared. One flew directly to the sky above the skeleton dinosaur, and the next second. Boom! With a loud bang, rank 6 a unit ice pterodactyl suddenly exploded. The extreme low temperature covered the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, causing Lin Shu, who was hiding in the cave mansion, to shiver. The ground outside was covered with frost, and an ice layer up to half a meter thick appeared in just a few seconds. The skeleton dinosaur that bore the brunt of the attack turned directly into an ice sculpture, and even the so-called abnormal status resistance lost its effect. Lin Shu's jaw almost dropped in shock. Yi Tian, an old Yinbi, actually hid this move. They secretly and quietly recruited so many rank 6 troops. They are really hidden deep enough. Moreover, the power of this ice-winged dragon is so terrifying, I'm afraid its level won't be low either. At least it has risen to above IV-20. Hurry and cut off its hind legs. Yi Tian shouted, this boss's resistance is too high, I think one can only be frozen for 3 seconds. Before Lin Shu could react, Death Knight had already charged under the skeleton dinosaur's hind legs. The white jade bone knife in his hand suddenly shrank to normal size, and he quickly chopped off the skeleton dinosaur's hind legs. Bloodthirsty rage. Lin Shu also reacted and activated his bloodthirsty rage in his heart. A red light flashed, and Death Knight's attack speed doubled immediately. The white jade bone knife flew around and struck the same spot repeatedly, causing bone fragments to fly on the thigh of the skeleton dinosaur. No matter how hard the leg bone is, it is not a god after all. Golden immortal iron is no match for the 99 sharp white jade bone knife to slash hard. Yi Tian watched the cracks gradually appear, and he was immediately overjoyed. At the moment, he is commanding rank 6 a pterosaur to self-destruct continuously regardless of any cost, keeping the boss in a frozen state. Boom! When the third ice pterosaur self-destructed, the skeleton dinosaur's left leg was finally completely severed. The huge body lost its support and suddenly fell to the ground. Go on, cut off the other leg too. Yi Tian was so excited that his ears turned red, and he continued to command the ice-winged dragon to self-destruct like crazy. Don't let it have any room to struggle. Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel at Yi Tian's courage. The troops of rank 6 are not just cabbages on the roadside. Any one of them is a strong person with extraordinary combat power. If you take it out, countless people will fight for their heads. But he just kept self-destructing one by one, just to give Death Knight better output. Of course, the effect of smashing it down at such a high cost is not negligible. In a matter of 10 seconds, the legs of the dinosaur skeleton boss were completely severed. The powerful boss instantly turned into a toothless tiger, struggling on the ground but unable to resist at all. For units within rank 10, especially for units in the trial ground, a single method has limited power, and a single unit of arms often has fatal weaknesses. Especially for a unit like the Undead, which is relatively simple to recruit. The loss of a few thoracic bones has little impact, but for the limbs, which are the gathering points of a body's combat power. Once there is one missing combat power, at least half of them must be used. The dinosaur skeleton boss is even stronger than the world bosses, the Undead Bear King and the White Cave Mansion Guardian. But after Death Knight completely cut off its legs, it instantly fell to the ground and struggled, losing its ability to move. Bloodthirsty rage. Lin Shu no longer had any scruples and directly activated his bloodthirsty rage. The Death Knight stands behind it and attacks wildly. Just be careful to avoid its tail sweep. Frostbone Dragon also started to stand and output directly. Although the attack was not as high as Lin Shu's, it was still quite high. Under the crazy attack of the two men, the soul fire in the boss's head was completely extinguished in less than 10 minutes. Acquire 600 experience. Obtain Command Book 1. Obtain Skill Upgrade Scroll 1. Obtain Skill Book Bone Strengthening Technique. Obtain Rank 3 Skill Advancement Book 1. Get High Quality Soul Fire 5. The dinosaur skeleton bow died completely, and the loot was divided into 2 golden lights and merged into Lin Shu and Yi Tian's bodies respectively. Yi Tian suddenly beamed with joy. In addition to the loot, there was also a dark light that was peeled off from the body of the dinosaur skeleton boss and integrated into his body. That is a protective shield exclusive to cross-region bosses, which can resist the strangulation caused by space cracks during cross-region. Ha ha ha, it worked. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Yi Tian was overjoyed. For him, this was more than just being able to avoid the confrontation with Lin Shu. For a high-level boss, just a corpse has an extraordinary meaning to him. Ice and Fire Bone Dragon, Recruitment. Yi Tian didn't wait for Lin Shu to answer, and didn't even bother to look at the loot. He looked directly at the 893 dinosaur skeleton corpse lying on the ground and activated his technique. Obtain Two-Headed Bone Dragon 3. A curtain of light flashed, and the boss's bones on the ground slowly rose and reorganized. After a while, 3 two-headed bone dragons appeared. Rank 8 unit, Two-Headed Bone Dragon. Lin Shu's complexion changed slightly, and she took a breath. If Yi Tian hadn't agreed to transfer districts, he would never have agreed to this deal. When Yi Tian defeated the world boss, he received a skill advancement book as a reward. Directly upgrade the original Frost Bone Dragon recruitment technique for rank 7 troops into the Two-Headed Bone Dragon for rank 8 troops. 2 heads grow together, and the blue soul fire flashing inside represents the breath of ice. The other is the fiery yellow soul fire, which symbolizes the breath of fire. The Two-Headed Bone Dragon has 2 attributes, ice and fire. The power is extremely amazing. 3 of them were directly recruited at once. Yi Tian now had 3 rank 8 units and 1 rank 7 unit. And only he knows how many rank 6 ice pterosaurs there are. As long as the 2-headed bone dragon levels up a little, its strength will definitely increase several times. This kind of efficiency is much faster than Lin Shu's slow synthesis. Brother Lin, thank you very much for this, I will leave first. Yi Tian was overjoyed at the moment. He glanced at Lin Shu's Death Knight. He arched his hands towards Lin Shu and said with a smile. Brother Yi, salt. Lin Shu pondered slightly and suddenly called Yi Tian. Brother Lin, what else can you do? Yi Tian was startled and looked at Lin Shu doubtfully. Lin Shu pondered slightly and slowly took out an item. Brother Yi has treated me sincerely, so of course I can't take advantage of Brother Yi's treasured land. This bottle of double experience potion is given to Brother Yi. I'll wait for you at the Rookie King Arena. Lin Shu looked directly into Yi Tian's eyes. He could tell that Yi Tian was probably from an ordinary background. But being able to make such a decision shows that he has extraordinary courage. Such a person is definitely talented and courageous. The future will definitely not be in the pool. Now, with the strength of rank 8 arms, we can fight across regions. Just like a tiger crossing a river, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. The experience potion is also a great help to him. Double experience potion. Yi Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Shu to be willing to take out such a treasure. You must know that the trial area lasts for 1 week, and there will be a total of 6 rankings. Among them is the military level ranking list. No one would think that their own military level is high. The more double experience potions, the better. Lin Shu actually gave this treasure to himself, which immediately moved him. This treasure, I really need it. Yi Tian was confused. The things were good things. But I felt a little bit sorry to receive Lin Shu's gift for nothing. Thank you for your kindness. I want this thing. This thing should be related to the cemetery. I got it in a tomb. It's up to Brother Lin to figure out how to use it. Yi Tian accepted the double experience potion, gritted his teeth and took out a black card. He handed it to Lin Shu with some reluctance. The material of this card was extraordinary. He originally wanted to keep it. Even if he didn't need it in the future, he would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. But now that Lin Shu had given him such a precious treasure, he was embarrassed to take it for nothing. Okay, then I wish Brother Yi a safe journey. Lin Shu took the card generously and said goodbye to Yi Tian. Thank you. Yi Tian clasped his fists in return, then put away all his troops and jumped directly into the Minister of Space Crack. After a few seconds, the space crack disappeared. It's like nothing happened. Cross District. I wonder how strong the other district lords are. Lin Shu sat cross-legged in the cave mansion, looking at the place where Yi Tian disappeared and murmuring to himself. Cross-regional operations require great courage and courage. After all, strong dragons cannot overwhelm local snakes. As an undead lord, he can go to other areas. It is easy to cause a group attack. If you don't have enough strength, you will be in trouble. Now that Yi Tian is gone, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Tip. Occupation completed. Obtain. White Cave Mansion. Benefits. Restore life and mana 100 points per minute, increase life and mana 10 points per hour, increase command power 12/10 of hour. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, black and gold, 10 colors Cave Mansion. The White Cave Mansion can already be ranked 8th, and its attributes are naturally not comparable to the previous 7. Just the permanent increase in life and mana can exceed 100, and you can get all the attributes of a Bronze Lord in one night. The benefits can be seen in retrospect. The command power can also be increased by 12 points, which is equivalent to 6 command books. Even if you look at the Starry Sky battlefield, it is an existence that makes countless lords jealous. A ray of milky white light enveloped Lin Shu, sweeping away the fatigue all over her body. The White Cave Mansion is larger than the Blue Cave Mansion, with an area of more than 300 square meters. It looks like a big villa. All facilities are available inside, and there is even a separate swimming pool. Master, welcome. The 2 fox girls stood respectfully at the door. When they saw Lin Shu approaching, they immediately bowed slightly. The white tail swayed gently behind her, and her almost naked body was covered with gauze. It looks like there is a different kind of temptation. The charming look on her charming face is even stronger, enough to make young people who have never eaten meat unable to walk. I do not need it, thank you. Lin Shu is naturally not a junior brother who has never tasted meat. He has no interest in this kind of girl who can be killed by thousands of people. He waved his hand and dismissed the two girls, took off his clothes and soaked comfortably into the swimming pool. Opened the backpack. The trophies from killing the demonic Tiger King had no effect on him, but he also gained many precious treasures by killing the dinosaur skeletons. First of all, it is a leadership book. There is nothing to hesitate about. Using it directly, the command power increased again to 290 points. A skill upgrade scroll, used for skeleton swordsman recruitment. Upgraded to IV30. This is followed by a skill advancement book. Rank 3 skills advancement book. After use, you can choose any recruitment technique of no more than rank 3 to use to advance it. Skill advancement books have different values depending on the level. For example, what Lin Shu obtained for the first time was the Skeleton Warrior Advanced Book, which can only be used for the Skeleton Warrior recruitment technique. It belongs to the designated skill advancement, and its value varies with the designated skill. The higher the skill level, the higher the value of the advanced book will naturally be. The most low-level Skeleton Warrior Advanced Book, the one with the lowest value. Any skill advancement book obtained by ETN during the day can be used on any skill regardless of level. It can be used from rank 9 rank 10 to rank 1 rank 2. The effect is to advance the corresponding skill to one level, which has the highest value. It is more than 100 times and 1,000 times more powerful than the Skeleton Warrior Advanced Book. The rank 3 skill advancement book in front of us can only be used on skills within rank 3. The value is higher than the Skeleton Warrior upgrade book, but far lower than any skill upgrade book. But it's not bad, after all. Lin Shu's current swordsman recruitment technique happens to be rank 3. Skeleton Swordsman Recruitment Technique, Advanced. There is nothing to hesitate about, just use it. Skeleton Swordsman Recruitment Technique LV30 Right Pointing Arrow Skeleton Knight Recruitment Technique IV30. Rank 4. Lin Shu's spirit was shocked. He has unlimited synthetic talent. Each advancement of any recruitment skill can increase the synthesis efficiency by at least 8 times. Step by step, he advanced from Skeleton Warrior to rank 4 Skeleton Knight, even without synthesizing talent. His current strength can be ranked among the top 100 in Cemetery of Size. Finally, there is a skill similar to Bloodthirsty Fury. Skill Book Bone Strengthening. Learn bone strengthening skills after use. Bone Strengthening. Spend a certain amount of mana to strengthen the bones. Each strengthening can enhance part of the strength of the corresponding unit. Strengthening. The higher the level, the higher the enhanced strength. Tip: there is a certain chance of failure when strengthening above +5, and failure may cause broken bones. Isn't this a strengthening and refining tool for smashing equipment? Looking at this skill introduction, Lin Shu blurted out with a black line on his face. The saying that strengthening is risky and refining requires caution is no joke. That's just equipment in online games, but this skill is used on the bones of the troops. If the Death Knight's arms or legs are smashed, the damage will be greater than just a piece of equipment. Smash it to 5 first, and then talk about higher ones later. Lin Shu was in a dilemma. Smashing equipment was a job that required a lot of character. Failure is enough to make people give up, but success is really delicious. If you put it on the Death Knight, all the bones in his body would be 123. It's exciting just thinking about it. Tonight, I am destined to have no sleep. Lin Shu took a bath and was filled with emotion. There is a quick recovery effect in Cave Mansion. Many lords usually have a sleepless night. So far, at least half of the lords have stayed up all night, using every second to improve their strength. He slept luxuriously for 2 nights, and it was time to work hard today. Study. After learning this skill, Lin Shu simply took a bath and got up from the swimming pool. Just as he was about to call the Death Knight to break his bones, a green scroll suddenly unfolded in front of him. Command ranking open. The 3rd ranking list is finally open. Lin Shu was no longer in a hurry now, and curiously opened the ranking list. I saw that his name was shining brightly in the first place. Number 1, Lin Shu Command Force 290. NO2, Lin Yao command power 76. NO3, Fang Yifan command power 75. NO4, Chen Hongguang, commanding power 69. Opening square bracket comma closing parenthesis closing square bracket. The new ranking list was opened, which naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Almost instantly, the new ranking spread throughout the cemetery of size. Looking at the high-ranking first name and the golden 3 digits behind it, the chat channel was instantly in an uproar. What the hell? Did I read that correctly? Command power 290. Hiss. Lin Shu, isn't this too exaggerated? Nah, I have read 4 books and now my command ability is only 30 points. Please hurry up. Comparing people with others will lead to death, and comparing goods with goods will lead to throwing them away. Yeah, did you notice it? Why didn't you see Yi Tian's name? Huh, yes, where is Mr. Yi Tian? I looked through more than 100 names, but I didn't even see Mr. Yi Tian. What's going on? There's no Boss Yi Tian on the cave mansion list. Ah, look, everyone, Boss Yi Tian's name is no longer on the power list. Hiss, couldn't it be that he died? The command ranking list was opened, and countless people were shocked. While Lin Shu has high command, soon someone also discovered the changes in the third list. Cave Mansion ranking Lin Shu ranks first in the area as a white cave mansion occupier. In the ranking of command strength, he ranks first with a command strength that is more than 3 times higher than the second one. Only in the divine power list, he is still ranked second under Lin Yao. But the strange thing is that Yi Tian, who was originally famous, has completely disappeared from the third list. No matter how much they turned over, they still didn't see Yi Tian's name. Such a change made everyone's expressions change drastically, and they couldn't help but have wild thoughts. There were private speculations as to what was going on, although no one said it explicitly. But they all thought of Lin Shu. Could it be Lin Shu did it? Finally, someone started to guess. No one spoke, and the chat channel became strangely quiet. But everyone couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. No one agrees with this guess, but it is obviously what everyone thinks. After all, Yi Tian's power is well known, and he is fully capable of fighting against world bosses. It's just a matter of how long it takes to kill. Sitting behind Frostbone Dragon is the only flying unit, and Nate is in an invincible position. It seems that the only thing that can cause trouble for him is a strong rising dark horse. Lin Shu, who killed Zhang Qingyang. In a purple cave mansion somewhere, Chen Hongguang's expression changed and he looked at Lin Yao hurriedly. Sister, they all said that Lin Shu killed Yi Tian. How can he be so strong? Lin Yao's face was solemn, and she looked at Lin Shu's name in the friends column. I hesitated to ask, but finally gave up the plan. I can't say. But if something happens to Yi Tianjun, it must be Lin Shu's fault. Lin Shu is not a simple person. Don't provoke him in the future. Lin Yao frowned. Originally, she only took a fancy to Lin Shu's strength during the day. I plan to take advantage of Zhang Qingyang's affairs and see if I can win over him for my own use. But after a brief contact, she saw that Lin Shu was not someone who was easy to conquer. Then gave up this plan. Now that Yi Tian's matter has been exposed, it makes her even more afraid. It's best to stay away from this person. The chat channel was strangely quiet, but small groups of various lords were chatting privately, constantly. Lin Shu naturally saw it and smiled lightly without bothering to explain anything. The place of trial is just the starting point for the lords. But for nearly half of the trainee lords, this is actually their end. And he, as the target, is the new king. It is destined not to have much interaction with most people, so there is no need to explain to them. Opening the friend bar, Yi Tian's name has turned gray. Like Zhang Qingyang, people who didn't know anything would really think that Yi Tian was dead. Work. After closing the chat channel and ranking list, Lin Shu suddenly felt refreshed and summoned Death Knight. Smash. The leg bones first. Lin Shu looked at Death Knight. The hero Death Knight was a tall hero riding a war horse. But if you look closely, it is not actually a skeleton warrior riding a war horse, but the whole person and the war horse are integrated into one. The Death Knight's leg bones are actually the 4 hooves of the war horse. Caw. Seeing one of his leg bones being removed by his owner, Death Knight, who was supported by 3 legs, looked confused. I don't know what the master is going to do. Lie down and I'll break your bones. Lin Shu comforted Death Knight, rubbing his hands with his thick leg bones in anticipation. Death Knight's leg bones are as thick as an adult's thigh. They may be synthesized from the lowest level skeleton warrior in ancient times. The bones of the high-level boss look far less round and shiny. Instead, they are gray with a bit of black. There is still some bone powder that fell off due to friction between the bone seams. Death Knight lay on the ground obediently, soul fire flashing in his huge head. He looked at Lin Shu curiously, not quite understanding what the owner meant by smashing the bones. Lin Shu ignored it. There were 2 skeleton generals guarding the entrance of Cave Mansion, which was enough to ensure that everything was safe. Sit cross-legged and place the leg bones on your legs, and then directly start bone strengthening. Buzz. A black light flickered and landed on the leg bone, quickly spreading around the leg bone. It took half a minute to completely wrap the leg bones. Puff. The black light suddenly disappeared, making a muffled sound like a fart. Lin Shu looked at the leg bones with disappointment. There was no change at all. Reinforcement failed. Lin Shu muttered to himself in disappointment, a bit off the mark. Come again. But it doesn't matter, bone strengthening surgery has no cost. It only needs to consume dozens of mana points. There is a white Cave Mansion recovery buff in the Cave Mansion plus your own recovery power. Absolutely affordable non-intermittent reinforcement. Buzz. 50 points of mana disappeared, and another black light merged into the leg bones. After a while, a familiar muffled sound came. Failed again. Come again. Buzz. Puff. Nima. Come again. Buzz. Puff. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Shu looked constipated. He wanted to smash this broken leg bone. The failure of his mother more than 10 times in a row made him doubt his life. In my previous life, I was half a European emperor. Even if I smashed the equipment, it was 100% successful. At least I didn't kneel down 10 times in a row. Kaka. Death Knight looked at his master's dark face and couldn't help but worry about his thighs. He couldn't help but open and close his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Calm down, calm down. The harder it is to strengthen, the greater the improvement. Come again. Lin Shu took a deep breath and tried to comfort herself. After forcibly suppressing my restless heart, I started the bone strengthening technique again. Buzz. Ding. After the familiar half-minute rendering, a clear and crisp sound like the clanging of bells sounded. Lin Shu was startled for a moment, then she was overjoyed. Success! Lin Shu exclaimed and couldn't wait to pick up the leg bone and look at it. Death Knight's right front leg +1. Hardness +10. Speed +10. Endurance +10. Introduction. The right front leg from the 7-star hero Death Knight has magical effects after being infected by mysterious power. It can be used to replace the bones of skeleton race to gain improvement. Yeah, it has attributes. Lin Shu's eyes nearly popped out when he looked carefully. Bones, even the bones of the Netherworld Wraith Emperor, have no attributes. At most, it is of good quality and can be used to recruit higher-level troops, but apart from its attributes, it means becoming a piece of equipment. Increased toughness, endurance and speed. Not bad. Lin Shu took the leg bone and knocked it on the ground a few times, making a bang-bang sound. I smashed it and smacked my lips. It felt pretty good. With a little polish, it might turn out to be a good weapon. Kaka. Death Knight stood up on 3 legs and watched helplessly as his leg bones were smashed to the ground by his master. She felt distressed immediately, but the obviously stronger aura also made her feel happy. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Lin Shu waved his hand to push it away, and then placed the leg bone on his leg. Bone strengthening technique. A successful strengthening immediately boosted Lin Shu's spirits. However, this enhancement consumed a full 60 points of his mana. Puff. The familiar muffled sound came, indicating that this reinforcement failed again. It doesn't matter, Guo Lai. Lin Shu was not discouraged, his eyes remained unchanged and he kept throwing out bone strengthening techniques like a robot. Seize the time and try to strengthen Death Knight's whole body to +5 tonight. After all, this skill consumes a lot of mana. Without the super high recovery brought by Cave Mansion, it would be impossible to even think about it. Puff. AJ. Bone strengthening. The success rate is appallingly low. It was not as simple as Lin Shu imagined. He smashed the equipment more than 30 times. Just succeeded for the second time. Death Knight's right front leg +2. Hardness +30. Speed +30. Endurance +30. Introduction. The right front leg from the 7-star hero Death Knight has magical effects after being infected by mysterious power. It can be used to replace the head of skeleton race to gain improvement. +1 increases by 10 points, +2 increases by 20 points. The higher the enhancement, the greater the increase, which makes people want to stop. Lin Shu looked at this familiar routine and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The appeal is simply overwhelming and irresistible. Smash it to 5 first and then talk. Lin Shu shook his head and put the leg bone on his leg again. He was familiar with the road. The familiar light lit up again. 3 hours later, with a pleasant and crisp, ding, sound. A milky white light flashed on the leg bone in front of me, and in an instant the entire leg bone seemed to have changed. The black impurities are gone, revealing the gray-white bones. Wrapped in a hazy gray-white radiance, it seemed to have the bearing of a spirit partitioning saint. Death Knight's right front leg +5. Hardness +150. Speed +150. Endurance +150. Introduction. The right front leg from the 7-star hero Death Knight has magical effects after being infected by mysterious power. It can be used to replace the bones of skeleton race to gain improvement. +5 is increased by 150. Epic level white jade bone knife is only +99 sharp. Lin Shu ignored the Death Knight's pleading gaze, dodged the white jade bone knife and slashed hard on +5's leg bone. Kang. There was a sound like chopping up a dinosaur skeleton before, and the sound of gold and iron clashing came. The huge repulsive force made Lin Shu's mouth numb. Sure enough, it can't be cut anymore. Lin Shu looked at the bone in front of him in surprise. This was the second time white jade bone knife had failed. Kaka. Death Knight was also shocked. He knew the power of white jade bone knife. Ever since I got it, I can say that I am invincible. Even the toughest dinosaur skeletons can break through. A few more cuts and it still cuts off. But now, the chop on his leg didn't even leave a mark. Doesn't this mean that my leg bones are now stronger than the dinosaur skeleton boss? Not bad, the bones are strengthened, strong enough, I like it. Lin Shu nodded with satisfaction and returned the white jade bone knife to Death Knight. Then he resisted the urge to continue smashing his hand and returned the leg bone to it. Here, give me another leg. Kaka. Death Knight was very excited, and even with a low IQ, he could understand that the master was trying to improve his experience. Click. Death Knight excitedly broke off his left front leg and handed it to Lin Shu, then put the right front leg back on fondly. I ran to the side and got used to my new legs. 121 yen. Lin Shu chuckled secretly, shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to it. He put his left leg in front of him and started the bone strengthening technique again. The success rate of bone strengthening was beyond expectations. Lin Shu was busy all night. It wasn't until dawn that the cave mansion disappeared, and the Death Knight's forelegs were barely smashed to +5. The fourth eyes shimmered with white light, making it look like an immortal beast descending from the earth. Apart from anything else, my performance has improved a lot. As this attribute, superimposed or averaged? After a sleepless night, Lin Shu yawned and returned his last leg to Death Knight. The cheerful Death Knight danced and opened and closed his mouth constantly, making clicking sounds. I don't know what I'm talking about. Lin Shu clapped his hands, stood up, stretched, and curiously opened the Death Knight's attribute panel. Skeleton King Death Knight LV34. 7 stars, weak rank 7. Life, 34,000. Mana, 34,000. Attack, 20,400 plus 24,288. Defense, 15,300. Damage reduction plus 9%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Heavy hit. The fourth attack after every 3 attacks will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Skill, Hellfire Crit. Consumes 100 mana points to cause 600% critical damage to the enemy and slow it down for 2 seconds. Charge. Crash into the enemy at an extremely fast speed, causing it to be stunned for 5 seconds and causing an additional 600% damage. Charge ignores terrain restrictions. Aphotic shield. Adds a shield to the target, absorbs damage 4 times the health points, then breaks into pieces and transfers the absorbed damage to all nearby enemies. Death entanglement. Consume a certain amount of your own life, causing triple damage to the enemy or restoring triple the life of teammates. Blood-sucking aura. Adds a blood-sucking aura to nearby friendly units. Each attack on the enemy can restore 20% of the life of the damage caused, doubling the effect. Buff. Netherworld Wraith Emperor's Blessing recovers 1000 points of life per second in non-combat state, and the effect is halved in combat state. Introduction. The King of the Skeleton Clan, the supreme being who awakens his wisdom and becomes a hero. Doff. Lin Shu looked at Death Knight's brand new attribute panel and suddenly took a breath of cold air. One night of fighting only raised Death Knight to IV 34. The higher the level, the more experience it takes to upgrade, and the slower the upgrade. But the basic attributes of IV 34 Death Knight have almost doubled than before. First of all, life has almost doubled. With a base life of up to 34,000, the template has even surpassed the ranks of rank 10 units. Basic life is as high as 1,000. Maybe it's because only the leg bones were strengthened, so the attack didn't increase much. It's just an increase of a few thousand, but with the 100% increase effect of White Jade Bone Knife. The attack also directly exceeded 40,000 at this moment. The hardness brought by the leg bones is reflected in the substantial increase in defense. It jumped directly to 15,000. It's even enough to surpass the lives of most units within rank 5. There are not much changes in terms of skills. The only difference is that charging requires 4 legs. The control time was directly increased to 5 seconds, and the damage was increased to 600%. Strengthening which part of the bone can improve the corresponding attribute. If the whole body is smashed, the strength will be several times higher. Lin Shu was speechless. He could only say that every non-soldier skill was indeed extremely powerful. This bone strengthening technique is simply abnormal. It is a heaven-defying skill that can bridge the gap between arms level and talent. However, this skill is not without its shortcomings. The exaggerated mana consumption alone is enough to deter the ordinary lord. The appalling failure rate magnifies this shortcoming infinitely. All night yesterday, 12 hours. Lin Shu almost never rested, and kept repeating the activation of skills mechanically. If his own recovery speed were not low, even the White Cave Mansion's buff would not be able to sustain his consumption. When +1, only 50 mana is needed each time, +2 requires 60, plus requires 70, and so on. Smashed it 1,000 times. If he wanted to smash all the bones in Death Knight's body, Lin Shu even doubted whether he could do it in the trial field. If you can't complete it in the trial land, it will be even harder after you leave. After all, there are no novice benefits of this level in Starry Sky Battlefield. If you want to quickly restore blood and mana, usually, precious life or mana potions are used. Any bottle is expensive and can only be used to save lives. At that time, I can only rely on my own recovery, and I am afraid that even a few days will not be as efficient as one night. There's still a long way to go. Try your best tonight. Lin Shu sighed, even he couldn't help it. Closed Death Knight's property panel and opened the system log. The cave mansion has disappeared and the rewards are about to arrive. Occupied. White Cave Mansion. Duration. 12 hours. Benefits. Life 120, mana 120, life mana recovery +6 per minute, command +10. Directly add 120 red and blue, cool. After the reward arrived, Lin Shu watched his attributes skyrocket. I was immediately overjoyed. The goal of the Lord to clear the trial land is to exceed 100 life and mana. Advance to Bronze Lord. And he had successfully completed this goal as early as yesterday, and today it skyrocketed by 120 again. Life and mana have reached 256. Perhaps, at the end of the trial, we can directly break through the Silver Lord. Lin Shu's face turned red and she murmured excitedly. The divine power requirement for a Bronze Lord is 200, while for a Silver Lord, it's 2000. In other words, as long as your life and mana both reach 1000, you can be directly promoted to Silver Lord. He is now a quarter away from completing this goal, and there are still 4 days left for the trial. According to his current progress, it is not impossible to achieve Goal 4. Tonight, I have to challenge the lowest black cave mansion, and try my best to enter the highest golden cave mansion tomorrow night. Lin Shu silently set a short-term goal, and then opened the small map in the upper right corner. He entered a coordinate, which was a treasure place given to him by Yi Tian. It is said that there are a lot of high-quality corpses inside. As long as they can be drilled in, the strength will definitely surge again. Yi Tian's strength yesterday was not enough, but now his strength has skyrocketed again. He thought it was time to give it a try. On the 4th day of the trial, more than half of the week-long trial has passed. Invisibly, the atmosphere in the cemetery of size began to become tense, and various undead monsters kept popping up like mushrooms after a rain. Both quantity and quality have increased a lot, and you can even occasionally see a lot of elite and even powerful 2 rank 3 units. Many lords grouped together to attack the boss, and sometimes someone revealed 2 rank and 3 unit recruitment techniques or advanced books. It attracted the envy and cheers of countless lords. All the lords began to move towards the strong, and the scumbag skeleton warrior finally became a thing of the past. Start pursuing higher level arms. Lin Shu rode a sweat-blooded horse, passing through the desolate undead like a gust of wind. Sometimes the lords he met would exclaim in surprise. The blood-stained horse had already become his symbol. Everyone was immediately envious, running all the way, with phase movement skills. The endless army of undead couldn't stop him at all. After running for more than an hour, I arrived near today's target location. Etate. Lin Shu rode a sweat-blooded horse and stood on the top of the slope muttering. Originally, I was galloping all the way across the plains, but now I seem to have reached the top of a slope. What comes into view is a large and exaggerated basin. The slope is 100 meters high and looks like an abyss-like basin. It covers an area as large as 10 football fields, and the angle of the slope is almost a right angle. This is not so much a basin as it is an abyss. Within the basin, white bones kept shaking, forming an army of weird-looking skeletons and undead. Countless undead are fighting against each other. Occasionally, a strong boss is born, and then countless skeletons swarm him, forcibly tearing him apart and taking away their bones. Skeletons were installed on his body one by one, and then attracted other competitions again. The cycle continues over and over until a boss powerful enough to ignore everything is born. Countless undead souls turned into skeleton thrones as if worshipping their king. Surrounded by their kings, a new round of competition begins. Raise Gu. Lin Shu looked down at the basin below, and a terrible thought popped into his mind. The army of undead in this basin is like raising worms, and some lucky ones will stand out. Constantly devouring endless soul fire, competing for powerful bones to enhance his strength. Until he became the unique skeleton king and was surrounded by others on a new journey. Or die miserably on the way, with both body and soul devoured. Become part of the nutrition of other skeleton kings. Lin Shu only watched for about 10 minutes and witnessed the birth of more than 3 skeleton kings. No wonder Yi Tian doesn't dare to go down with his strength. There are countless skeleton kings of rank 7 arms. Lin Shu looked at this scene in shock. On average, a skeleton king would be born in a few minutes. It's unimaginable how many skeleton kings will be born over the years. Each skeleton king that was born seemed to have their own mission, walking into a cave and disappearing. There are still countless undead on the ground constantly fighting. In such an exaggerated place, even Yi Tian's frost-bone dragon would be torn into pieces in an instant if it went down. Even if its frost-bone dragon can fly, it won't help. Because among the undead below there are various long-range units such as Skeleton Cannoneer and Ghost Archer. If it were yesterday, even Death Knight might not be able to resist it, but today it should be fine. Lin Shu carefully looked at the undead below and confirmed again and again that there was no danger. Then he was refreshed and ready to go. The Death Knight's defense was as high as 15,000. None of the massive monsters below can break through the defense, even with forced damage. Death Knight's built-in recovery effect of having combat status can also restore 500 lives per second, which is completely enough. The huge forgotten basin, endless undead monsters. It is a treasure trove for all undead lords. Naturally, it is impossible for only Yi Tian to discover it. In fact, when Lin Shu got closer, he saw many lords gathered around. There are even many lords of long-range arms who have found a steep and condescending location to kill monsters and practice leveling. Although you cannot obtain corpses to recruit troops, the experience gains brought by the dense monsters are considerable. The arrival of Lin Shu has already attracted the attention of many lords. After all, the cool style of the sweat-blooded horse is extremely eye-catching. Yesterday's strong performance on the world boss, and the turmoil after the rankings came out last night. His reputation has long been spread far and wide. It can be said that one glance at the sweaty and bloody horse can tell that it is Lin Shu who has arrived. Just like Yi Tianlifeng's frost-bone dragon before. But everyone just whispered, no one dared to come forward and ask anything. After all, the news that Yi Tian was suspected of being killed by Lin Shu came out last night. The image of Lin Shu in the public eye is obviously not an easy one to talk about. If I don't know where I was offended, I would be killed and there would be no place to explain. However, when Lin Shu commanded the Death Knight to dive directly towards the basin, everyone was still in an uproar uncontrollably. What the hell? Are you crazy? He actually rushed down directly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's floating. The hero is awesome, but there are so many ants that will kill the elephant. There are at least 100,000 monsters below, and the hero can't hold them back. I was lucky enough to find a hero somewhere and floated. This is the Forgotten Basin. I bet if this Death Knight can last for 1 minute, I lose. Haha, 1 more minute. I saw Yi Tian's test the day before yesterday. A rank 6 ice bone dragon didn't even last 3 seconds until it was instantly killed. That's right. The purpose of fighting between monsters is to improve their strength, but once a lord appears in front of them, they will instantly share the same hatred. Hundreds of thousands of undead monsters, and at least tens of thousands of long-range soldiers. Can this guy hold on? If this Death Knight is killed, the surrounding lords were in an uproar. Seeing Lin Shu's reckless actions, they couldn't help but shake their heads. No one is optimistic about Lin Shu's behavior. After all, there are lessons learned from past mistakes. As a lord who has stayed here for a long time to upgrade, I know very well how terrifying the monsters here are. There are everything from the lowest level skeleton warrior to the rank 7 skeleton general. Even Yi Tian's unit, the rank 7 frostbone dragon, will occasionally be born here. Even if the level is not too high, the huge number cannot be ignored. Regardless of the level of the soldier, once it falls, it will be like a drop of water in a boiling oil pan. Enough to boil instantly. With this huge number of monsters, no unit can handle the impact of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of monsters. Someone's eyes flickered, and he said thoughtfully what would happen if the Death Knight died here. The person who was interested suddenly felt something in his heart and his mind suddenly became active. As a lord, his own combat power is basically negligible. The strength of the troops represents the strength of the lord. If the highest level of any lord's troops dies, the blow to the lord's strength is extremely heavy. Lin Shu's current strength and status are inseparable from everyone's hearts because of his good luck in obtaining the hero and pure soul fire. Without this hero, he would be a rank 5 unit lord at best. Potion is only among the top 10 in the rankings, let alone killing Yi Tian. Even the top spot on the ranking list is only possible by touching it. If the Death Knight died here today, for all the lords of the cemetery of size. It is undoubtedly an extremely important matter, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a major reshuffle. It is related to each of their rankings, which naturally makes it difficult for them to calm down. Lin Shu glanced at the lords who were whispering, and there were many familiar faces among them. They were all existences I had seen in the world boss battlefield yesterday, but none of them were particularly familiar. He didn't bother to pay attention at the moment, sitting on the sweaty and bloody horse. Surrounded by 2 skeleton generals guarding one on the left and one on the right, they quietly watched the Death Knight swooping down like a tiger descending a mountain. The 4 hooves were shrouded in white light, rushing into the basin like a god descending to earth. Boom! In the basin, the endless undead monsters suddenly became silent. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction as if his eyes could see. Death Knight gallops on the slope, splashing endless dust. Although there is only one person riding on one horse, it has the effect of thousands of horses galloping. The next second, endless monsters suddenly dropped like water into a boiling oil pan. Hundreds of thousands of undead monsters, the soul fire flashes crazily, and the skull's mouth flashes as if it is roaring silently. Countless monsters swarmed in, all heading towards the crowded place where Death Knight was. Raise your weapons and wait for the Death Knight to come. Such an exaggerated scene made many lords cover their eyes and couldn't bear to watch it. It's so scary. No one can get through here. No matter how powerful a unit is, it will be stabbed into a hornet's nest. If we want to conquer this forgotten basin, the only way to win is through flying troops, who may still have a chance. Yes, no matter how strong the Death Knight is, he will never be able to fly. If he falls, he will be overwhelmed by endless undead in an instant. What a pity, a 6-star hero. Many lords sighed, as if they had seen the Death Knight being submerged instantly after falling. Aphelis shield. Lin Shu ignored the lords' exclamations, but with a rush of sweat in his heart, the horse slowly stepped forward to the edge of the cliff. The charging Death Knight cast a shield on himself, and the next second he jumped up high. Boom! With a loud bang, Death Knight's whole body hit the basin hard. Endless dust was splashed, accompanied by bursts of eardrum-piercing fracture sounds. When the dust cleared, the exaggerated scene immediately made many of the lords watching take a breath. What? How? How is it possible? Death Knight is okay. Heroes aren't so defiant, right? A 6-star hero is equivalent to a rank 7 soldier if he can survive, right? No, the Death Knight is different from yesterday. This is not a 6-star hero. Holy shit, I said something is wrong, this is the 7-star hero. It's the hero transformed by the Skeleton King. Hiss, no wonder. So, could it really be possible to level this forgotten basin? It's hard to say. Am I dazzled? What the hell are those 4 legs that are glowing? Did you see it glowing too? I thought I was dazzled. In the forgotten basin, the scene was not as they thought. Death Knight fell and was instantly eaten away. Instead, the exaggerated impact caused by jumping high released a shock wave that spread all around the moment it landed. Directly kill and injure dozens of undead monsters surrounding the Death Knight's foothold in an instant. Countless bones fell apart at this moment, and the impact damage caused by jumping from a high place caused the Death Knight's shield to shatter instantly. The damage of more than 100,000 was shattered into pure energy and rushed into the body of the nearby monster that had narrowly escaped the disaster. In an instant, it was like cutting wheat again. Let the undead monster fall in a circle. Aphelis shield. Charge. Death Knight patted the dust on his front legs with satisfaction, revealing the leg bones that glowed with hazy white light. It is very satisfied with its 4 legs. If it were yesterday. If you rush down from such a high altitude, you will either die or be disabled. The 4 ordinary leg bones will never be able to withstand the impact of such a height. But now, I feel nothing at all. It's like jumping around casually, without feeling 247 at all. He casually put a lightless shield on himself, and Death Knight instantly launched a charge. In an instant, the entire Forgotten Basin seemed to have been pricked again. A straight blank appeared in the Forgotten Basin, directly dividing the Forgotten Basin into 2. Any undead monsters blocking the way will instantly turn into withered bones and fall in all directions. In this moment, thousands of undead monsters were killed. Lin Shu couldn't react to the pleasant sound. He only saw a milky white upgrade light flying around the Death Knight. It was directly upgraded to IV-35. Double experience potion, use it. Only then did Lin Shu react and hurriedly took out a bottle of experience potion to use. My heart bleeds with regret. If I had known that the enhanced Death Knight was so powerful, I should have used the experience potion earlier. Caca, 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 cacha cacha. In the Forgotten Basin, countless undead monsters seemed to have finally been angered. The mouths opened and closed and collided to make a clicking sound, and countless undead souls flashed. They rushed towards the Death Knight crazily, while the long-range troops stood in the distance and aimed at the Death Knight to launch attacks. Laugh. Death Knight was not afraid, holding the lightless shield on his head and flying the white jade bone knife up and down in his hand. The white light flashed and the undead monsters in a circle nearby were cut off directly. The endless monsters fell down in circles like wheat. The health points of the shield also drop rapidly under the attack of a large number of monsters. However, every time the shield is broken, a large number of monsters will die. Occasionally when the shield is turned on, Death Knight's recovery ability and the recovery brought by the blood-sucking aura prevent his life from decreasing at all. Directly withstand the attacks of countless monsters and defeat everything. Looking down from a high place, Death Knight looks like a god descending from heaven. Even if hundreds of thousands of monsters attack desperately, they can't even break through the defense, and its attacks are fatal to the enemy. With one blow, his bones were broken and he fell instantly. Doff. This exaggerated and completely unimaginable scene made the onlookers in the circle above feel numb. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, their scalps felt numb. This is the Forgotten Basin. It's so fierce. Isn't it cheating? If you don't break the defense, it doesn't matter if you don't break the defense. What does it mean that you don't lose any blood? And that shield, is it a magical skill? A shield can withstand so many monsters and kill them for half a minute. Who said you bet that Mr. Lin Shu can't hold on for 1 minute? This guy has already been standing and masturbating for 2 minutes. Countless lords were stunned, watching the Death Knight killing everyone below. Look again, you can only send a few soldiers to shoot arrows slowly, and it takes a long time to focus on killing one. I almost burst into tears when I compared them. Chapter 51. Get. Experience 500*2. Get. Experience 600*2. Get. Experience 200*2. Get. Damaged soul fire 3. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Skeleton King Death Knight LV35 right pointing arrow Skeleton King Death Knight LV36. Lin Shu stood on the edge of the cliff and was grinning from ear to ear. Numerous reminders kept ringing. How can the efficiency after double experience be activated? In just 2 minutes, Death Knight upgraded again. It has reached IV36, and the experience bar is still skyrocketing at an exaggerated speed. Based on this calculation, it is estimated that it will be directly upgraded to IV40 in a few minutes. Charge. The surrounded Death Knight was methodical and released his charging skills without hesitation after the cooldown was completed. Plow the battlefield once again to create a trace of crossing. Countless undead monsters continue to follow behind, but they can no longer pose any threat to the Death Knight. It's time, get down. Lin Shu was sitting on a warhorse looking down at the battlefield like a general. Half an hour later, the number of undead monsters in the Forgotten Basin was obviously reduced by more than 30%. Then his heart moved, and the blood-blooded horse neighed soundlessly, carrying him and jumping off the cliff. What? Lin Shu's body also went down. Isn't it possible if you are not afraid of death? Death Knight is not afraid, but his combat power as a lord is 0. After killing so many undead monsters, I don't know how many high-quality bones there are. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sit still. Maybe we can get a share of the pie too. There are so many bones, can Lin Shu use them all by himself? Come on, let's go too. Let's go together. The Death Knight is fighting in front, and the monsters have no time to worry about it. We only need to hold on a little and then we can change a group of troops. There are a lot of bones of rank 3 soldiers over there. We have recruited dozens of rank 3 soldiers. Maybe I can try to fight the Blue Cave Mansion today. Seeing Lin Shu's movements, the surrounding lords suddenly felt their hearts beating. The Forgotten Basin is undoubtedly a treasure place for the undead lords. But they can only use long-range attacks to kill monsters on the edge, barely gaining some experience. It is a waste of resources to be unable to find truly precious materials. Until the arrival of Lin Shu, I thought I was overestimating my abilities at first. Now it turns out that the dragon is crossing the river. If they go down alone, they are definitely seeking death. But now that Lin Shu is drawing most of the firepower, they just need to be careful to stay safe. Countless lords' hearts were beating with excitement, and some of them jumped down after Lin Shu. The 100-meter slope is almost impossible for an undead with only a skeleton to climb up. But for the lords, there is no such worry. After all, nowadays everyone is basically a Superman template, flying with power and walking on walls is just a kiss. So many people. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Shu frowned when he saw the lords jumping down from all sides of the basin like dumplings. High-quality bosses are good treasures for undead lords, but more corpses are not always better. After all, everyone's leadership ability is limited, and they have no combined talents. After the command power is fully occupied, those bones basically have no big effect. Unless you find some bones of a high-level boss to replace your low-level troops. But the required bones are also extremely limited. Now there are so many people jumping down at once, it seems like a lot. In fact, many bones will be wasted. Originally, he didn't care about the behavior of these people, but his synthetic talent. I'm afraid it will be exposed if so many people are watching. There are too many smart people in this world. Watching him continue to synthesize. The two skeletons transform into a higher level one. It's easy to guess what his talent is. Talent, as the core existence of a lord. It is absolutely not allowed to be seen through by others, otherwise it will be easy to be targeted by the enemy. There shouldn't be too many weird props in this world. If you don't have them all, there are props for certain talents. Once someone sees through it, it is not impossible to be restrained at least, or directly destroyed at worst. You have to go to a place where others can't see you to use synthesis. Lin Shu frowned slightly and murmured to himself, fortunately his command ability is high enough. If the command force of more than 200 recruits only high-level troops, it will not have much impact. After all, those ordinary skeletons can only be recruited as skeleton warriors, and at most a few elite skeleton warriors can be recruited. Compared with his current strength, the synthesis of these low-level arms is completely thankless. Master Lin Shu, there is the corpse of a rank 6 undead here. Sir, I also have the bones of a rank 5 undead here. When Lin Shu was thinking about how to deal with it, he saw several nearby lords walking over with the bones of several high-level undead. She handed it to him respectfully, with a flattering and reserved expression on her face. It turned out that the scene of Lin Shu frowning and looking around was seen by others, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. I thought Lin Shu was dissatisfied with their behavior of running down to take advantage. Coupled with the rumors about Yi Tian yesterday. Who can't feel uneasy? The people around him gathered together and decided to give Lin Shu a few high-level corpses to test. After all, although the battlefield was laid by Lin Shu, there are too many bones in the basin. If a person wants to find high-level corpses, he is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. They took the initiative to help deliver the high-level bones to Lin Shu's door, which was considered a favor to Lin Shu. It can be regarded as an act of giving back to Lin Shu for laying down the forgotten basin. If Lin Shu accepts, then their next recruitment will be stable. Although I feel a bit reluctant to give up, I can recruit troops here. This is a God-given opportunity for them. Even if all the corpses of rank 6 soldiers are sent away, the corpses of the remaining 3 rank 4 soldiers are still a treasure that is unimaginable to them. Thank you. Lin Shu also figured this out in an instant, feeling dumbfounded. But it was always a good thing to have someone help find the corpses of high-level undead, so he nodded and accepted it happily. No, it's our turn to thank you, sir. You are busy first, so we will leave first. Lin Shu's attitude made several people look overjoyed, leaving a few corpses behind and quickly retreated. They can't wait to recruit high-level troops. Skeleton Knight recruitment. Lin Shu no longer thanked him. The Death Knight on the opposite side was still charging. Plowing the forgotten basin over and over again, countless undead soul fire flashed and roared with crazy kakaka. Chasing behind the Death Knight, he wanted to kill this nasty guy who ruined their good deeds. Even the lords who quietly came down along the edge of the basin had no time to pay attention. Get. Elite Skeleton Knight 30. Elite level Skeleton Knight. Lin Shu looked at the Skeleton Knight recruited from a pile of rank 6 undead corpses and couldn't help but frown slightly. The corpses of rank 6 undead only recruited rank 4 troops, which was a bit disappointing. But if you think about it carefully, it's actually normal. These undead in the Forgotten Basin have improved their strength just like raising GU. It may seem that rank 6 actually lived from birth to death in less than a day. It is brought about by constantly disassembling and assembling bones, and absorbing the soul fire that devours other undead to strengthen itself. It is similar to a puffy physique, and the bone strength is completely inferior to the strength of high grade. It is normal to only recruit rank 4 troops. Go on, Skeleton Knight, move. After figuring it out, Lin Shu was relieved and didn't bother to worry about it. Continue to recruit. Other lords saw someone sending bones to Lin Shu. They didn't know if it was Lin Shu's request or something else. Some people saw other people giving it away, and they felt anxious and had no choice but to follow suit. Countless high-level undead corpses were continuously sent in by the surrounding lords. Faced with such a good thing, Lin Shu naturally would not refuse and accepted it openly. Just keep recruiting, and 30 skeleton knights will be born after one recruitment. Soon an army of skeleton knights appeared around him. More than 200 skeleton knights were ready to go, making other lords stare straight at them. In less than 10 minutes, the commanding force was exhausted. Lin Shu frowned as he looked at the skeletons that were being sent to the ground. With so many high-level boss skeletons, it would be such a waste if they were abandoned like this. But it's even more uneconomical to unite the city in public and expose talent. Hit it down. Lin Shu, who was bored, suddenly saw a hole in the middle of the basin, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Forgotten basin, he discovered it when he stood on it. This seems to be a place for raising voodoos. Every time a rank 7 undead such as a rank 7 skeleton king or frostbone dragon is raised, other undead will stop attacking. Then the rank 7 undead walked to the middle cave and disappeared after entering the cave. Lin Shu guessed that there must be another grotto heaven under the cave. However, with so many rank 7 undead entering, it is very dangerous to break in rashly. Let skeleton swordsmen come in and take a look. Lin Shu's mind became active, and the undead souls in the basin seemed to be endless. It is a good place for leveling, but his talent is the core of improving his strength. Naturally, we cannot be satisfied just by gaining experience. With a thought in his mind, the remaining 3 skeleton swordsmen walked obediently towards the cave. Lin Shu sat cross-legged, guarded by hundreds of soldiers. My mind sank into skeleton swordsmen, and my vision suddenly changed. The maroon walls in the dark cave seemed to be watered with blood, and the gloomy cave curved downwards to nowhere. Skeleton swordsmen carefully walked down without seeing any danger. No danger. Lin Shu was secretly happy. As for where the depths of the cave lead to, he doesn't really care for the moment, as long as there's no danger. Let's go to the cave. Lin Shu ordered 3 skeleton swordsmen to go 1 kilometer deep into the cave and stand 100 meters apart. Then his mind returned. He got up and led the skeleton knight army straight into the cave. As Lin Shu started to move, the surrounding lords who had been paying attention to his movements suddenly became commotion again. The existence of that hole is seen by everyone, and not even a fool knows that there must be some secret hidden in it. However, the lowest level is the phenomenon of rank 7 undead entering, which discourages them. It's obviously too dangerous for them. Lin Shu ignored them, a total of 270 skeleton knights. He couldn't wait for a long time, he just wanted to synthesize it quickly, so as to improve the strength of Death Knight as soon as possible. All the skeleton knights entered the cave, and Lin Shu followed them. He didn't go too deep, he just went in for dozens of mi ensured that he couldn't be seen outside and stopped. Skeleton Knight, synthesis. Lin Shu sat down cross-legged with excitement and started the synthesis talent directly. Get Powerful Skeleton Knight 135. Get Skeleton Warlord 67. Get Elite Skeleton Warlord 34. Get Powerful Skeleton Warlord 17. Obtain Skeleton General 9. Get Elite Skeleton General 5. Get Powerful Skeleton General 2. Obtain Skeleton King 1. Rank 7. Lin Shu continued to synthesize 270 elite skeleton knights without feeling tired at all. A total of more than 200 times were synthesized, and finally a skeleton king with a weak rank 7 was finally released. There are only 7 units left, and there are more than 200 command positions. It took Lin Shu more than half an hour to complete the synthesis. Lin Shu stood up and walked towards the outside of the cave. At this time, the lords outside had basically completed the replacement of troops. The troops with an average rank 3 per capita made them all smile from ear to ear. At this moment, I am looking for undead monsters in every corner that Death Knight has not taken care of, killing them and leveling them up. After all, a wave of military types have been changed, and the level must keep up to ensure that the strength is improved. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a group of IV1 rank 3 troops to open up the situation now. With the Death Knight at the front, their troops are in no danger at all. The lords had nothing to do at the moment, so Lin Shu simply asked them to help deliver the bones. Faced with Lin Shu's request, the lord who had nothing to do naturally couldn't refuse. So hundreds of lords directly became Lin Shu's porters. Skeleton Knight, move. Lin Shu no longer covered up, sitting directly at the entrance of the cave and recruiting continuously. No matter what the bone quality is, recruit them head on. Give the order to the recruited troops to enter the cave. When the command strength is full. He stopped recruiting and entered the cave to synthesize, and then came out to recruit again. Over and over again, Lin Shu tirelessly recruits synthesizers. The other lords watched as skeletons continued to enter the cave, but then Lin Shu started recruiting again. The monk Zhong was confused and felt itchy in his heart. He stretched his neck desperately to find out what was in the cave. Lin Shu was naturally too lazy to pay attention, and the Death Knight kept charging at him. The influence of the 7 stars also has a set of hooves that strengthen +5, which can be said to be 100 hits without any pressure. Lin Shu was immersed in the pleasure of Ascension's improvement in strength and did not feel the passage of time at all. It's just that the lords outside Qian Dezhao look a little bitter. Undead soldiers have advantages and disadvantages. That is, there is no way to help the owner complete certain basic tasks, such as moving bricks. Lin Shu asked them to help move the bones, but they had no choice but to go to the scene in person. I thought that no matter how strong Lin Shu was, his commanding power would only be over 200 people. Even if another battle breaks out in the cave, it won't be long before it's over. As a result, Lin Shu's troops were like a bottomless pit. It took most of the day to move. All the lords were immediately miserable, but they did not dare to tell Lin Shu. In the end, I could only quietly climb out of the basin and leave while Lin Shu entered the cave. No matter how much experience they have here, if they can't stop themselves from going through this hardship, it will be in vain. When Lin Shu finished the synthesis again and looked at the empty basin, only then did he wake up from the mechanical synthetic recruitment. All gone, Lin Shu looked around as if he was in another world. The undead monsters that were originally full of constant battles could not withstand the Death Knight's harvest like wheat. The number density of monsters has been reduced by at least half, and not a single human hair of the nearby lords has been seen. These guys, it would be better if they left. Lin Shu smiled bitterly, but it didn't matter. It was just because I was embarrassed that I didn't drive them away. Now it would be better if they leave on their own initiative. 12 weak rank 7 skeleton kings are enough to synthesize the Death Knight to rank 8. Lin Shu looked at his results and murmured with satisfaction. After working for most of the day, the results are gratifying. A total of 12 weak rank 7 skeleton kings were synthesized, and the Death Knight on the ground was not in vain. With the help of double the experience was directly upgraded from the original IV-34 to IV-47. The only pity is that the monsters here may be quick success. The explosion rate is touching. After killing at least tens of thousands of monsters, except for a few gold coins, I didn't even get a hair on any other props. But even so, Lin Shu was very satisfied. IV-47's Death Knight has exaggerated and scary attributes. If you synthesize it to rank 8, its attributes will be so high that it will explode. Skeleton King Death Knight LV-47. 7 stars, weak rank 7. Life, 47,000. Mana, 47,000. Attack, 28,200 plus 32,088. Defense, 21,500. Damage reduction plus 9%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Heavy hit. The fourth attack after every 3 attacks will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The Death Knight of IV-47 has a life of nearly 50,000. The basic attack is close to 30,000, plus the attack caused by weapons. It skyrocketed to more than 60,000. The defense has also been increased to more than 20,000, and even rank 7 boss can't even think of breaking through the defense. There is no change in other attribute skills, but even so, the strength is more than half stronger than at the beginning. It cannot be synthesized yet. Lin Shu suppressed her excitement, looked around the surroundings and shook her head sadly. There are countless monsters in the Forgotten Basin, just like the refresh in online games. It's simply endless. Because he has synthetic talent, he did not choose to share the experience equally among all units like other lords. Therefore, despite the fact that he has many high-level units, only the Death Knight has good combat power. The other arms are just a showpiece. In this environment, Death Knight must constantly rush to kill to ensure his safety. If you want to combine it, you can only wait until you leave. Go on, recruit, Skeleton Knight. Seeing all the lords around him leaving, Lin Shu no longer had any scruples at the moment. He sat directly at the door of the cave, no longer picking at the dead bones on the ground. But recruit them all. Get Skeleton Swordsman 30. Obtain Powerful Skeleton Guard 30. Get Powerful Skeleton Swordsman 30. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. With so many dead bones, this place is simply a paradise for undead lords. For Lin Shu, who has unlimited synthetic talent, it is even more of a treasure. Give him a divine weapon and he won't change it. The recovery brought by 2 Cave Mansion, plus the recovery speed increase of Withered Vine Staff and Bloodthirsty Bearskin. This allows him to unleash the recruitment technique without interruption, and he can recruit more than 200 soldiers in 1 minute. From rank 2's Skeleton Guard to rank 4's Skeleton Knight, we have them all. Lin Shu didn't mind it either, and after recruiting him, he immediately ordered him to enter the cave. When the command force recruits 713, they will start synthesizing directly at the entrance of the cave. It takes 1 minute to recruit, 1 hour to synthesize. Lin Shu smiled bitterly, discovering for the first time that synthesis is also a physical activity. Boring and boring, but looking at the number of rank 7 Skeleton Kings slowly increasing one by one, all the hard work seems to be worth it. In this way, Lin Shu stayed here without any distractions and continued to recruit synthesizers. The Death Knight was also rushing in tirelessly, with double experience potion in hand. Even though more and more experience is required as the level increases, Death Knight's level is still slowly increasing. Crack! Lin Shu was immersed in the constant synthesis and almost forgot the passage of time. Suddenly there was a crisp click in my mind, and the next second the number of soldiers suddenly decreased by 1. Not good. It's dangerous. Lin Shu's expression changed, and he suddenly woke up from the synthesis. Before he could realize what the problem was, the same voice sounded again. Another unit suddenly disappeared. It's Skeleton Swordsman. It's deep in the cave. Only then did Lin Shu realize that the 3 Skeleton Swordsmen distributed deep in the cave were in his mind. At this moment, surprisingly there is only 1 left. Lin Shu's expression changed drastically, and she quickly stopped her composing movements. His eyes instantly fell on the last Skeleton Swordsman. Deep in the dim cave, a headless skeleton covered in bright red crawled up from the ground. His whole body seemed to have just risen from a pool of blood, and his bright red bones almost blended into the wall. His whole body exudes an evil and penetrating aura. Click. The headless skeleton is extremely fast. I just saw it not long ago. As if teleporting, he arrived in front of Skeleton Swordsman, and a bloody light flashed through. Skeleton Swordsman didn't even have time to react and fell to the ground. Lin Shu's eyesight went dark, and his sight instantly returned to his body. Feeling the Skeleton Swordsman disappearing again, warning signs suddenly arose in my heart. Death Knight, enter the hole. Lin Shu's mind moved and he quickly issued an order. The endless undead in the Forgotten Basin continued to fight. Light cultivating poison, the undead rank 7 were cultivated, and then they all went into the cave and disappeared without a trace. He had long known that there must be a bigger secret hidden under the cave. Now I am afraid that since no undead has entered for a long time, the monsters inside are looking out to see what's going on. Death Knight waved his hooves and charged quickly. Pass through thousands of undead and directly enter the cave. Kaka, kakaka, endless undead were following, and Lin Shu adjusted his formation with a sudden thought. 2 newly synthesized Skeleton Kings blocked the entrance of the cave, and they were even ready to sacrifice these 2 Skeleton Kings. However, what surprised him was that the endless undead stopped 10 meters away from the cave entrance. He just stared at Death Knight angrily and made a clicking sound of bones. Don't dare to come in. Lin Shu was thoughtful, but since these undead did not dare to come in, that would save him a lot of trouble. Synthesize first. The Skeleton Swordsman deep in the cave is at least 1 kilometer away from the surface. There are many twists and turns in the underground cave. At the speed of the bloody skeleton, it would take at least 10 seconds to come up. He still had time to give Death Knight another boost. Obtain. Elite Skeleton King Death Knight LV50. 5 seconds later, the new Death Knight will be released. There are still 16 skeleton kings, but Lin Shu has no time to continue synthesizing them. Ordered more than a dozen skeleton knights who had not yet been synthesized to stand at the front, and the Death Knight stood in the second echelon. The remaining skeleton kings simply exit the cave to avoid congestion. If the visitor is too strong, he can exit the cave in time to avoid being blocked here. Elite Skeleton King Death Knight LV 50. Rank 7. Life, 55,000. Mana, 55,000. Attack, 32,500 plus 36,388. Defense, 25,000. Damage reduction plus 12%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Heavy hit. The fourth attack after every 3 attacks will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Opening square bracket closing parenthesis closing square bracket. He is still a 7-star hero, and his skills have not changed much. The attributes have increased a lot, and Lin Shu keenly discovered that there is also an additional change in the entry. Damage reduction increased from 9% to 12%. The defense power is an astonishing 25,000. If you add the 10% increase in defense of the entry, that is a defense of up to 27,500, and a defense of close to 30,000 is simply a humanoid tank. I want to see what kind of existence is hidden in the cave that has swallowed so many rank 7 undead today. Feeling the terrifying strength of Death Knight, Lin Shu murmured to herself that her confidence was greatly increased. Click, click, click. As soon as they arranged their formation, a clicking sound of bones rubbing against hard objects quickly came from the ground. The hoarse yet crisp sound was like teeth biting on the glass. It gives me goosebumps. Kakaka. Death Knight suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He bent slightly and the white jade bone knife in his hand suddenly turned into a dagger. He looked at the hole in front of him warily, his hindhooves constantly digging on the ground. He seems to be ready for battle at any time. What the hell? Lin Shu felt a chill in her back. Unconsciously, he took a few steps back and hid at the entrance of the cave, ready to escape at any time. With the appearance of a red light, the cold air rushed towards my face. The next second a headless humanoid skeleton appeared around the corner. Seeing this monster with your own eyes was far more shocking than what the possessed skeleton swordsman had seen. The bright red bones seemed to have just been fished out of blood, so that a pool of blood would drip at any time. A headless skeleton with a bright red soul fire hidden in its chest. Looks extremely charming. The blood-red soul fire flashed, staring directly at Lin Shu across the Death Knight. What the hell? Skeleton Knight, enter. Charge. Lin Shu was frightened by the sight and took a few steps back unconsciously. At the same time, he ordered Skeleton Knight to charge and test the strength of this strange undead first. Kaka. As a low-level soldier, the Skeleton Knight executes the Lord's orders 100%. The 3 skeleton knights at the front roared and charged instantly. Whoosh! A bright red sword flashed, and Lin Shu felt his eyes hurt. The 3 skeleton knights just rushed to the headless skeleton and were chopped into 2 pieces. Doff! Lin Shu took a deep breath and felt her scalp numb. As a forced control skill, charge is invincible even against the world boss, the Undead Bear King. At most, the control time is shorter and can be ignored. But it was the first time that I was forced to interrupt. Not to mention the power of the charge, just the speed comparable to teleportation. If you want to accurately hit the charging enemy, the difficulty is a bit scary. Click. Soul fire is blazing in Death Knight's eyes. It was still the sound of bones colliding, but Lin Shu seemed to understand its words this time. You want to go there? Are you sure? Lin Shu frowned slightly and looked at the Death Knight who took the initiative to fight. This is the first time the hero Death Knight actively asks for a fight, as if a war-loving man has finally met an evenly matched opponent. Kakaka. Death Knight roared excitedly. Lin Shu felt that it was not afraid of the opponent. Suddenly his brows relaxed slightly and he nodded. Go ahead and be careful. Click, click, click. Death Knight cheered after receiving the order, and switched the white jade bone knife in his hand to a dagger and played with it flexibly. Digging the ground with 4 hooves, he stood face to face with the headless skeleton in the small hole. Whoops! The headless skeleton seemed to feel the opponent's difficulty and made a sound for the first time. That is a completely different tone from the ordinary skeleton family, it seems. It was like a gasping sound erupting from the chest. But it is obviously a skeleton. Where does the ribcage come from? Charge. Lin Shu stood behind and watched. Neither the Death Knight nor the headless skeleton were patient masters. After a brief confrontation for a few seconds, they almost launched an attack at the same time. Death Knight charged, and the headless skeleton on the opposite side also activated a ghost-like movement technique. Like a phantom, the blood-red bone knife that successively killed Lin Shu's 6 soldiers was revealed for the first time. Clang. It's too late, it's faster than that. The two figures passed by each other in an instant, and the headless skeleton nimbly dodged the Death Knight's charge. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the small cave. The moment he passed by, the headless skeleton swung back a bucket of blood with a strangely flexible backward blood knife that far surpassed Undead race. Aphelis shield. Death Knight is not as flexible as it, but its fighting awareness is extraordinary. As soon as my heart moved, I put a shield on myself. Puff. The moment the shield was just formed, a muffled sound like a fart came. The shield was like a bubble and was directly smashed by the headless skull's knife. Critical hit. -158,888. A shocking number floated up from the shield, making Lin Shu's eyelids jump. The next second, the shield shattered. A same number floated up from the head of the headless skeleton. The headless skeleton obviously did not expect such a change and had no time to react. The blood bar was instantly cleared, and the soul fire in the chest was trembling violently. It seems that he is unwilling to die like this. However, the blood bar has been emptied, and it will not help no matter how depressed it feels. After struggling for half a second, he could not stop the coming of death. Get. Experience 3000*2. Obtain. Ruby Skeleton Puppet 1. Get. Skeleton Transformation Technique. Obtain. Weeping Blood Blade. Get. High Quality Soul Fire 8. Get. Attribute Conversion Technique. Lin Shu stared at the headless skeleton that suddenly fell to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is dead now. Lin Shu felt as if there was a black line floating on his head. This headless skeleton looked extraordinary. Along the way, it was even more coaxing and a proper big boss template. The battle with the Death Knight proves this point without a doubt. The Death Knight's shield was directly broken with one strike. The high attack power is simply appalling. However, it died so suddenly. If it weren't for the reminder in his mind, Lin Shu would have almost suspected that this guy was pretending to be dead. The attack is off the charts. Could it be achieved by sacrificing life in defense? Lin Shu thought about the hint of loot and couldn't help but wonder. Ruby Skeleton Puppet. Disposable props. After use, you can recruit a ruby skeleton that lasts for 10 minutes and has the same level as the Lord's highest level unit. Looking at the headless skeleton, Lin Shu couldn't laugh or cry. After shaking his head and not thinking too much, he started to look at the loot. Although this guy's death was a bit dramatic, these 11 explosions illustrate his status as a box. The first one is a puppet based on a headless skull. You can recruit a puppet with the same template as it. The combat power is the same as the highest level soldier. In other words, you can recruit a rank 7 ruby skeleton. According to the combat power this guy showed just now, it is definitely a big help. Nice one. Lin Shu put it away with satisfaction. Using this thing at a critical moment is equivalent to having an extra hero. It's no exaggeration to call it the trump card of defying the heavens and changing fate. In addition to this one-time prop, the headless skeleton also explodes 2 additional skill books and a piece of equipment. Skeleton Transformation Technique. After use, you will gain the skill, Skeleton Transformation Technique, which can transform any skeleton race and make it evolve into a special arms factory. Skeleton Transformation. Isn't this a technique used by those wizards? Lin Shu frowned slightly as he looked at the skill book. There was a race called wizards in the Starry Sky battlefield. There is a large group of them that lives exclusively with corpses, transforming corpses to artificially create all kinds of weird new races. It can be said that he is notorious, and what he is best at is this kind of transformation technique. Could it be that this is related to what we just talked about? Lin Shu muttered to himself, confused. I simply don't bother to think about it. After all, this is considered a good thing. The second skill book is a more special skill. Attribute Conversion Technique. Consume 50% of one's own mana to convert the 4-dimensional attributes of any arms to each other, and at least 1 point of life mana attack defense is forced to be retained. Yeah, this skill is a bit interesting. Lin Shu looked at this skill introduction in surprise, thoughtfully. This special type of skill is rare, but each one has its own power. Convert one's own attributes at will. Lin Shu thought thoughtfully, if this skill is used well, it will definitely be called a magic skill. The attributes of the arms have their own preferences according to different races. For example, the arms of the beast-human race are generally high in defense and have high health and are suitable for use as human shields. But the attack aspect is much weaker. The elves are known for their super high attack and attack speed, but their corresponding defense and health are relatively low. His undead skeleton race attributes are quite satisfactory, and his blood blue attack and defense are neither high nor low. There are no obvious weaknesses but nothing outstanding. Even when Death Knight was first born, there was no outstanding advantage. It was through multiple synthesis that the Death Knight became what it is today. Attribute conversion technique, according to the skill description. The 4 attributes can be converted arbitrarily, and the total attributes remain unchanged. With Death Knight's current attributes, Blood Blue's attack and defense combined have a total of 167,500 attributes. In other words, in the most extreme case, he can create a monster with a lifespan of more than 160,000. Coupled with the Death Knight's aphotic shield, the armor is as thick as 7 or 800,000. Even if the defense is reduced to the extreme, this lightless shield becomes an explosive and lethal move. Just like the headless skeleton just now, one strike only broke the shield. In the end, it disappeared immediately. It will definitely make the enemy doubt his life. What a magical skill. The more Lin Shu thought about it, the more excited he became. This skill is really too abnormal. There is another piece of equipment, the blood-weeping glaive. Suppressing her excitement, Lin Shu directly learned the attribute conversion technique. Then he looked at a piece of equipment. The weeping blood blade should be the bloody sword of the headless horseman. The whole body is bright red, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood. It looks extremely charming and terrifying. The knife is more than 1 meter long, and the blade is as thin as a cicada's wing. Looks like a better fit for Death Knight than White Jade Bone Knife. Weeping Blood Blade can grow. Epic. Hero boss template only. Attack plus 15,000. Weeping Blood. When equipped, the bleeding is 100 per second. When attacking, there is a chance to cause 1000 per second bleeding damage to the enemy for 10 seconds. When used actively, the effect is doubled and there is a very small chance that the enemy will enter the bleeding state permanently. Death is coming. Increase a certain amount of deterrence against undead race creatures, and reduce all attributes of nearby undead by 10%. Devour. After killing the undead, you can swallow the opponent's soul power, and each point of energy permanently increases the attack by 2 points. Introduction. Weapons forged by the mysterious undead race strongman using the soul fire of countless undead, evil and powerful. Another piece of epic equipment, the attributes can only be described as abnormal. Lin Shu's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the special buff that came with it. Bleeding damage is not surprising, but there is a chance that the enemy will enter the bleeding state permanently. This is a bit abnormal. Even this buff appearing on epic equipment is a miracle. The other 2 skills are not inferior to the first one at all. The coming of death is completely the nemesis of undead race. All attributes are reduced by 10%, which is a fatal blow to evenly matched experts. The final swallowing skill elevates this weapon to another level, permanently increasing attack power. It has the same effect as White Jade Bone Knife's 100% attack, which is also the key factor why this weapon is a growth weapon. Strong. So awesome. Lin Shu played with the Weeping Blood Blade and couldn't put it down. The alluring bright red sword no longer felt oozing at this time. After playing with it for a long time, I reluctantly handed it to the Death Knight. This sword is more suitable for the Death Knight than the White Jade Bone Knife. Although White Jade Bone Knife refers to a knife, it is actually about the size of a dagger. Lin Shu simply took it back and kept it for self-defense. The attack power of this dagger is second, mainly due to its sharpness of 99. Dealing with low-level monsters is just like chopping melons and vegetables, don't be too stupid. In addition to these, the remaining loot is a little gold coins and a few copies of high-quality soul fire. This level of soul fire is also obtained from world bosses, and can increase the strength of soldiers from rank 6 to rank 8. If you have enough high-quality soul fire, you can even directly upgrade a rank 7 unit to rank 8. But the amount of soul fire required is a huge amount, and Lin Shu only has 11 copies now. However, if it is used to improve the strength of low-level troops, it can be improved a lot. If it were sold, it would definitely be a treasure that countless lords would compete for. But for Lin Shu, it seems not so important. Just throw it into your bag and take it out to trade when you need something. 3 skeleton knights, explore deeper into the cave. After checking the loot, Lin Shu sent out 3 more skeleton knights. This cave is extremely deep, and there must be some big secret inside. If it were said that there was a headless skeleton inside, even Lin Shu would not believe it even if he killed him. Now that he had solved the headless skeleton, Lin Shu couldn't help but become curious about the secret inside. Recruiting, Skeleton Knight. The 3 skeleton knights walked towards the depths of the cave. Lin Shu lowered his head and looked at the red bones on the ground. As the soul fire of the headless skeleton was extinguished, the originally bright red bones that seemed to be dripping blood at any time gradually dried up. But it still looks as red as iron. Obtain. Mutated and powerful skeleton warlord 16. A pleasant prompt sounded, and at the same time 10 skeleton warlords with pale pink skeletons were slowly born. Lin Shu looked at the skeleton warlord in front of him with a strange expression. It was obviously the undead race that symbolized death. But the bones are all pink. It looks awkward no matter how you look at them. Mutated powerful skeleton warlord IV1. Strong rank 5. Life, 400. Mana, 400. Attack, 400. Defense, 400. Skill, Bloodthirsty. There is a certain chance of triggering Bloodthirsty when attacking. In the Bloodthirsty state, the attack speed and attack power are doubled, and the player is immune to all skill effects and gains a recovery effect of 50% of the damage caused. Sacrifice. When the sacrifice state is turned on, 1% of the maximum life will be lost every second and 25 per second holy damage will be caused to the enemy can be superimposed infinitely. Durability Aura. Increase the movement speed of nearby allies by 15%. Buff. Blessing of the Ruby Bone King. The lower the life, the higher the attack, the stronger the recovery. Introduction. Mutated skeleton race, possessing the weak bloodline of Ruby skeleton race. Ruby skeleton race. Lin Shu frowned slightly, chewing on this unfamiliar vocabulary. Everyone knows skeleton race, but Ruby skeleton race, what the hell is this? Could it be that the bloody headless skeleton was created by the GU Razors in the Forgotten Basin? Lin Shu was thoughtful, thinking of the blood-like color of the headless skull just now. Not to mention it looks a bit like Ruby. This attribute is so perverted. Too lazy to think about the red jade and black jade, look at the attributes of this mutated skeleton warlord. Lin Shu almost shed tears. Full 4-dimensional attributes are simply unheard of. The skills are even more perverted, ignoring skill effects, outputting blood, returning holy damage. Any skill is considered abnormal, but a mere rank 5 unit has as many as 3. What a pity. If Death Knight uses this thing as a template, tisk tisk tisk. Lin Shu thought regretfully, no matter how strong this mutated skeleton warlord is. With the continuous synthesis and fusion, the bloodline will eventually be slowly diluted. When the Skeleton King and the Death Knight were combined, the Death Knight would only be stained with a trace of blood. The improvements that can be obtained are extremely limited. But if there is a hero card now, just use this mutated skeleton warlord as a template to generate heroes. You can completely inherit the template of this unit and then upgrade it to rank 7. It is estimated that the strength is much stronger than Death Knight. But I can only think about it. After all, who knows what opportunities there will be in the future. If you have resources to improve your strength, use them as soon as possible to maximize your benefits. After all, if Death Knight had been kept, he wouldn't be as strong as he is now. Even if I get here, I'm afraid it's the result of being chased by headless skeletons. Don't even think about the mutant skeleton warlord. One drink, one peck, everything is destined. Lin Shu felt relieved and muttered to himself, then looked at the 16 mutant skeleton warlords in front of him. Skeleton Warlord, Synthesis. Obtain. Mutated Skeleton General 8. Obtain. Mutated Elite Skeleton General 4. Obtain. Mutated Powerful Skeleton General 2. Obtain. Mutated Skeleton King 1. Only a weak rank 7, what a pity. Lin Shu sighed. A level 30 recruitment technique should be able to recruit 30 of them. But this is just the maximum recruitment value. After all, recruitment does not come out of nowhere. The recruitment of skeleton race requires enough bones. The number of bones determines the number of recruited troops. The quality of bones determines the quality of recruited troops. A headless skeleton can recruit 16 skeleton warlords, which is already very good. After more than 10 times of synthesis, a mutated skeleton king with a weak rank 7 was finally synthesized. If you can synthesize the rank 7 elite skeleton king, you can directly synthesize it with the Death Knight. At that time, the Death Knight will be able to retain the bloodline of the ruby skeleton to the greatest extent, and its strength will be improved to the greatest extent. That's not bad, leaving a quarter. I wonder how much of an improvement it will be. Lin Shu comforted herself, she was already very satisfied with this harvest. Recruit an ordinary skeleton king at will and combine it with the mutated skeleton king. Obtain. Mutated Elite Skeleton King 1. Mutated Elite Skeleton King LV1. Rank 7. Life, 580. Mana, 580. Attack, 500. Defense, 500. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis. Lin Shu opened the attributes of the mutant elite skeleton king and looked at it, and was a little surprised. The mutated skeleton synthesized with the ordinary skeleton king has only slightly reduced attributes. The offense and defense still maintain a ratio that far exceeds that of the ordinary skeleton race arms, and it can be called a hexagonal warrior. The skills haven't changed much. Not bad. Death Knight, synthesized. Lin Shu nodded with satisfaction and then summoned the Death Knight. Put it into the synthesis column. Obtain. Red Bone Skeleton King Death Knight. Red Bone Skeleton King. Lin Shu looked slightly happy. It would be nice if her name changed. The newly released Death Knight has red threads on its originally dark bones. It's like there's an extra strip among the remaining bones. The blood vessels are normal and look quite mysterious. The leg bones shining with hazy white light make the red lines even more mysterious under the brilliance, which makes people unconsciously awe. Red Bone Skeleton King Death Knight IV 50. 7 stars, strong rank 7. Life, 65,000. Mana, 65,000. Attack, 50,000 plus 15,000. Defense, 45,000. Damage reduction plus 12%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Heavy hit. The fourth attack after every 3 attacks will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Skill, Hellfire Crit. Consumes 100 mana points to cause 600% critical damage to the enemy and slow it down for 2 seconds. Charge. Crash into the enemy at an extremely fast speed, causing it to be stunned for 5 seconds and causing an additional 600% damage. Charge ignores terrain restrictions. Aphotic Shield. Adds a shield to the target, absorbs 5 times the damage of health points, then breaks it and transfers the absorbed damage to all nearby enemies. Death Entanglement. Consume a certain amount of your own life, causing triple damage to the enemy or restoring triple the life of teammates. Blood-Sucking Aura. Adds a blood-sucking aura to nearby friendly units. Each time you attack the enemy, you can recover 20% of the life of the damage caused, and your own effect is doubled. Oh, Bloodthirsty. There is a certain chance of triggering Bloodthirsty when attacking. In the Bloodthirsty state, the attack speed and attack power are doubled, and it is immune to all skill effects and gains a recovery effect of 50% of the damage caused. Fruit. Buff. Netherworld Wraith Emperor's Blessing restores 1500 points of life per second in non-combat state, half effective in combat state. Introduction. The king of the skeleton clan, his bloodline seems a little weird. Closing square bracket. Lin Shu looked at Death Knight's new attributes and couldn't help but secretly cursed, pervert. Life and mana have once again skyrocketed by 10,000, and basic attack power has also skyrocketed to 50,000. The defense also inherits the hexagonal warrior tradition of ruby skeleton race, which directly increases to 45,000. It's simply a perversion. It has thick blood, high attack, and thick defense. It has no shortcomings. The skill has even inherited the bloodlust of the mutated skeleton warlord, and the combat power is at least doubled compared to before. It's so perverted. Even if it's Lin Shu, he can't help but gasp when he looks at his own heroic attributes. This Death Knight is just rank 7, but its basic attributes have exceeded the limits of rank 10 arms. At this moment, the base health of Death Knight IV-1 is as high as 1500. It is comparable to the rank 16 arms and completely surpasses the limits of the trial land. Continue, synthesize, Skeleton King. Wei Wei sighed. Lin Shu became more energetic. With a thought, he sent the Death Knight out of the cave to continue killing monsters and leveling up, while also tempering the Weeping Blood Blade. On the other side, he gathered all the Skeleton Kings together. Lin Shu looked deep into the cave, her ambition blooming in her heart. Just a headless skeleton has brought such a huge profit. Deep in this cave. There is no way he would let it go. Just wait until Skeleton Knight dives deep to find out what's going on, and then he will start to enter the cave. And now, it's time to strengthen the Skeleton King again. I spent most of the day recruiting synthesizers, and the results were extremely gratifying. There are a total of 36 Skeleton Kings with weak rank 7. Skeleton Wang Shuang threw both into the synthesis column, and finally transformed into a powerful Skeleton King with a strong rank 7. 8 weak rank 8 troops, Skeleton Ruler. Rank 8. In terms of unit level, he is no longer weaker than Yi Tian. Lin Shu looked at the tall skeleton ruler in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a joyful expression on his face. The ranks of rank 8's troops are as if they have been completely transformed. A black halo is looming under the feet, and the bones are a bit thicker. The 3-meter-tall skeleton ruler had to stoop a bit in this underground cave. An incredible thought flashed through Lin Shu's mind. Only rank 7 soldiers can enter this cave. Isn't it because rank 8 soldiers are too big to enter? The weird thought passed away, and Lin Shu glanced at Death Knight, who was still chopping melons and vegetables outside. Looking at Skeleton Knight's field of vision again, the cave seemed to have no end. I don't know how far underground I have gone, but I still haven't encountered any monsters so far. There are no bifurcations, but the depth of the cave is obviously much wider. The environment is no longer cold and humid, the walls are dry and even a hint of warmth can be felt. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Shu relaxed and continued the synthesis. Leave one rank 8 skeleton ruler, and you can synthesize 3 elite skeleton rulers, and synthesize a strong rank 8 skeleton ruler, hiss. It can be synthesized into rank 9 for Death Knight. Lin Shu made some calculations and suddenly became very energetic. More than 30 skeleton kings, no more, no less, just enough to synthesize the Death Knight to a weak rank 9. Lin Shu glanced at the sky. It was impossible to tell where the time was in the gray sky. How long until the blood moon comes at night? After pondering slightly, Lin Shu was not in a hurry to explore the cave. After all, now that you have taken the double experience potion, you will get double experience from killing monsters. Anyway, you can't escape from the underground hole here, so let's talk about Qianji's priority. When Death Knight's strength improves again tomorrow, it won't be too late to explore again. The next 2 skeleton knights are stationed on the spot and are on standby. The first one continues to explore further and immediately warns monsters when encountering them. Lin Shu reissued orders to the skeleton knight, who went deep into the cave, and then continued to recruit skeleton knight. Half an hour later, another skeleton king came out freshly. In fact, after the synthesis reaches this level, each recruitment to synthesize a rank 7 unit requires several recruitments. It often takes more than an hour to synthesize one. After all, even if there are countless monsters in this huge pit in the basin, most of them are low-level monsters. Occasionally, if you encounter a high-level undead, they will become undead quickly like a poison. The bone quality is somewhat poor, making it difficult to recruit high-level troops. Rank 4 Skeleton Knight recruitment technique. It is often difficult to recruit troops corresponding to rank 4. Most of them are rank 2 or rank 3 units, and it takes hundreds of them to synthesize a skeleton king. The harvest is gratifying, and the recruitment and synthesis are continued mechanically. Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a little tired. Just as I was about to take a rest, the skeleton knight deep in the cave suddenly sent a reminder. Underground. Lin Shu was really a little tired, and suddenly felt happy. Switching into Skeleton Knight's view, he was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. The long underground cave finally came to an end, and what we entered was one mine-like hall after another. Finally leaving the narrow pit, the surrounding walls, 573, had a faint red color. The exposed stones on the ground were hard and sharp, making Skeleton Knight feel a little uncomfortable. What surprised Lin Shu even more was that it was invisible and without quality. Skeleton Knight keeps losing blood. If Skeleton Knight hadn't come with the Netherworld Wraith Emperor's blessing buff, he might have lost blood and died before he knew it. This is. Skeleton Knight carefully walked towards the hall under the control of Lin Shu. When he completely walked into the hall, the scene in front of him completely shocked Lin Shu. Blood pool. Where did the blood come from? Lin Shu breathed into the room, and even though Skeleton Knight had no physical mouth and nose, he seemed to feel waves of strong bloody smell coming towards his face. The ultimate visual impact made Lin Shu's head explode. The endless blood was rolling in the huge blood pool. Looking far into the distance, there are endless blood pools in the underground palace. At a casual glance, there are dozens of them. Doff. Lin Shu took a deep breath and felt her scalp numb when looking at this horrific scene. Cemetery of Sighs is a paradise for the dead, and the atmosphere of the dead is everywhere. But the blood, obviously does not come from the spirit body of death. The origin is a bit scary. And so much blood, coupled with the bright red color of the headless skull. Everything here seems even more mysterious. What's the secret? Lin Shu murmured to himself, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It is rumored that the ultimate secret of the Lord's power is hidden in the trial ground, which is a key factor in the transformation of the human race from a technological society to a transcendent race. Legend has it that among the top 10 heavenly venerables in the human race today, some of them touched the ultimate secret in the place of trial. After clearing the trial, he directly activated the super-level arms and became a heavenly venerable powerhouse step by step. The endless pool of blood at the bottom of this cave looks really weird. It's hard for him not to think about this. The Blood Pool Underground Palace, even if it is not the ultimate secret, it is definitely a treasured place. Lin Shu murmured affirmatively, controlling Skeleton Knight to move forward cautiously. There were small intestine paths connecting the blood pool. He looked around cautiously. Except for the rolling waves in the blood pool, there is nowhere else to hide. Standing by the blood pool and looking down, the bloody blood pool seems to have endless magic power. It makes people unconsciously have the urge to join in. It's so weird. Lin Shu cursed secretly and looked carefully for a long time but found nothing. There is no hiding place in other places. Then he cautiously walked forward, passing through one underground palace after another. There are blood pools connected one after another, seemingly endless. After a long time, Lin Shu felt a little tired, the same bright red color. It made him feel as if he had lost the ability to distinguish colors for a while, and if he stayed there longer, he felt like he might even become blind. Boom. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a huge loud noise. Lin Shu was involuntarily pulled back to her true body, and all she could see in front of her eyes was a vast expanse of white. It took a while to realize that it was night and the blood moon was coming. White blindness. I have red blindness. Lin Shu's eyes were bloodshot and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. In her previous life, she heard that someone was living in the Arctic glacier world. At first glance, the spread is a vast expanse of white. Over time, white blindness will occur, and the loss of sensitivity to color is almost the same as that of a blind person. Today he finally saw the power of this single world. When I walked out of the cave and looked as far as I could, the light beams of different colors gradually turned from blurry to clear. After receiving the baptism of different colors, his vision gradually returned to normal. Quote. The moonlight fell on the Forgotten Basin, and the endless army of undead suddenly became commotion. The soul fire in the eye sockets seemed to be dyed with a different color, and the bones collided to make a different sound. Something is wrong here. Lin Shu frowned slightly, a dangerous sign rising in his heart. He knew that the blood moon had a certain influence on monsters, but the Forgotten Basin was different from the outside world. The monster's eyes were strange and incomprehensible, and he vaguely felt that it was related to the blood pool in the underground palace. Boom. Before he could figure out the reason, there was another loud noise. The entire underground cave suddenly trembled, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Being caught off guard, even Lin Shu staggered, and a group of skeleton soldiers who had just entered were even more confused. Some lower-level skeleton guards seemed to be affected by some kind of force, and they fell apart. Buff. The erosion of Shira's blood lost 50 lives per second, imprisoning all recovery effects. Before Lin Shu could react, a prompt suddenly came. Lin Shu's expression suddenly changed. Shira blood. Shira clan. Lin Shu secretly screamed that something was wrong, and ran out of the cave without thinking. The moment he left the cave, the buff finally disappeared. Seeing that there were only a dozen points of life left, Shu Xin broke into a cold sweat. He is not afraid of ordinary's enemies. After all, there is Death Knight in front of him. But this weird negative buff hit him directly and had an effect on his lord body. That's a little scary. Although Death Knight has extremely powerful attributes, he is just a poor bronze lord. A weak chicken with a blood blue of just 3 digits, a buff that loses 50 points of life per second and prevents all recovery effects. It only takes a few seconds to kill him. Once the lord dies, no matter how strong his troops are, it will be in vain. It's the Shira clan. Lin Shu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and recalled the reminder just now and couldn't help but curse. Previously, he thought that this place was related to the wizard clan because of a skull transformation technique. But they forgot that Shira clan is the ancestor of playing with blood. The endless blood pool below is obviously the masterpiece of Shira clan. Shira clan is one of the absolute strongest clans in myriad worlds. He is extremely proficient in the power of blood, and is best at building Shira blood pools to perform various evil formations. It is said that the blood moon in Starry Sky Battlefield even became a blood moon under the influence of Shira clan. Now that the blood moon is coming, there are traces of the Shira clan here again. There is even a Shira blood pool arranged by the Shira clan underground. Just thinking about it makes Lin Shu's scalp numb. He no longer had time to think about how the Shira clan entered the trial area, and he had no time to think about the relationship between the Forgotten Basin and the so-called Ruby Skeleton and the Shira clan. A big crisis suddenly hit him, making his heart beat wildly. Let's go. You can't stay here at night. Making a decisive decision, Lin Shu immediately ordered Death Knight to clear a path. Recruit a sweaty blood bone horse to ride on it, and take all the other soldiers in the cave into your body. With a thought, one person and one rider quickly rushed towards the top of the Forgotten Basin. There is a Death Knight to clear the way. Although these undead seem to have become much stronger under the influence of the blood moon. But it still couldn't stop Lin Shu's footsteps at all. The sweaty and bloody horse ran rampant as if it was about to fly. Lin Shu suddenly thought of the skeleton knight who was still in the cave, and his mind changed slightly and he once again possessed the skeleton knight at the edge of the blood pool at the bottom. The next second, a scene that almost made him lose his mind appeared before his eyes. Wow! The blood pool surged, and headless skeletons crawled out of the blood pool one after another. Densely packed like ants moving. The bright red bones and blood are almost integrated into one. If you don't look carefully, you would think that the blood has condensed into countless skeletons. The waves of blood were rolling, and the skeleton knight standing on the catwalk between the two blood pools instantly became like a focused light. Lin Shu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was being watched closely by countless blood demons. Almost even the blood in the body stopped flowing. Poof! The blood surged, and the light of a blood-red sword emerged as the last seen before Lin Shu's eyes. Skeleton Knight was cut into 2 pieces and killed immediately. Lin Shu felt a pain in his heart and returned to his original form. The sweat-blooded bone horse galloped out of the Forgotten Basin. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking back, he saw countless undead below screaming and climbing like crazy. Countless undead souls piled up like mountains, seemingly determined to hunt down the culprit who disturbed their purity to the ends of the earth. Endless undead continued to accumulate, and there were faint signs of climbing out of the Forgotten Basin. When the pile was almost level with the cliff, a blood-red light suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire basin. Blood-red light covered the edge of the entire basin cliff, and there was a circular convex halo in the middle of the sky. It looks like a huge bowl upside down on the ground, and this red light. It's the hidden bottom of the bowl. It's facing the cave. What is going on here? Shrouded in red light, the endless death tolls are like falling down like dumplings. The undead roared silently, and Lin Shu could faintly see unwillingness and sadness in their soul fire. That represents the red raised light at the bottom of the bowl, which exactly corresponds to the entrance of the cave below. Lin Shu was thoughtful, and his intuition told him that there was definitely some shocking secret hidden here. But now is not the time to explore the secrets, and the arrival of the Blood Moon seems to have opened the Shura underground palace. This place has become extremely dangerous. Lin Shu took another deep look, then turned and left. When you look into the distance, you can see a golden halo shining in the distance, which is extremely dazzling and gorgeous. Golden Cave Mansion. Let's take on the challenge today. Lin Shu's eyes were full of energy and renewed fighting spirit. The kicking horse rushed towards the Golden Cave Mansion. Golden Cave Mansion is the highest level cave mansion in the Trial Land. There is an only one. It will appear in every area, but once it is occupied by someone, no one else can enter, and the only way to rob it is to defeat the occupier. In other words, the occupants of the Golden Cave Mansion. It is very likely that we will face challengers from other regions. Lin Shu took a look at the cave mansion rankings, and tonight's number 1 has already appeared. Number 1, Lin Yao White Cave Mansion 18 minutes. You can now occupy the White Cave Mansion. Your strength has improved so quickly. Lin Shu murmured to himself and glanced at the ranking list. Suddenly there were many unfamiliar names in the top 10. The all-purple cave mansion occupiers showed their strength. It's not just about being lucky enough to occupy the cave mansion first. This is the 4th night, it's normal. Lin Shu thought for a moment and felt relieved again. This is the place of trial. The strong initial troops are just a big advantage in the early stage. Talent is often the key factor that determines the progress speed of the Lord. For example, with his 2-in-1 talent, it took less than 3 days for him to surpass Yi Tian, a rank 7 Frostbone Dragon, from the lowest level Skeleton Lord. Others with considerable talent will catch up to those in front sooner or later. After all, as long as you are lucky, anyone can obtain high-quality troops. But talent cannot be improved. 4 days of development, not to mention rank 3 arms. At least the rank 2 unit has been popularized, and at least half of the lords already have the rank 3 unit. With a few days of upgrades, basically anyone can win the Cyan Cave Mansion, which was originally reserved for the strong. It's just that the higher level cave mansion is, the more scarce resources it has. The cave mansion guardian beast is just a trivial factor. Whether the Lord can defeat all challengers and defend the cave mansion is the key to which cave mansion the Lord occupies. Lin Shu flew by and could see a lot of cave mansion where a big melee was going on. A few days ago, everyone was not strong enough. Most of them could only occupy a red cave mansion at the lowest level and were content. But now that the strength has been greatly improved, the high-level cave mansion suddenly became overcrowded. It would be weird if you don't blow your brains out. Until you reach the Blue Cave Mansion, the disputes become less frequent. Black Cave Mansion. No one has occupied it yet. Lin Shu passed by a Black Cave Mansion and saw that no one was occupying it. Suddenly something moved in my heart. It seems, helping others build cave mansion is also a good business. Lin Shu's face showed a hint of joy. In the past, people had always been ahead of the curve in the whole business, but few were able to do it. After all, there is no need for the low-level cave mansion, and the high-level cave mansion itself is lacking. Unless there is such a huge gap in strength and a testing ground with faults. Doing this kind of business also requires luck. You just happen to find a place that others can't hit and you don't like it. It will definitely sell at a high price. Death Knight, enter. Just do whatever comes to mind, Lin Shu quickly issued the order. The Death Knight, who was up to IV-52, stepped forward in an instant, and at the moment of contact, the black beam of light suddenly transformed into a dark golden zombie. Flying zombie. Lin Shu was slightly surprised. Zombies are a relatively rare species among the undead. From the lowest level, the purple zombies at the lowest level are not necessarily much stronger than the slag skeletons, and the zombies at the high level are even comparable to the Netherworld Wraith Emperor. Flying zombie, also known as flying zombie. It is a rank 8 zombie that is extremely powerful and has the ability to fly. Copper skin, iron bones, amazing defense and infinite strength. Almost a hexagonal warrior. A boss of this level is far beyond what the ordinary lord can deal with. Faison's hair was pitch black, his face was blurry and he could no longer see clearly. He roared and rushed straight towards Lin Shu. Attribute conversion. All attributes are converted into life. Lin Shu suddenly experimented with the newly acquired skills, and Death Knight's attributes suddenly changed drastically. Red Bone Skeleton King Death Knight LV 52. 7 stars, strong rank 7. Life, 187,098. Mana, 100. Attack, 1 plus 35,000. Defense, 1. Damage reduction plus 12%. Attack plus 9%. Defense plus 10%. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. A monster with a life of more than 180,000 but almost negligible other attributes appeared in front of him. Head directly towards Phazon. Aphelis Shield. Death Knight's remaining 100 mana points were instantly emptied, and a dark shield enveloped him. The next second, the sharp nails instantly penetrated the shield. Puff! A muffled sound came, but the shield was not broken. Phazon was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that the guy in front of him could actually block its blow. Then he attacked again, waving his 2 iron-green arms fiercely. The long and sharp nails cut through the void and made a harsh whistling sound, almost dancing as an afterimage and hitting the aphotic shield hard. However, the aphotic shield has 5 times the protection of health points, with a shield value of nearly 1 million. Is it so easy to break? He didn't fight back at all and let Fei Zheng beat him for more than 10 seconds. The shield suddenly shattered and turned into a pure energy that merged into Fei Zheng's body. Boom! Without any warning, Phazon fell straight down. Get. Experience 5000 *2. Obtain. Command Book 1. Obtain. Skill Upgrade Scroll 1. Get. High Quality Soul Fire 5. Obtain. Skill Book Zombie Recruitment Technique. Obtain. Fei Zheng's Heart 1. Obtain. Rank 5 Skill Advancement Book 1. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Quote ... No experience at all. Lin Shu smacked his lips as he looked at Fei Zheng, who collapsed and exploded. This attribute conversion technique is easy to use, but it is not very useful most of the time. Aphotic Shield is a magical skill, but if all attributes are converted to 18, it can be turned into an attack. I'm afraid one knife is enough to kill this boss in seconds, so why should I have to endure a long beating? It can be done under certain special circumstances, such as when exploring dangerous dungeons, or testing the enemy's strength. Lin Shu murmured to himself, although he had no experience in killing Phazon. But it's not meaningless. At least it proves that this attribute conversion technique is really good. It's a magical skill under special circumstances. The things Phazon exploded were very similar to those of Mao Zong that he had killed before. The difference was that Mao Zong's heart was replaced by Phazon's heart. With this thing, he can directly recruit a flying zombie. But now he is still working hard to synthesize the Death Knight into the rank 10 Netherworld Wraith Emperor. His commanding power is limited and he has to recruit zombies for the time being. Killing the Black Cave Mansion is easy and enjoyable, and challenging the Golden Cave Mansion should be no problem. Phazon was killed. Lin Shu looked at the ownerless cave mansion in front of him. He has no intention of going in and occupying it. After all, with his current strength, the target is naturally the Golden Cave Mansion at the highest level. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Shu directly opened the chat channel and chose 1000 miles sound transmission. Qinli Xuanyan, Lin Shu. Auction the coordinates of a Black Cave Mansion that was taken down. The auction is limited to 5 minutes. All gold coins and resources will be received. The highest bidder will win. Wow! As soon as Qinli Xuanyan was released, the entire chat channel immediately went crazy. What the hell? What's going on? Auction of the Black Cave Mansion. Are you crazy? You're auctioning off the coordinates of a Black Cave Mansion. I can't see such a thick black light beam, so you still want to buy it? That's right, that's right. I don't occupy the Black Cave Mansion because I don't want it. I have to be able to fight. You two upstairs, eyes are a good thing. If you don't need them, you can donate them. Is it possible that what the boss is selling is the Black Cave Mansion that was knocked down? Is this bragging? He can sell the Black Cave Mansion. Could it be that he also wants to buy the Gold Cave Mansion? It feels impossible. The higher the level of the cave mansion, the stronger the guardian boss is. The Black Cave Mansion is at least a boss guardian with rank 8 or above. How can it be so easy to defeat? Isn't that right? Boss Lin Shu is not an ordinary person, and he won't ruin his reputation for such a small profit, right? Who knows? I don't believe it anyway. Whoever wants to buy it will buy it, but I won't buy it anyway. 1,000-mile sound transmission directly forcibly transmitted Lin Shu's words to everyone. The entire chat channel was in an uproar instantly. Some people are envious and jealous, some are excited and admire them. But there are also many people who doubt it. Black Cave Mansion, the minimum is the boss guard of rank 8 or above. With strong strength, no one can break in until the last night, and it is often the case that no one can occupy the Black Cave Mansion until the end of the trial. And today is only the 4th night. Lin Shu actually said that he wanted the coordinates of the Black Cave Mansion that he had captured at the auction. It instantly aroused doubts from countless people, and some people were eager to make a bid. When I saw other people's doubts, I instantly cooled down and couldn't help but become suspicious. After all, everyone knows how powerful the Black Cave Mansion is. Although Lin Shu is powerful, but the initial unit level is obviously not very high. It is no secret that he relied on talent to rise. The rise of talent often represents a law, that is, it takes time to transform talent into combat power. Just because he was able to surpass Yi Tian on the 3rd day does not mean that he has the ability to clear the Black Cave Mansion on the 4th day. Sister, what you said about Lin Shu selling the coordinates of the Black Cave Mansion, is it true? In a White Cave Mansion somewhere, Lin Yao looked thoughtfully at the message sent by Chen Hongguang. She couldn't help but feel excited when she saw the news from Qinli Xuanyan, but soon she began to have concerns. Like others, I am a little skeptical about the authenticity of the Black Cave Mansion coordinates. After all, that is the Black Cave Mansion, the rank 7 boss of the White Cave Mansion. Relying on the increase in the number of her rank 6 troops in her level, she can barely defeat her. But rank 8 is a step up to another level. Give her 2 more days before she can confidently challenge it. If she could enter the Black Cave Mansion today, there would be no doubt that her strength would improve. Can Lin Shu fight? Difficult. After weighing it for a long time, Lin Yao gave up the intention of bidding. After all, it seems to her that it is a bit risky. At this stage, any resources are precious treasures. You can maximize your strength. If you are deceived by Lin Shu, that's a really heavy loss. The odds are 50 to 50, there's no need to take risks. After pondering for a while, Lin Yao replied, "Well, what a shame." Chen Hongguang couldn't help but sigh when he saw the reply, and had to give up this plan. Originally, he thought that Lin Yao could take over the Black Cave Mansion, and the remaining Purple Cave Mansion would naturally belong to him. Now it seems that the wishful thinking was in vain. Countless questions filled the chat channel. Lin Shu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that people would question him for relying on this gimmick to make money. However, he has already continued on his way towards the Golden Cave Mansion. Otherwise, if he goes in and stays for a minute, it will be better than any proof. I forgot about this. Lin Shu smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he was too lazy to care about anything. It's just a boss fight. It doesn't matter if you can't sell it. It didn't take much effort anyway. He didn't bother to pay attention to other people's doubts, but in the eyes of others, it was obvious that he felt guilty more and more. One after another, they clamored that Lin Shu had no bottom line in amassing money without caring about his face. They shouted wildly to make Lin Shu prove that he had really built a Black Cave Mansion. These bastards. Lin Shu sat on the sweaty horse and looked at the disgusting speeches one after another, and became furious. However, what made him depressed was that he really couldn't produce any evidence for a while. Occupying the Golden Cave Mansion is the most powerful rebuttal. Lin Shu's face was livid and she muttered to herself bitterly. Just when he thought he could endure the online violence from these people, suddenly a private message was sent to him. Meng Qingyu. Master Lin Shu, do you think this can be exchanged for a Black Cave Mansion? Undead Controller Hero Crystal. Hero Crystal. Lin Shu's eyes widened when he saw the name of a prop posted by the other party. Undead Controller Hero Crystal. Using it on any soul soldier of rank 6 or above can transform it into a 6-star hero, the controller of the undead. Tip. The higher the grade of the transferred soldier, the higher the grade of the transformed undead controller. This lord with an unknown name actually has a hero crystal. You must know that this thing is something that even Yi Tian does not have. He killed countless undead along the way and obtained a Death Knight hero crystal. According to his guess, it's probably because of the 100-meter giant bone. Death Knight was originally only a rank 4 hero, but he synthesized it many times before being promoted to its current rank 8. And this so-called controller of the dead actually started out as a 6-star hero. Higher than Death Knight. Okay, this is the hero crystal, don't you want it yourself? Although Lin Shu wanted to, he still asked one more question. I'm afraid this thing has some flaws. The other party responded quickly. Meng Qingyu. I want it. But I don't have the rank 6 soul troop. I can't use it, so I might as well use other resources to develop it first. Seeing Meng Qingyu's reply, Lin Shu was immediately relieved. Although the undead controller is good, the requirements are not low. Not only do you need to be a soldier with rank 6 or above, but you also need to be a soul-oriented soldier. The requirements are not generally demanding. Deal. Cave Mansion coordinates 95,482, 567,841. You can go and verify that there are no problems before trading with me. Lin Shu readily sent the coordinates and began to think about it. The opponent doesn't have the right type of troops, but he happens to have one. Soul Reaper IV-1. Weak rank 5. Life, 300. Mana, 400. Attack, 280. Defense, 100. Skill, Soul Harvest. Each attack can act on the enemy's soul, causing an additional 10% of mana damage to the enemy and causing the enemy to lose the corresponding mana. Buff, Glory of Death. Physical damage received -50%, spell damage plus 10%. Introduction. A special race of undead, a race of powerful souls produced by the projection of the god of death into the heavens. Weak rank 5 Soul Reaper. It happens to be a soul-type soldier. Perfect fit with this undead master. As for the rank, it is only weak rank 5, which does not meet the requirements. This is not a problem, there is unlimited synthesis talent. Just combine it a few times and you can reach rank 6. The only drawback is that it is extremely difficult to recruit Soul Reapers in the Cemetery of Sighs. But it doesn't matter. After the trial is over, I go to the Starry Sky battlefield. There are many myriad races creatures that can be used to recruit, which can enrich the strength of his troops at that time. A Death Knight with physical output can resist an attack, coupled with a soul-level undead controller. The strength far exceeds 1 + 1 greater than 2. Meng Qingyu. Really? Brother Lin Shu is just right, aren't you afraid that I will occupy the cave mansion and not give you anything? Under the moonlight, in a blue cave mansion somewhere, a pure and pretty girl looked at Lin Shu's reply with surprise on her face. She was a little nervous at first, exchanging such a precious hero crystal for the black cave mansion. Let's not talk about whether the value is equal or not. The risk alone is hundreds of millions of dollars. If she hadn't urgently needed the black cave mansion to increase her strength so that she could meet the wearing requirements of that piece of equipment, she would never take this risk. Now when I read Lin Shu's reply, I felt very happy. I didn't expect that Lin Shu, who is said to kill without blinking an eye, would be so considerate. The coordinates were sent directly without asking for the hero crystal. Humph, these stinky guys actually said that about Brother Lin Shu. Brother Lin Shu is definitely not who they say. Meng Qingyu looked at the people who were madly mocking and shouting in the chat channel, her nose wrinkled slightly and she murmured to herself. Apart from anything else, it is just the act of being willing to give something first and pay later. It is enough to show that Lin Shu is by no means as unreasonable as those people in rumored. The girl was so angry that she quickly left the cave mansion and headed towards the coordinate point. Secretly made up his mind to occupy the cave mansion and climb the rankings. We must clear Brother Lin Shu's name and slap those who clamor in the face. Under the moonlight, on the back of a horse of blood and sweat running fast, Lin Shu smiled at the other party's reply. No money. The black cave mansion won't run there. Try it without paying. Of course, he was too lazy to say this. Anyone who is not a fool would not dare to do something like teasing Lin Shu. The golden light pillar of the golden cave mansion is like a giant pillar that stretches between heaven and earth. Endlessly far apart but as close as a stone's throw away, Lin Shu finally knows what it means to run to death in Wangshan Mountain. The sweaty bone horse ran at a speed of up to 100 yards an hour. It had been half an hour and it still hadn't reached the edge of the Golden Cave Mansion. But on the Cave Mansion ranking list, a golden name suddenly appeared. Everyone's ranking has been pushed back one place. Number 1, Meng Qingyu Black Cave Mansion 1 minute. NO2, Lin Yao White Cave Mansion 38 minutes. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Boom. The chat channel is buzzing instantly. What the hell? What's going on? Meng Qingyu. Who is this? Why did he suddenly enter the Black Cave Mansion? I checked. Meng Qingyu was originally ranked 498th on the Cave Mansion rankings, 499th on the Divine Power rankings, but her commanding ability wasn't even on the rankings. Why the hell did she suddenly first place? The Black Cave Mansion, can't be. It's Lin Shu. Lin Shu just sold the coordinates of a Black Cave Mansion that he knocked down. It's real. It's actually real. That fool just now said he was here to make money. I'm ready to bid, you idiot. Hey wait, I remember you from upstairs. You seem to have scolded me the most just now, right? Didn't we agree to bid? Why did the deal happen before I even bid? Say, maybe he shot it down himself. Who says it must be Lin Shu? Countless people beat their chests with regret, looking at the towering Black Cave Mansion. His face turned green with jealousy. Especially after Meng Qingyu's historical achievements were revealed, countless lords were so blinded that they almost fainted. A lord who ranked over 490th place jumped directly to 3rd place. This kind of thing is unprecedented in the entire history of human race. Especially the income from the Black Cave Mansion is arranged in 3 levels: red, orange, yellow and green, cyan, blue and purple, white, black and gold. Each of the first 4 attribute ladders increases by 1 point for each rank 1, and the middle 3 ladders increase by 2 points. The properties of the last 3 ladders increase by 4 points, and the income of the Black Cave Mansion is as high as 18 points per hour. In other words, as long as you stay in the Black Cave Mansion for 1 night. Tomorrow, the lord named Meng Qingyu's divine power will skyrocket by 300 to 400 points. Someone made the calculation and suddenly took a breath of cold air. Countless lords were even more envious and jealous. Some people just now were shouting that Lin Shu deceived people to make money, but now they turned around and began to curse, as if they had forgotten what they just said. Qinli transmission Meng Qingyu. Thanks to Brother Lin Shu for the Black Cave Mansion, Brother Lin Shu is so powerful. Just when countless lords were noisy, Meng Qingyu, the owner of the Black Cave Mansion, spoke. In an instant, the fig leaf of some lords who were still trying to argue that Lin Shu was not the one who brought down the cave mansion was completely removed. It even made the other lords' eyes turn red. Meng Qingyu. Brother Lin Shu's transaction. I have arrived at Cave Mansion, thank you Brother Lin Shu. Lin Shu, who was still on the sweaty bone horse, naturally saw Meng Qingyu's voice transmission from thousands of miles away, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect this girl to be so high profile, although there was definitely no way to hide it after occupying the Black Cave Mansion. But standing up in such a high-profile manner and slapping those mockers in the face will undoubtedly expose her completely to everyone's view. Combined with her previous record, those who were slapped in the face would easily take risks when they become angry and humiliated. This is undoubtedly putting herself in danger. Lin Shu was about to give a reminder when she received another private message from Meng Qingyu. A transaction application was sent. This girl. Lin Shu shook his head and accepted the application. Obtain. Undead Master Hero Crystal. Brother Lin Shu, please do your work first, I won't disturb you anymore. After the transaction ended, Meng Qingyu sent another message. Seeing that Lin Shu could only withdraw his words to advise her to be careful, he ended the brief conversation and transaction. Hero Crystal, got it. Lin Shu looked excitedly at a crystal in his hand, a transparent crystal about the size of a thumb. Inside there is a transparent figure holding a sickle-shaped weapon, which is lifelike, just like the original Death Knight. He knew that was what the heroic undead controller looked like. It's a pity. I guess we won't be able to recruit them in the short term. After thinking about it regretfully, Lin Shu put it away. Keep running towards your goal. The Golden Cave Mansion is usually located in the center of the entire area. It is convenient for lords who want to challenge to arrive quickly, but occasionally the location may be remote. No one knows why this happens. Lin Shu doesn't know where the center of the cemetery of size is, and naturally has no way of knowing whether today's Golden Cave Mansion is in the center or on the edge. However, the Golden Cave Mansion, as the highest level cave mansion, also has its own special characteristics. That is, you don't need to find and kill the guardian boss every time, but you can obtain the permission once you occupy it. The next time it appears, it will appear directly where the Lord is, and you can directly enjoy the benefits without attacking. Until challenged and defeated by other lords. So tonight, Lin Shu knew that the Golden Cave Mansion was extremely far away, and why he was obsessed with traveling long distances to capture it. In a white cave mansion somewhere, Lin Yao looked at her name that was suddenly pushed to second place on the ranking list. His face looked a little ugly. Hey, sister, I just told you to give it a try, but now it's over, someone else has taken it. She was extremely depressed, but Chen Hongguang was even more anxious than she appeared. He beat his feet and chest and felt so regretful that his intestines turned blue, as if he was the one who suffered the loss. Why don't you buy it? Shut up. Lin Yao drank depressedly, wishing that his mouth would be sticky. Didn't I have a problem with Lin Shu? Chen Hongguang muttered aggrievedly, ever since he saw Lin Shu killing Zhang Qingyang in the Sleepless Land. He was a little frightened, and his original thoughts of revenge had long been forgotten. Now I'm a little scared when I hear Lin Shu's name, let alone take the initiative to find Lin Shu. Then Meng Qingyu is just a lucky guy, a weakling ranked 4 or 500, how about we? Chen Hongguang was depressed, and suddenly had an idea as he rolled his eyes. He asked quietly, although he couldn't see it, he didn't make a neck-cutting motion. Kill people and seize holes. Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, but she quickly rejected Chen Hongguang's proposal. No, if it's a normal transaction, it's okay to kill people and seize treasures. But not now. Don't even think about what you said about him at that time. Although we didn't speak. But not looking for him already represents our distrust of him. In this case, someone comes to him to buy, which shows their trust in him. This is not a simple transaction. Lin Yao's thinking was very clear. As a member of the Lin family in Shangcheng, she is not an arrogant and domineering playboy like Zhang Qingyang, she understands the complexity of human nature. Having seen Lin Shu forcefully kill Zhang Qingyang, you know that this man is decisive in killing and has extremely huge ambitions. The key strength is also strong enough, and she is definitely not something she can afford to provoke. At least she is not someone she can afford to provoke in the trial field. Although he may not care, but what if? Lin Yao was afraid that her cheap brother would not listen to advice, and if Lin Shu was really angry. If he doesn't protect his brother and sister, they may follow in Zhang Qingyang's footsteps. It's just a black cave mansion, it's not worth taking such a risk. At worst, just buy it from him tomorrow. Chen Hongguang thought that this was indeed the case. Although it was a pity, he could only give up the plan. However, even though they gave up, there were always others who were unwilling to give up. There are only a few Black Cave Mansion, and the lords near the Black Cave Mansion couldn't help but their eyes flickered. An unknown lord standing hundreds of meters away is an easy target to bully. Now I am sitting in a Black Cave Mansion, just like a child with a huge amount of money. It's hard not to be impressed. Zhang Chongchun is such a lord, ranking 98th on the Cave Mansion rankings. He is the kind who is neither above nor below but has a certain level of strength but is not too famous. He was originally excited when he saw the news about Lin Shu's auction of the Black Cave Mansion, but his attitude changed after hearing other people's analysis. Joined the team that complained about Lin Shu's shameless pursuit of wealth, but with the appearance of Meng Qingyu. He seemed to have forgotten what he had done, and instead complained angrily about the unfairness of his fate. He should have bought this cave mansion. Maybe I was too involved in spraying, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. After seeing Meng Qingyu's ranking, I was immediately filled with anger, and hatred. Decided to give him a try. The hope is this Black Cave Mansion. If it happens, I will make a fortune. Zhang Chongchun suddenly turned red with excitement when he thought of the scene where he occupied the Black Cave Mansion. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and I suddenly felt like this is what I should do. This is supposed to be my cave mansion. Zhang Chongchun did what he thought of and set off directly with his 18 rank 4 troops. He remembered that there was a black cave mansion not far away. When the blood moon first appeared, he was still excited for a long time looking at the cave mansion light beam. A few minutes later, looking at several rank 3 gargoyles in the black light beam in front of me. Zhang Chongchun suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly, and he almost fainted from the happiness that fell from the sky. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. Zhang Chongchun looked up to the sky and roared. He didn't have much extravagant hopes at first. After all, although there are few black cave mansions, there are about a dozen. The chance of encountering him is only 1 in 10, but he never expected that. Such a small chance actually happened to me. Meng Qingyu, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame you for being so unlucky. Zhang Chongchun smiled ferociously, and ordered the troops to immediately head towards the Black Cave Mansion Chinese medicine doctor. I heard that there will be random maids of certain special races in the Black Cave Mansion. Thinking of this, Zhang Chongchun almost had tears streaming down his face. This Black Cave Mansion. He is determined. Who? The undead rushed into the cave mansion and instantly alerted Meng Qingyu in the cave mansion. Looking at the man following behind, Meng Qingyu's face turned slightly sweet and she shouted. 8 gargoyles quickly blocked the entrance of the cave, watching the intruders warily. She's still a beauty. Zhang Chongchun's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he became lustful. He looked greedily at Meng Qingyu's curvy figure, and her beautiful face with perfect facial features. Dai Mei frowned slightly, her pretty face looked slightly angry, and he couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded just looking at it. After reacting, his eyes became even more enthusiastic. Ha ha ha, girl, the Black Cave Mansion is mine. Zhang Chongchun's eyes scanned Meng Qingyu's proud body up and down unscrupulously, as if he wanted to strip it naked. But you don't have to worry, if you know what's going on, I'll be extra merciful and let you enjoy it. Ha 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 ha, 2. A hint of timidity flashed in Meng Qingyu's eyes, but she plucked up the courage when she thought of what she had obtained during the day. You, don't come here. I'm very powerful. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chongchun seemed to have heard some big joke. He didn't take Meng Qingyu's words to heart at all, but instead became more and more itchy. Unexpectedly, I not only met the Black Cave Mansion, but also got a girl with such a supreme grade. He can't wait to get this girl. Sister, mine is very big, you have to bear with it. Zhang Chongchun stepped forward with a sinister smile, and a dozen rank 4 soldiers rushed into the cave mansion like hungry wolves. Just tear those poor gargoyles into pieces. You, Yanyang impact. Meng Qingyu looked pale, gritted her teeth and shouted. In an instant, an extremely hot flame struck, wrapping all the enemies in it. Zhang Chongchun's scalp was numb, and he only had time to let out a desperate scream, which stopped abruptly the next second. The soldiers and lords were reduced to ashes. After a while, the flames extinguished and returned to Meng Qingyu's body. Not even a speck of dust was stirred in the cave mansion, it was as if nothing had happened. You told me I'm strong. Meng Qingyu's face turned pale, she looked at the place where Zhang Chongchun disappeared, clenched her fists and shouted. I was secretly glad that I bought the Black Cave Mansion. Relying on the super high recovery power brought here, I can barely control the impact of the scorching sun, otherwise something will really happen if I don't face an enemy like Zhang Chongchun. One day is not enough. You have to obtain the Black Cave Mansion residency at least twice before you can fully equip the sun impact. Taking a long breath, her super high recovery power quickly returned her complexion to normal. Meng Qingyu murmured to herself and looked at the information prompt bar unconsciously. The friend application she sent had not yet been approved, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. A lord ranked nearly 100 suddenly disappeared. Except for the 100th lord, another lord found himself in the top 100 inexplicably. Not many people noticed anything unusual. There were not many lords looking for Meng Qingyu, and the only one who was lucky enough to meet him was Zhang Chongchun. The vigorous search for Meng Qingyu started suddenly and ended quickly. After all, the cemetery of size is extremely dangerous at night. If you are unlucky, even the Bronze Lord is not without danger. No one dared to stay outside for a long time. After a brief noise, the chat channel returned to silence. Lin Shu sat on the sweat-blooded horse and ran wildly, sometimes attracting countless undead monsters around to chase him. Then he was thrown away again, and when he arrived in front of the Golden Cave Mansion. Meng Qingyu has been number 1 on the Cave Mansion rankings for an hour and a half. More than 2 hours were wasted. It seems that the sweat-blooded bone horse still needs to be upgraded. Lin Shu sighed with emotion and recruited all the Death Knight and other units. There was no rush to attack the Golden Cave Mansion. The golden beam of light seemed to reach straight to the heaven, rushed into the sky and disappeared. Under the might of Wangwang Heaven, not a single undead within 1,000 meters came close. When Lin Shu walked to the door of Cave Mansion, he felt an inexplicable pressure. It's hard to explain, but it exists. Death Knight, continue to synthesize. Lin Shu gave a low shout and started his synthesized talent. It was originally prepared to be synthesized in the Forgotten Basin, but unfortunately the blood moon came too quickly, and the crisis in the cave made his scalp numb. So much so that it has not been synthesized until now. However, more than 30 skeleton kings have been synthesized, leaving just one strong rank 7, weak rank 8, and strong rank 8 skeletons. Put the Death Knight into the main synthesis column, and throw the consumables into the secondary synthesis column. The light blue vortex slowly rotates, and a brand new Death Knight emerges. Get Skeleton Ruler Death Knight LV52. Get Elite Skeleton Ruler Death Knight LV52. Get Powerful Skeleton Ruler Death Knight LV52. Get Purgatory Underworld Ruler Death Knight IV52. Boom. After 4 consecutive synthesis, a new Death Knight appeared in front of Lin Shu. Domineering. Mighty. This is Lin Shu's first impression of seeing Death Knight's new skin. The Death Knight is not very tall, but his bones Zhao Dezhao are much thicker. There was even a set of heavy armor as black as ink on his body, covering his whole body. Only 2 empty eye sockets were exposed. There are sharp barbs at the joints of the armor, but there is no lag in movement. The whole body is as black as ink, making it even more mysterious and unique. It has long been out of the scope of skeleton race, and its identity is difficult to tell from its appearance. The 4 faintly glowing leg bones were shrouded in armor, and the hazy light radiating from the crotch could only be faintly seen from the intervals of walking. Purgatory Underworld Ruler Death Knight LV52. 9 stars, weak rank 9. Life, 83,200. Mana, 83,200. Attack, 57,200 plus 35,000. Defense, 52,000. Damage reduction plus 18%. Attack plus 12%. Defense plus 15%. Combo rate plus 3%. Heavy hit. After every 3 attacks, the 4th attack will inevitably trigger a heavy hit, causing an additional double damage to the enemy and stunning the enemy. Skill, Hellfire Crit. Consumes 100 mana points to cause 800% critical damage to the enemy and slow it down for 2 seconds. Aphotic Shield. Adds a shield to the target, absorbs damage 8 times the health points, then breaks into pieces and transfers the absorbed damage to all nearby enemies. Death Entanglement. Consume a certain amount of your own life, causing triple damage to the enemy or restoring triple the life of teammates. Blood-Sucking Aura. Adds a blood-sucking aura to nearby friendly units. Each attack on the enemy can restore 20% of the life of the damage caused, doubling its own effect. Bloodthirsty. There is a certain chance of triggering Bloodthirsty when attacking. In the Bloodthirsty state, the attack speed and attack power are doubled, and the player is immune to all skill effects and gains a recovery effect of 50% of the damage caused. Rebirth. After the life is cleared for 3 seconds, the full state will be reborn 1/1. Buff. Netherworld Wraith Emperor's Blessing recovers 1500 points of life per second in non-combat state, and the effect is halved in combat state. Introduction. A strong man who is infinitely close to the Netherworld Wraith Emperor, and opens the road to heroism after possessing spiritual intelligence. 9 stars. Lin Shu looked at the Death Knight that evolved into the Purgatory Underworld Ruler, the luxurious attribute panel. My mouth is almost watering. The basic blood and mana soared directly to 1600, and the attack also exceeded 1000. The 50-level Purgatory Underworld Ruler is so powerful that he can be called abnormal. The original charge skill has disappeared, but a more abnormal skill has been added. Rebirth. Lin Shu took a breath and couldn't believe her eyes. A rebirth skill is equivalent to an extra life. Resurrection with full status directly after death is simply a nightmare for the enemy. With Death Knight's current attributes, Lin Shu cannot guarantee that the entire cemetery of size will walk sideways. But he is definitely the top strong one. Even if the headless skeleton reappears in Shira's underground palace, it is by no means a match for Death Knight. Even if he uses the human wave tactics, Death Knight will fight to the death and never retreat. After finally killing him, he was resurrected with full health. Even if a strong Shira clan person appears, I'm afraid he will be dumbfounded. Other skills have also been strengthened to a certain extent. Aphotic Shield, the most useful skill. The shield value directly soars to 8 times the life. That is, 700,000 shield value. Coupled with the Death Knight's defense of more than 50,000, just thinking about it can make people despair. Entries that have been synthesized multiple times have also been strengthened to a corresponding degree, and the defense will be increased by an additional 15%. That's more than 7,000 defenses. Added together, the Death Knight's defense already exceeds 60,000. There are also damage reduction properties. It is no exaggeration to say. Now if the Death Knight takes it back to hit the flying zombie just now, I am afraid that even standing there and letting the flying zombie fight can withstand half an hour. Attributes post attributes to the chat channel. I am afraid it will make all lords doubt their lives. 9-star hero. His basic attributes are already at the super level. If Yi Tian knew about it, I wonder what his expression would be like. Lin Shu murmured to himself with a strange look on his face. He knew why Yi Tian chose to cross districts in the first place. As an undead lord, in fact, if there are conditions for cross-region, everyone will choose to cross-region. After all, for them, high-quality bones are the most precious treasures. The bones of a newly deceased creature must be much stronger than most of the bones dug in the cemetery of size. Moreover, with the ability to continuously recruit corpses as troops, undead lords are a nightmare for other ordinary flesh and blood troops. The characteristic of getting stronger as you fight is no joke. Coupled with the fact that Yi Tian's military ranks are there, he will definitely be able to thrive even if he crosses regions. Taking over the entire region's resources is nothing more than a different track to compete with yourself. But now, Lin Shu shook his head. No matter how strong Yi Heavenly Soldier is, there will eventually be a limit. Under your own unlimited synthetic talent, everything is just mere flower water moon 990. After leaving the cemetery of size, the gap between the two will only become wider. Boom. Tip. Temple of Annihilation. Silver Lord Han Dufeng successfully occupied the Golden Cave Mansion. A loud bang exploded throughout the trial area. The golden light suddenly rose into the sky and instantly turned into several golden characters. Temple of Nirvana Han Dufeng. At the same time, in the cave mansion rankings in all regions, the First Lord was instantly forced to the second place, and the First Lord. Astonishingly, it was Han Dufeng who triggered the heavenly notice in the trial land. Number 1. Temple of Annihilation. Han Dufeng Golden Cave Mansion 1 minute. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Wow. After a brief silence, the entire chat channel instantly went into an uproar. No matter what everyone is doing at the moment, they can't help but get excited. Holy shit. What's going on? Golden Cave Mansion. Someone occupied the Golden Cave Mansion today. You are so overbearing. You will be ranked first in all the trials. 6666. Who is Han Dufeng? Such a big deal. Shit. I have a friend named Han Dufeng, who is not in our cemetery of size. I wonder if this Han Dufeng is him. The Temple of Annihilation. Hiss. He's actually from the Temple of Annihilation. No wonder he's so cool. Ah, is it the hidden map of the Temple of Annihilation? It is said that the minimum entry into the Temple of Annihilation is rank 5. Haha, rank 5, you want to eat shit. Rank 5 wants to break into the Golden Cave Mansion today. HMPH, if Yi Tian were still here, he might have broken into the Golden Cave Mansion now. You think Lin Shu. Who is stronger and who is weaker than this person? Are you stupid? Can this be on the same level? People have already built a Golden Cave Mansion, but Lin Shu is nothing. It's hard to say. Lin Shu can also easily sell the Black Cave Mansion. He probably also likes the Gold Cave Mansion. There's something wrong with me. I haven't beaten him for so long. I think he's useless tonight. Countless lords were in an uproar and discussed enthusiastically in the chat channel. Someone mentioned Yi Tian, thinking that if Yi Tian was still here, there might be a chance. Some people also mentioned Lin Shu, but obviously they are not very optimistic about Lin Shu. After all, everyone's impression of Lin Shu is that he is just a rank 5 skeleton warlord. Although there is a 6-star hero, it is obviously not comparable to the lords of rank 7 or even rank 8 arms. After all, there can only be one hero, but many units can be recruited. Although Lin Shu is suspected of killing Yi Tian, this does not reflect the true strength of a lord. Because the lords in the early stage have basically zero combat power. If he is attacked by a sneak attack, any lord will be killed by Yi Tian. Nowadays, the Golden Cave Mansion is occupied, which is undoubtedly the most powerful proof. In an instant, Han Dufeng's reputation instantly swept through countless areas throughout the trial area. Some people speculate that he has a great opportunity and obtained the rank 10 unit. Some people speculated that he had obtained a heaven-defying hero, and some even thought that he had obtained the inheritance left by the gods. Directly break through the Silver Lord, and his own combat power is unparalleled. All kinds of speculations are endless, but without exception they are all envy and jealousy of his power. In a certain area, dozens of rank 8 Frostbone dragons were overwhelming behind Yi Tian. The luxurious lineup is incredible. However, his face was full of bitterness and even a bit haggard. It was as if something bad had happened to him. Even when he saw Lin Shu's strength and decided to cross districts, he was not so decadent. When I heard the vast prompt sound, I suddenly felt my body shake. After taking a look at the rankings, he looked dejected. Change. The Temple of Annihilation are all perverts. Lin Shu, I'm afraid I'm going to break my promise to meet you. The new king. I guess it's no longer possible for us. Yi Tian murmured mockingly to himself. The battle for the newcomer king requires the first place in each district to be eligible to participate. The one who finally wins the only victory in the melee will be the rookie king of this trial. There is no second place in the rookie king ranking. Either win or lose. But now, he is no longer even qualified to participate. Even if Lin Shu is destined to be number 1 in Cemetery of Sighs, in his opinion, there is no chance of him being the new king. After all, the number 1 in their area is really too perverted. In just 2 confrontations, his arrogance was completely wiped out. The all-round crushing strength made it difficult for him to even feel jealous. All that is left is bitterness and decadence. In the Thunder Plains area, a young man watched as his name in the Black Cave Mansion was pushed to second place by a strong man. While his heart was shocked, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comparison. His strong desire to win made him feel hot. He looked far away at the Golden Cave Mansion not far away. You actually entered the Golden Cave Mansion. It seems that the Golden Cave Mansion is nothing more than that. I am still too conservative. The young man murmured to himself, taking a step forward with firm eyes. Leading mountains of troops towards the Golden Cave Mansion. In the Valley of Falling Stars area, a girl pursed her lips. The eyes also exude endless fighting spirit. Han Dufeng, thank you for building the Golden Cave Mansion for me. I will remember you. The ancient Imperial tomb area. With a smile on his face, a young man glanced at the Golden Cave Mansion that was still out of reach and showed a helpless smile. This luck, consider it good luck to you. You can meet my challenge tomorrow morning. In every area, the leading lords were shocked by this news. Some people are so far behind that they have no choice but to smile, thinking that they are not as powerful as they are. Somehow, he has withdrawn from the competition for the new king. But more importantly, after the shock, the fighting spirit boiled over. As the number 1 in their respective regions, they are top-notch in terms of both military type and talent. I think I have an arrogance that is not weaker than others. At this moment, someone breaks into the Golden Cave Mansion first. The first thing that others think of is not that it is powerful and invincible. But, the Golden Cave Mansion is nothing more than that. If others can do it, there is no reason why you can't do it yourself. After all, who wouldn't be confident that he could occupy the first place in the entire region? Lin Shu is no exception. Big in Cemetery of Sighs, Death Knight synthesis has just been completed. Lin Shu, who was about to challenge the Golden Cave Mansion, saw that the golden light beam in front of him instantly dissipated and turned into several golden characters hanging in the sky. I was shocked but also a little depressed. He had been rushing for several hours. Originally, he was not in a hurry. After all, according to the conditions of previous trials, a lord of rank 7 arms is considered to be outstanding. I thought my only opponent this time would be Yi Tian, but I didn't want Han Dufeng to suddenly appear. And it turned out to be from the Temple of Nirvana. The Temple of Annihilation is said to be a hidden map of the trial land. Only occasionally appear in the trial land, every lucky person who enters the trial land. You can also get the lowest rank 5 arms. Every time he appears, the new king will basically come from the Temple of Annihilation. Hidden map, even a cemetery of size has Yi Tian, a rank 7 soldier. This is the legendary world of Bighorn. Lin Shu recalled her experience of reading novels in her previous life and couldn't help but touch her nose and smiled bitterly. Whenever the protagonist is born, there must be a time of great conflict. In the past, talented people who were rare in the past were springing up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Countless geniuses stirred up the waves of the times. Now it seems that this is really happening. Han Dufeng, no matter how strong he is, can he still have king-level troops? After Wei Wei sighed, Lin Shu couldn't help but boil with fighting spirit. Not to mention that his strength is invincible in the world, at least he is confident enough to fight against any lord. It's not his style to retreat without a fight. No matter what happens, we have to fight again. The occupier of Golden Cave Mansion, Han Dufeng, cemetery of size Lin Shu, comes to challenge. Lin Shu took a deep breath and took a step forward with Death Knight. Knocked on the door of the Golden Cave Mansion. There really are some people who don't care about life or death who dare to adjust this young master. When the scene changes, the Golden Cave Mansion looks more like a dojo. Inside is a huge square, almost the size of 10 football fields. A golden halo in the center is shining and slowly rotating. A young man wearing golden armor stood next to the halo, with a huge sword in his hand shining on the ground with a dazzling golden light. The whole person is set off like a golden armored war god, eye-catching. Looking at the person coming, the young man raised the corners of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. He said calmly, "Oh, he's just a lucky guy who entered the Temple of Nirvana. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf?" Another mocking voice came from next door, and Lin Shu was surprised to find that he was not the only challenger coming in. This is Death Knight, 7-star skeleton ruler. No, 8-star skeleton ruler. Nor another sovereign-level Death Knight. The man also noticed Lin Shu's figure. When he looked at the Death Knight beside Lin Shu, his pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted solemnly. "Haha, a rank 10 silverback gorilla, a 9-star hero Death Knight. Are these your trump cards to challenge me?" Facing the two powerful intruders, Han Dufeng smiled disdainfully. Not at all concerned. "Enough with you." Another challenger withdrew his gaze from Lin Shu and looked at Han Dufeng again. The fighting spirit boils in his eyes. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are one of the legendary armored soldiers?" Han Dufeng glanced at him in surprise, seeming a little surprised by his eyes. He could actually tell his own troop type at a glance. Not bad. Come out, Holy Light Armor. When Han Dufeng was recognized, he didn't hide his trump card. He stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. The golden armor on his body was quietly peeled off, and finally turned into 3 golden humanoid armors in front of him. Holding a golden spear in his hand, he looked like a warrior in golden armor even though there was no one inside. 3 rank 10 holy light armors. Do you go up first or do I go up first? The Silver Cup Orangutan Lord couldn't hold back his fighting spirit. He was still happy and unafraid to see Han Dufeng's troops. He turned to look at Lin Shu and asked, "Don't overestimate your capabilities. Come on together." Before Lin Shu had time to answer, Han Dufeng interrupted and said disdainfully. "It seems that Lin Shu is not taken seriously. That's unreasonable. The weirder the soldier, the faster he will die." Die. The silverback gorilla lord seemed to have inherited the grumpy character of his soldiers. Hearing this, he became furious. Regardless of Lin Shu's reaction, he gave an order and a silverback gorilla behind him roared and rushed forward. Boom! The earth shook and the gorilla roared. His body suddenly expanded and became as tall as a mountain. The originally huge square seemed to become smaller in an instant, and the gorilla reached the center in 3 or 2 steps. The 2 palms as big as a house slapped the armor hard, and even Han Dufeng's body was surrounded. It's as if he plans to directly turn his company, soldiers, and leaders into pieces together. Well done. Facing this exaggerated scene, Han Dufeng still had a smile on his face. It seemed that what he was facing was not a gorilla as big as a mountain, but a pet dog. Holy light shines. A cold voice sounded in the square, and one of the 3 holy light armors was directly worn on Han Dufeng. The other 2 instantly emitted blazing light, and the entire square seemed to turn into the sun at this moment. The dazzling light made Lin Shu and the gorilla lord unable to open their eyes. I only heard bursts of loud noises, like the sound of a giant collision. When the light dissipated, Lin Shu was surprised by what he saw. How is that possible? The gorilla lord was sitting on the edge of the square in embarrassment, while the gorilla he was so proud of was lying next to him in even more embarrassment. The body has also shrunk to normal size, the hair all over the body is burnt black, and there are several deep wounds with visible bones. Especially a pair of huge palms, which almost turned into charcoal as if they were burned by fire. At this moment, there is only air coming out and no air coming in. I am lying on the square wailing. It looked excruciatingly painful. That's it. Han Dufeng looked sarcastically and looked at the gorilla lord with disdain. The contemptuous look in his eyes made him turn livid with anger, but at this moment he could only dare to be angry but dare not speak. It would be interesting if we went together, but unfortunately, forget it, it's your turn. Han Dufeng is extremely arrogant and does not even look at the loser. He turned to look at Lin Shu, but his eyes were still unconcerned. 9-star heroes. For the sake of fairness, I will use heroes to fight you. Han Dufeng was extremely arrogant and looked at Lin Shu indifferently. As if looking at an ant, he stretched out his hand and a tall knight wearing golden armor appeared in front of him. He is also a hero. 9 stars, hero, paladin. The gorilla lord was shocked again, and the eyes of the narrator almost popped out of his head. He looked at Han Dufeng in disbelief, with a look of frustration on his face. Your strength is not that great, but your knowledge is pretty good. Han Dufeng glanced at him, not knowing whether to praise or criticize him. The gorilla lord was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Lin Shu was also a little speechless. This guy is strong, but he feels like his mouth is stronger. 9 stars versus 9 stars, hero versus hero, how about that? Han Dufeng put his hands on his back, and 3 golden armors stood in front of him like loyal guards. A paladin stepped forward alone, pointing a huge cross at the Death Knight. So pretentious. Another lord suddenly appeared and blurted out when he saw this scene. Hearing this, Lin Shu and the gorilla suddenly looked strange, feeling that the description was extremely appropriate. This Han Dufeng can be said to be very good at pretending, and he is just like a pretender. But his strength is extraordinary, and his appearance is even more impressive. He really let him pretend. You humble ant, you succeeded in irritating me. For those who show off, being told that they are showing off is undoubtedly the biggest offense. Han Dufeng's face suddenly darkened, and he no longer paid attention to Lin Shu but turned to look at the visitor. A dark-skinned young man with a carefree face. Facing Han Dufeng's eyes, he smiled innocently at Lin Shu. Brother, I'm in a hurry, how about I come first? Please. Lin Shu rode the sweat-blooded horse and nodded indifferently. He also saw that today's Golden Cave Mansion would be a protracted battle. One Han Dufeng exploded a lot of regional lords, 3 of them came in just a short while. It is estimated that more powerful people will appear later. It's not necessarily a good thing to strike first. It is always good to take a closer look at the combat prowess of other department lords. As for the improvement of the Golden Cave Mansion, there are still 3 days left anyway. There is no rush for this moment. Since you are in a hurry to get on the road, I will give you a ride. Han Dufeng's face was gloomy, but he still did not forget to put on a proud posture. A strong smell of pussy hits my face. Soul-destroying Hall, Tang Keed, please give me some advice. The dark-skinned young man didn't take Han Dufeng's attitude seriously and took a posture to ask for a fight. He is very disciplined and even revealed his own reputation. The names of dead people are not worthy of me to record. Han Dufeng's nostrils were almost raised to the sky, and he spoke without hesitation with his hands behind his back. The next second, a body of holy light armor jumped up high and struck down hard with a giant sword in the air. Overbearing, cruel, Lin Shu watched the battles carefully. This armor type was extremely weird. It has been very rare over the years and has always been synonymous with power. The arms are a series of strange armors. It is said that they can be forged and recruited from the corpses of strong men. It can also be made from rare mineral deposits, and its power is extremely amazing. And the most important thing is that each armor lord can be modified according to his own ideas. The power is different, and there is no reference at all. Not only can it be used as a unit to recruit and fight, but it can also be used as armor for other creatures to superimpose combat power. Extremely perverted. The tone is not small. Tang Qid, a swarthy young man, was not afraid of Han Dufeng's fierce power. He rushed forward and punched out. He actually planned to fight with this sword. Are you crazy? The Lord comes in person. This scene made the gorilla lord next to him dumbfounded. He looked at Tang Qid in disbelief and screamed. Could it be? Lin Shu also frowned slightly and looked at Tang Qid in silence, thoughtfully. This young man came in with no soldiers behind him, and the energy and blood in his body was extremely amazing. At that time, he was guessing that this person might have a special military type. Martial spirit Baji collapse. Sure enough, Lin Shu's guess was confirmed in the next second. I saw Tang Qid rushing forward and retracting his fists at the same time. He shouted loudly, a black halo suddenly enveloped him, and the next second he punched hard. In an instant, a terrifying force of energy and blood filled the air, and his fist collided hard with the armor's giant sword. Boom! Click! There was a loud noise, followed by a slight click. Han Dufeng's expression suddenly changed. Puff! Tang Qid flew back directly, spitting out a ball of blood from his mouth. Then a carp stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning. Haha, it's really exciting. Come again. As if nothing happened, Tang Qid rushed towards Han Dufeng again at extremely fast speed. While shouting and shouting, a halo lit up again. Martial Spirit Tishan Kao, Lord of Soul Ring. In the center of the square, Han Dufeng's expression finally changed. I couldn't help but ask. Although Tang Qid was slashed away with one sword, his holy light armor was also uncomfortable. Glancing at a crack on the holy light armor, Han Dufeng's distressed face turned green. Although armor is powerful and versatile, it also has shortcomings. That is, every piece of armor needs to be made by the Lord himself using precious materials. Every war is about money. No matter how many flaws flesh and blood soldiers have, they will still be able to recover more or less after being injured. It can repair itself, but once the armor is damaged, the Lord must spend precious materials to make up for it. It was this crack that would cost him at least one of his cherished holy light stones to repair. This does not include the energy and time he needs to expend. Holy light stone is the material used to create rank 10 holy light armor. He cherishes every piece so much that he can sell it for a sky-high price, but at this moment, just because of his contempt for his opponent. Just scrapped. You can imagine how angry he is in his heart. Martial Spirit Lord. You must die today. Han Dufeng's face was gloomy, and he immediately put away his contempt when he saw Tang Qid rushing towards him again. With both hands making secrets, another piece of holy light armor stepped forward. Replaces the damaged armor's position. Armor Knight, charge. Boom, an iron mountain support, an armor charge. Both are famous for their brute strength. The silverback gorilla on the side is also a strength athlete. But at this moment, compared with these two, it is inevitable that they pale in comparison. It turns out to be a lord of the martial arts system. Is the era of great strife really coming? The gorilla lord had almost recovered at this moment, and was amazed as he watched the two people fighting in front of him. There is not much shame of defeat on his face. I don't know if he is thick-skinned or big-hearted. Instead, he started explaining the situation of the battle, regardless of whether Lin Shu was willing to listen. Martial spirit lords and armor lords generally belong to an extremely rare lord system. Their strength depends entirely on the lord himself. The strength gap between the same series is extremely huge. But Han Dufeng actually built 3 holy light armors, and they were also made of the rarest holy light stone. Lin Shu seemed to understand, although he was a transmigrator. But in this life, I am just an ordinary orphan, without a profound background. I only received the most popular education, and I didn't understand a lot of advanced information. For example, the understanding of armor type lords, martial soul type, etc. is limited to just knowing a name. After listening to the introduction of the Gorilla Lord, I don't understand much else. But it can be seen that he doesn't seem to be optimistic about Tancred. According to your opinion, Tancred is destined to lose. Lin Shu's eyes flickered slightly, and she was interested in asking for more information. Take the initiative to answer the question and ask. That's natural. The Gorilla Lord seems to be a talker too. When someone answers the question, he immediately becomes energetic. It is also a rank 10 Holy Light Armor, and its strength is also different. Han Dufeng's 3 Holy Light Armors were made with at least 60 Holy Light Stones, and they are infinitely powerful. If I had known that this guy was so extravagant, When it came to the sad part, the Gorilla Lord looked sad. These are the conclusions drawn from his tragic defeat at the hands of Han Dufeng. Tancred is pretty good, but at most he can only draw with a piece of Holy Light Armor. Once Han Dufeng becomes impatient, he will be defeated immediately. It didn't take long for the Gorilla Lord's words to be fulfilled. Tancred used a total of 6 kinds of martial arts. Their names are all ordinary, but their combat prowess is extraordinary. Even the Holy Light Armor, which defeated the gorilla with one move, could do nothing to him. After the two of them fought more than 100 moves, Han Dufeng seemed to have noticed the difference in this generation of lords. With a solemn expression, he sent out the second piece of Holy Light Armor. Under the attack of the two, Tancred suddenly couldn't hold on anymore. After a few moves, he was sent flying and hit the ground heavily. Ahem, what a waste of natural resources. What a waste of natural resources. Tancred climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, looking at the 2 Holy Light Armors sadly. More than 20 Holy Light Stones are used to create an armor. Do you have a mine at home? Humph, get out. Han Dufeng looked cold and arrogant, too lazy to pay attention to Tancred. He snorted condescendingly, but also gave up his previous idea of killing Tancred. This type of martial spirit lord may not be very powerful, but it is definitely one of the most difficult types of lords to kill. With the sound of all the troops blessing the lord, who can withstand this? Awesome. Tancred didn't care about Han Dufeng's coldness and arrogance. In his opinion, he could defeat him. Han Dufeng had the talent to pretend, so he raised his thumbs up and cupped his hands, ready to retreat. When passing by Lin Shu, he hesitated slightly, and after thinking about it, he couldn't help but give him a reminder. Han Dufeng's Holy Light Armor. The weak spot is the giant sword. Giant sword. That's right, it's a giant sword. Before Lin Shu could answer, the Gorilla Lord who came over at some point suddenly lit up as if he had an epiphany. I understand. A rank 10 Holy Light Armor can be made with up to 40 Holy Light Stones. The strength of such Holy Light Armor will be raised to the peak of rank 10, comparable to a 10-star hero. But just one giant sword consumes half of the Holy Light Stone, so Han Dufeng used the slightly inferior Bright Flame Stone instead. The giant sword is the weakness of the Holy Light Armor. Tancred glanced at the gorilla with disdain. You know what? Even if you are made of the whole body Bright Flame Stone, you are no match. After being scolded, the gorilla turned red with embarrassment. However, he was the first to be defeated and was killed instantly. I really didn't have the confidence to refute, so I could only get away with a few laughs. Brother, it's your turn. Fortunately, Tancred did not bother to pursue these trivial matters, and he was not in a hurry to leave at this time. He looked at Lin Shu eggingly, wanting to see how strong Lin Shu was. If I were you, I wouldn't come up and be humiliated. At this time, the 3 challengers had defeated 2 of them one after another. This was supposed to be his highlight moment, but one of his Holy Light Armors was a little damaged. It made Han Dufeng feel very bad. At this moment, he looked at Lin Shu with a gloomy face and said something very rude. What a loud tone. Those who didn't know better would have thought you were already the rookie king of this year. Tancred cursed angrily and turned to look at Lin Shu with a sullen expression. Brother, I don't know if you can stand it. If he said that to me, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Shu's face twitched, and her impression of this guy completely changed. I thought he was a simple and honest martial arts fanatic, but now it seems that his fire-arching ability is also outstanding. This person is definitely not a kind person. Lin Shu silently labeled Tancred as someone not to be trifled with. Fight. Lin Shu didn't pay much attention to these two living treasures, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Oh, facing Han Dufeng's threat, he didn't take it seriously. Death Knight roared and stepped forward to express his attitude. Okay, do you really think that this young master is made of clay? How dare you challenge any rotten fish or shrimp? Han Dufeng smiled. As the first strong man to occupy the Golden Cave mansion, he was in a very good mood, but that was before. In other words, it only lasts until the Gorilla Lord is defeated. Defeated the gorilla forcefully, even though he clearly had the strength to kill him, he let him go. Compared with killing a powerful lord, he enjoys the defeat and awe of the strong man after defeating him even more. But after the battle with Tang Qid and his holy light armor was damaged, I was already feeling a little unhappy. After all, repairing after damage actually requires precious materials. But now, Lin Shu witnessed his strength but still stepped forward to challenge him. It completely made him angry. Forget it about Gorilla and Tang Qid. After all, they are rank 10 soldiers with extraordinary strength. You dare to challenge a mere 9-star hero. I really think I have no anger. ? Quote. Han Dufeng smiled, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. After defeating the challenger twice in a row, he only injured but did not kill him. Could it be that this guy who does not care about life and death is made to think that he has no temper? Tisk tisk tisk. You are not very kind. The Gorilla Lord glanced sideways at Tang Qid and said sarcastically. Hee. Tang Qid showed his signature silly smile and was noncommittal about the Gorilla Lord's words. Suffer death. In the square, Han Dufeng was no longer in the mood to play at the moment. With a thought, a piece of holy light armor directly merged with the 9-star heroic paladin. In an instant, the paladin's aura surged greatly. His whole body shone with golden light, and the cross in his hand suddenly grew 10 times larger. It's like God's judgment, coming towards the Death Knight to suppress it. Aphelis shield. Lin Shu was not careless, he had seen the power of this holy light armor before. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect at this moment. Death Knight waved the sword in his hand and put a shield on himself first. Then the 4 hooves moved forward instead of retreating, heading directly towards the holy knight. It looks like he is going to resist the rhythm. Tisk, 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 the same 9-star heroes, one light and one dark, can restrain each other. The paladin is also blessed with the holy light armor, so it is difficult to fight. The Gorilla Lord looked behind and shook his head, obviously not very optimistic about Lin Shu. After all, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides are so clear that even a fool can see it. Han Dufeng is too strong. Did he fall into the holy light mine? Tang Qid couldn't help but complain, 3 holy light armors. Moreover, the armor was made of 20 holy light stones, which was more than a luxury. This Golden Cave mansion is probably going to be hard to grab. Yes, this year's Rookie King will most likely be Han Dufeng. Even if there are others on the way, it will be difficult to challenge him. The two of them were talking about each other, looking at Han Dufeng with envy and jealousy. Look, we're in contact. How is that possible? Tang Qid looked at the battlefield with sharp eyes. The Death Knight and the Paladin finally came face to face. However, at the moment of contact, Tang Qid's eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed in disbelief. The Gorilla Lord was also dumbfounded, as if he had seen something incredible. All the words were unfavorable and I asked for 5. Gee, there were no brilliant flashes of swords or shadows on the battlefield, nor were there loud noises. The moment the two knights met, a slight sound came. Han Dufeng, who was originally confident of winning, suddenly changed his expression. What? Han Dufeng exclaimed uncontrollably and took a step forward like a reflex. Looking at the paladin who was split in 2 by a knife, his eyes were about to burst. No, how is that possible? Impossible. 9-star Death Knight. My paladin is also 9-star, and has holy light armor for body protection. How is this possible? Han Dufeng's eyes were red and he was roaring like crazy. He looked at the paladin who was cut into 2 pieces with the holy light armor. My heart is bleeding, and I feel like this scene is like a dream. I cut it in 2. I wasn't dreaming, was I? Isn't this a 9-star hero? So powerful. The paladin, Dot and the holy light armor were cut off together. The 2 people watching the excitement on the side were also dumbfounded. They took a breath and their tone changed. With a trembling voice, he looked at the body of the paladin that was chopped into 2 pieces, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Looking at Lin Shu standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes suddenly changed. Tang Qi, who had just been sipping Chuan Gong Huo, shrank his neck and couldn't help but quietly stepped back a few steps, ready to run away at any moment. Just a piece of holy light armor can equal him. But now, a holy light armor and a 9-star hero paladin were killed instantly by Lin Shu's hero. This terrifying attack, even if he were replaced, he wouldn't be able to escape an instant kill. He couldn't help but not be afraid. The gorilla lord's eyes almost bulged out, remembering that he wanted to compete with Lin Shu at first. Suddenly I couldn't help but feel a cold sweat on my back. Holy light armor is truly extraordinary. Lin Shu let out a long breath of 443, and was amazed in her heart. It seems that there is a huge gap in strength between the two, but in fact this scene is also extremely thrilling. For a normal 9-star hero, the basic health and blue should be around 1000. After a day of leveling in the Forgotten Basin, and with a double experience bonus, his Death Knight was enough to make up for the lack of leveling on the first day, and his level had already caught up. The Death Knight, whose base health and mana is as high as over 1600, definitely has a crushing advantage over the Paladin in terms of attributes. But the Paladin has holy light armor to protect his body, so naturally he cannot be looked at with ordinary eyes. In terms of attributes, Death Knight is not necessarily that bad. He first put a shield on Death Knight, and then silently activated the attribute transformation technique. Convert half of the mana into attack, but at the moment when the two collide, even with the power of the epic weapon, the Weeping Blood Blade, I felt a burst of pressure. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and immediately converted all his mana and half of his life into attacks. Only then did he cut the Holy Knight and the Holy Light armor in 2 with a single sword. How is it possible? You are just a 9-star hero. The sword cut the Paladin and the Holy Light armor into 2 pieces, and the impact was too strong. Han Dufeng even lost his mind for a while and couldn't believe his eyes for a long time. Nothing is impossible, just like you forged 3 pieces of holy light armor. Lin Shu said calmly, when he first saw Han Dufeng and the Gorilla Lord, including later Tang Qi. He was also shocked. He could not imagine that so many ropers appeared in the same trial. But now I am relieved. In the age of great strife, it is inevitable that there will be many proud men of heaven, and he is not bad either. With 2-in-1 talent, you can not only infinitely improve the level of your troops, but you can also obtain entries during synthesis, and continuously improve the technical attributes of the units. Although Death Knight is only 9-star now, its basic attributes have surpassed ordinary 9-star heroes. The basic attributes are comparable to the ranks of troops above rank 15, and even the heroes are definitely comparable to the heroes with 12 or 3 stars. What rank 8, rank 9, rank 10 arms are all clouds. Who are you? You destroyed one of my holy light armors, and I want you to die. It was okay that Lin Shu didn't speak, but when she spoke, Han Dufeng suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red like a bloodthirsty beast, with a malicious look in his eyes. He stared at Lin Shu with naked murderous intent. You want me to die? With your 2 remaining holy light armors? Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Although he was ruthless, he didn't feel guilty. Because Han Dufeng had already shown his murderous intention before the war started, perhaps to scare the monkeys. After defeating 2 challengers in a row, Han Dufeng became impatient and did not take Lin Shu seriously at all. The Paladin comes up directly with the blessing of the holy light armor, and strikes hard with the intention of killing him with a fatal blow. In this case, he will naturally not show mercy. The only thing to blame is that Han Dufeng was unlucky and showed mercy to 2 weaklings. But she had murderous intentions towards him. Han Dufeng blushed and was speechless. The holy light armor is his strongest and only weapon. Forging 3 of them took him a full 4 days and concentrated all his efforts. The Paladin is the hero he just acquired during the day. It can carry milk and output, and has thick blood to protect against high attack dicks. It can be said that he is an extremely powerful and perverted hero, whom he has high hopes for and plans to train well. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a powerful enemy just after he came out of the mountain. He killed the paladin in a holy light armor with a single blow. The power of the sword is so terrifying that even the 2 remaining holy light armors that I have together are no match for me. If you can't get a kid from the other party, all your wealth will be lost here. Thinking of this, Han Dufeng's face turned blue and white. It can be said to be a dilemma. I really have no confidence in continuing to fight. If he loses again, he will lose both his wife and his army. Retreat. The Golden Cave Mansion ass I just got was lost before it even got hot. It's such a shame. After you leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold your head up in the family. What are you doing? You're not leaving yet, are you waiting for my invitation? Lin Shu didn't care about him, and rode forward step by step on the sweat-blooded horse. Death Knight was leading the way, 1 person and 1 rider, obviously just walking. However, cold sweat broke out on Han Dufeng's forehead, and the powerful and terrifying aura pressure made him breathless. Roll. The huge square arrived at the center of the square in less than 2 seconds at the speed of the sweaty horse. Lin Shu shouted condescendingly, and the sound was like thunder exploding in Han Dufeng's mind. Puff. I don't know if the hero was internally injured from being beheaded just now, or if he was just out of anger. Han Dufeng spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his figure instantly succumbed, and he stumbled down the steps that symbolized the Golden Cave Mansion. At the same time, on the ranking list spanning countless areas throughout the trial land, Han Dufeng's name suddenly disappeared. Before countless lords could make an uproar, as Lin Shu stepped onto the steps, Jin Cancan's name replaced Han Dufeng's position and topped the rankings of the entire cave mansion, the place of trial. Tip. Cemetery of Sighs Bronze Lord Lin Shu defeated the holder of the Golden Cave Mansion, Temple of Annihilation, Silver Lord Han Dufeng, and successfully occupied the Golden Turtle Cave Mansion. The golden brilliance reappeared, and the vast heavenly voice prompted, sweeping the entire trial area in an instant. No one. Cemetery of Sighs Lin Shu Golden Cave Mansion 13 minutes. Wow. Just 13 minutes after the first reminder, the owner of the Golden Cave Mansion changed hands. This breaking news from First Layer left countless lords stunned and almost unable to recover. What the hell? What's going on? There's actually a challenger. Nima, people are more likely to die than others. It's only the 4th day, and even if someone has captured the Golden Cave Mansion, there are still people trying to rob it. Doesn't this mean that there is more than 1 person who has the strength to capture the Golden Cave Mansion? Quote. Isn't this so perverted? I can't even beat the Blue Cave Mansion right now. Lin Shu. Cemetery of Sighs. It should be the leader of the Undead system. Is the leader of the Undead system so good? Can he defeat the strong man in the hidden map? Hey, my friend's name is Lin Shu. I wonder if it's him. Brothers, wait, I'm near the Golden Cave Mansion. I'm going to have a drink right now. I'll give you a live report later. 6666. Can this still happen? I'll go too. I'm only 10 minutes away from the Golden Cave Mansion. I'll go too. Go together, go together. Quote. The lords of countless regions were in an uproar, and all the chat channels were abuzz. It is not unusual to occupy the Golden Cave Mansion, and it is not even unusual to have a battle for the Golden Cave Mansion. Normally, this is the climax of every trial, attracting the attention of countless lords. The nearby lords even put down their leveling to watch the excitement. But on the 4th night, someone occupied the Golden Cave. This is a bit strange. What's even stranger than this is that this is only the 4th night. Not only did someone conquer the Golden Cave Mansion, there seemed to be more than 1 person with this ability. The battle for the Golden Cave Mansion actually appeared in advance. Countless people are curious about this lord named Lin Shu. It is not difficult to analyze Lin Shu's military type from the prefix Cemetery of Sighs. Undead Lord is not weak, but it is definitely not close to being strong. The biggest characteristic is that fighting supports fighting, but for the truly strong. This is nothing more than a trivial ability. On the other hand, the Temple of Annihilation, as a hidden map. The lords who are lucky enough to enter it have the lowest starting unit of rank 5, which is full of mystery. What's more, the lord system is diverse, and there are all kinds of magical troops. It has always been synonymous with strength. But today, he was defeated by an ordinary undead lord. Many lords in the area who were only slightly envious of Han Dufeng's appearance suddenly became very interested. There were even many lords who happened to be near the Golden Cave mansion and directly expressed their intention to go and see the excitement. In the jungle ruins area, Yi Tian was stunned when he heard the familiar name that suddenly appeared. Lin Shu, Cemetery of Sighs. Lin Shu. Yi Tian's heart was shocked, like thunder, making his head buzz. This familiar name, coupled with the origin of Cemetery of Sighs. No doubt it was the one he knew. Lin Shu can actually defeat Han Dufeng. Yi Tian's face was stunned, and his heart was bitter but also filled with a bit of pride and relief. At least he had something to do with Lin Shu, and he felt a lot of relief at the moment when he was shocked when he came to the jungle ruins. After all, our undead lords are not as useless as that person said. No, if I temporarily occupy the Golden Cave mansion, that person will definitely not let it go, and maybe he is about to come to challenge now. Lin Shu, are you okay? A figure appeared in Yi Tian's heart, and his slightly relieved mood suddenly sank to the bottom again. Eyes looking into the distance without focus. It was as if he had seen a supreme existence, an existence that made him breathless. Yi Tian is not very optimistic. After all, in his impression, Lin Shu's strength is just a 7-star hero. The unit is just the rank 5 skeleton warlord, which is pretty good among Cemetery of Sighs. But now he has seen many strong men, only rank 5 soldiers. There is no difference from a rank 2 unit. Even if Lin Shu had another adventure today and his strength increased significantly. In his opinion, he can never be that person's opponent. Have you changed people again? It seems that the Temple of Nirvana is nothing more than that. In the Thunder Plains, the corner of the young man's mouth that was on his way flashed an arc. There was a trace of disdain in the unruly eyes. Han Dufeng. You can't do it either. On Luoshui Island, a young man in black clothes muttered to himself. There seems to be some disappointment. Lin Shu, just an undead lord. Cemetery of Sighs. Is this where Yi Tian, the waste, used to be? It's really a time of great strife. Good luck to you. Why the hell is this crappy cave mansion traveling so far away? In every area, the boys and girls are either indifferent or dissatisfied. Some looked contemptuous, while others complained and cursed at the Golden Cave mansion. But the only thing they have in common is that they have the name Lin Shu on their lips and in their hearts. Performances vary from place to place, but the most exciting one is definitely Cemetery of Sighs. Who said just now that my brother Lin killed Han Dufeng? First place. My dick explodes. Number 1. Occupant of the Golden Cave Mansion. 99,999, 6 turned over. My Shu brother is invincible in the world. Ha ha ha. Our Cemetery of Sighs is now famous, and we destroyed the Temple of Annihilation. That's right, let's see who dares to look down on our undead lord in the future, because he's a dick. Invincible. In society, my brother Shu, he is ruthless and doesn't talk much. He went to the Golden Cave mansion without saying a word. HMPH, what are you so proud of? It's probably because Han Dufeng is not very strong, and if he doesn't save everything, he will be robbed by others later. There's such a loud tone upstairs. Han Dufeng, who occupied the Golden Cave mansion on the 4th day, do you think his strength is not that good? Why don't you grab one? You are so awesome. He doesn't look down on people's kindness. Brother Shu is mighty. Ah, brother Lin Shu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Except for a very small number of people in the Cemetery of Sighs. Almost all the lords climaxed directly on the spot. Everyone's face turned red with excitement, and their jealousy disappeared and was replaced by incomparable envy and admiration. Even Lin Yao and Chen Hongguang, who had criticized Lin Shu before, could not help but blush with excitement at this moment. My body is shaking and I can't help myself. Lin Shu rarely speaks in the chat channel. Every time he speaks, he must be the core focus of the entire area. The controversy surrounding the sale of the Black Cave Mansion has just passed, and many people have criticized him. He never explained anything, but now, just when everyone was amazed at the sudden emergence of Han Dufeng, Lin Shu directly used the IP of Cemetery of Sighs to defeat him. Won the right to occupy the Golden Cave Mansion. This was simply a king bomb, and it was thrown into the entire trial place. The entire Cemetery of Sighs and all the undead lords blushed fiercely in front of the other lords. The collective sense of honor is overwhelming, enough to make everyone have an orgasm inside their heads. Such behavior instantly wiped away their impression of Lin Shu. Countless girls are crazy about giving birth to Lin Shu regardless of their image. But the young people I saw were only envious but not jealous. Even if occasionally some lemon juice is sour, don't be complacent, it will definitely be snatched away by other strong people. It was submerged in an instant and there were no waves at all. Tip: occupy the Golden Cave Mansion successfully. Benefit: life mana recovery plus 25 per minute, life mana permanently increased by 25 per hour, command plus 50. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. In the Golden Cave Mansion, Lin Shu was submerged in the golden light. Little did he know how big a commotion the outside world had already caused. A series of reminders sounded in my mind: the winner of the robbery of Cave Mansion. You can directly obtain the other party's occupation time and rob the other party of all their benefits. The battle over Cave Mansion is so cruel. Is this the configuration of the high-level Cave Mansion? It's cool. Standing on the high platform of the square, wrapped in warm golden light. I don't know what this golden light is, but it seems like the best spirit pill in the world. The fatigue all over his body was dispelled, and even Lin Shu couldn't help but groan in comfort. Hateful. Under the high platform, Han Dufeng's face was pale. He got up from the ground in embarrassment, raised his head and looked at Lin Shu angrily. He clenched his fists, feeling extremely sad and angry in his heart. However, if you lose, you will lose. You have to accept it even if you don't accept it. Congratulations to Brother Lin for winning the Golden Cave Mansion. Gorilla Lord and Tang Keed are very good at adapting to the situation. Lin Shu was not optimistic about him when he went to battle just now. Now the results surprised the two of them, but they came forward to congratulate each other with smiling faces. It was just that the two of them spoke in unison and looked at each other unconsciously after speaking. There was a spark of collision. Everyone, do you want to stick with me later? The golden beam of light enveloped Lin Shu, making him look like a god. After looking down for a week, Han Dufeng and the others lowered their heads unconsciously. Ha ha, ha ha, Brother Lin is joking, how can my younger brother he dare to challenge Brother Lin's power? But Brother Tang seems a little dissatisfied and may want to give it a try. The Gorilla Lord sneered and backed away, but pushed Tang Keed out. This seemingly honest guy is actually a sinister person, capable of bending and deceiving others without any hesitation. Just now, she even ran up to him to congratulate her temper was exactly the same as his. The so-called same repulsion naturally cannot make things easier for this guy. You fart. After hearing what the Gorilla Lord said, Tang Keed immediately became anxious. Isn't this a trick to him? His strength is at most comparable to Han Dufeng's Holy Light Armor, but Han Dufeng's Holy Light Armor and the Paladin were chopped into two pieces by this guy. Now that he wants to challenge Lin Shu, doesn't this push him into a pit of fire? How majestic is Brother Lin? He is simply an idol who serves as a role model for us. My admiration for Brother Lin is like a torrent of water and like the overflowing yellow river. Tang Keed said righteously, almost patting his chest to express his loyalty. Shameless. The Gorilla Lord cursed secretly, he didn't expect this guy to be more shameless than him. I'm really so envious. 18. You. Poof. Han Dufeng was trembling with anger when he heard what the two said. He was so trembling that he was speechless for a moment. I just felt that my eyesight went dark, and I felt better when the sun spurted out from my mouth. These two guys were worth like 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan when they came in just now. I was scrambling to challenge myself, but now just because I said something to challenge Lin Shu. Each one of them was so anxious that they wanted to rip their hearts out in order to prove that they didn't have this intention. Comparing the two is simply the greatest insult to him. Humph, Lin Shu, you are strong today, but don't be complacent. Han Dufeng's face was gloomy. After all, he was a proud and arrogant person. Disdained to be with Tang Keed. The Golden Cave Mansion has always been the biggest battle in the entire trial land. No one knows who the winner is until the end. This young master will come back. Han Dufeng put down a harsh word and walked away directly. Lin Shu watched Han Dufeng leave speechlessly, feeling quite like a gray wolf. But he didn't bother to care. He defeated Han Dufeng today. It is destined that the gap between the two will only become wider in the future, and Han Dufeng will never have the chance to regain the Golden Cave Mansion in the future. Yeah, brother Han, where are you going? Han Dufeng was about to leave when suddenly a halo of light flashed. Another young man in green shirt suddenly appeared and happened to bump into Han Dufeng, who was about to leave. The young man was stunned for a moment, then said jokingly. Although it was a question, everyone could see the sarcasm in his eyes and the ridicule on his face. The news that Lin Shu defeated Han Dufeng to seize the Golden Cave Mansion has spread throughout the trial area. It is impossible for him not to know. But knowing that he still asked this question obviously meant that he didn't deal with Han Dufeng very well. Fang Bin, humph, you want to challenge Lin Shu? After taking a look at the visitor, Han Dufeng's face suddenly became more gloomy. Apparently he knew the visitor and had a not-so-happy relationship with him. Being caught by an acquaintance, and an acquaintance with whom I was not very close, caught me at my most embarrassing moment. It would be if I could be in a good mood. Han Dufeng was not to be outdone and sarcastically said without mercy. Don't blame me for not reminding you. With Lin Shu's strength, you are not qualified to challenge him. Oh, is it so? Fang Bin obviously didn't quite buy it, and turned his head to look at Lin Shu, who was wrapped in golden light. He walked straight forward and knocked Han Dufeng away hard. Han Dufeng suddenly became furious. If you don't believe it, just try it. Han Dufeng was about to get angry when he seemed to have thought of something. Then he suppressed it and continued to sip it. Then just watch and see how I can help you regain this Golden Cave Mansion. Fang Bin is not afraid and has strong confidence in his own strength. He came directly under the high platform and looked up at Lin Shu, who was wrapped in golden light above. Eyes burning, you humble ant, should you just get out of here, or should I let you get rid of me? Fang Bin looked up, but his attitude was as arrogant as an ant looking down at the mortal world. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was asking if he had eaten. His aloof temperament and unparalleled self-confidence made Tang Keed and the gorilla on the side afraid to speak for a while. Silently stepped aside, ready to watch another big show. Hee. Han Dufeng sneered and left in no hurry. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Fang Bin was punished by Lin Shu. It's best to kill all his units. I cannot bear the loss alone. Han Dufeng thought silently in his heart, looking forward to the battle between the two. Roll. Sure enough, Lin Shu lived up to expectations. Faced with Fang Bin's arrogant attitude, he showed no mercy and responded with an even more arrogant attitude. Death Knight is also ruthless and doesn't talk much. He just jumps up from the high platform and then jumps down hard. The big knife in his hand cuts it down without any fancy. 9-star hero Death Knight. This is what you rely on. Seeing Death Knight appear, Fang Bin suddenly smiled. He originally thought that Lin Shu was so powerful, but it turned out that he was only a 9-star hero. Han Dufeng, is this all you Han family can do? Are you defeated by a mere 9-star hero? Fang Bin didn't care about Death Knight's leap, but turned his head to look at Han Dufeng and sarcastically said again. Ah, yes. Han Dufeng also laughed and was too lazy to argue with Fang Bin. He replied directly and perfunctorily. Puff. Tang Keed and the gorilla lord on the side looked strange, and I don't know who couldn't help laughing. Seeing Fang Bin looking over, Tang Keed quickly explained. Ah, I'm sorry, I have received professional training, and I usually don't laugh. Well, unless you can't help it. The gorilla lord added with a serious look on his face. PFF'd. Ha. I originally held back, but when I heard the gorilla lord's addition. Tang Keed couldn't hold himself any longer and laughed wildly. You are looking for death. Fang Bin had a noble status since he was a child. How had he ever been ridiculed like this? Even though he was furious, he didn't care about causing trouble for these two guys now. Looking at Lin Shu with a cold expression, everything was blamed on Lin Shu. Boy, since you don't recognize faces, don't blame me for being rude. Fang Bin's face was gloomy and he didn't bother to talk any more nonsense. He directly formed seals with his hands, preparing to defeat Lin Shu with overwhelming force. Let's settle the score with these two reckless guys again. Earth Spirit, Shield of the Earth, Water Spirit, Water Dragon Roar. As soon as Fang Bin made a move, people's eyes immediately lit up. Even the laughter of Tang Qi and the two men stopped suddenly. Han Dufeng's expression changed slightly, and there was no more sarcasm and disdain. A little more solemnity. Lord of the Elements. Tang Qi blurted out, his honest face even more shocked. The shock in my heart was more than 10 times higher than on my face. This is only the 5th Lord. Except for Lin Shu and the Gorilla Lord who are regular lords. His martial spirit system and Han Dufeng's armor system are both considered rare lords. In the past, it was difficult to find one in every generation. This year, they all appeared in droves, and now there is another elemental lord who is no less powerful than them. Elemental Lord, as the name suggests. He is the lord who controls the power of elements. Only those with high natural affinity can awaken. People with extraordinary talents have unique recruitment methods. You rely on meditation to communicate with natural elements, gain the favor of certain elements, and recruit elemental troops. Fang Bin took action and directly recruited an earth element and a water element. The earth element Earth Spirit is an earthy yellow ball the size of a fist, which looks cute. But when the combat state is turned on, it instantly transforms into a thick earth shield. The thick shield gives people an ultimate sense of security, as if it can resist all attacks. The water element looks similar, but its color is light blue. At this moment, no movement was seen. A water dragon appeared out of thin air. A high-pitched dragon roar came, and it quickly hit the Death Knight. One attack and one defense, the coordination is perfect. The strength of this current lord is so exaggerated. Tang Qi was dumbfounded and felt extremely bitter in his heart. Before coming here, he had unlimited confidence and regarded this year's rookie king as his own. But I didn't expect that the strong men in other areas were exaggerating one by one. Looking at the whole scene, the gorilla next to me seemed to be sure to defeat him. The remaining 3 are simply perverts and a very powerful group. When he saw Death Knight cutting through the holy light armor with one strike, he was already shocked. I am in awe of this handsome guy who doesn't talk much, and I don't think anyone can be his opponent. But now that he saw Fang Bin's strength, he was no longer sure. The battle between the Elemental Lord and the Undead Lord is bound to be extremely fierce. Tang Qi took a few steps back again to avoid being affected, and looked at the battlefield with a little expectancy. The battle between Lin Shu and Han Dufeng just ended too quickly. In addition to the Death Knight's super high attack, there is no clear understanding of Lin Shu's strength. Now perhaps we can get clues from the battle between Lin Shu and Fang Bin. The Great Age is coming. The Great Age is really coming. The Gorilla Lord's name is Wu Dewei. At this time, he couldn't help but murmur to himself with a solemn face. In the past, each trial normally produced one. A lord with rank 7 arms is pretty good. Basically, the position of the new king is guaranteed. On the 4th day of this session, the battle for the Golden Cave Mansion actually triggered a chaotic battle among rank 10 unit lords. Now it seems that 5 lords have appeared, and except for Lin Shu, they are all rank 10 troops. This reminded him of a legend. The general trend of myriad worlds will inevitably divide over time. Every few hundred years, there will be a world of great strife. Countless heroes of heaven sprung up like mushrooms after a rain and poured into the starry sky battlefield to fight against each other. Every time there is a great conflict, the old powerful races will inevitably decline, and there will also be the sons of heaven defying people who will make a strong appearance with their own race. A reshuffle of myriad worlds. And the continuous emergence of many strong men who transcend common sense is a sign of the beginning of the age of great strife. Hey, gorilla, who do you think will win between them? Tang Qi came over and asked with a wink. You are the gorilla, and your whole family is a gorilla. Wu Dewei spat angrily. My name is Wu Dewei. After scolding Tang Qi, he began to analyze the battle situation. Logically speaking, Fang Bin should win. The Elemental Lord is extremely powerful and can cooperate with multiple elements to fight. It is very difficult to deal with both offense and defense. Furthermore, Lin Shu is just an undead lord, not a very powerful being. His outstanding attack power will inevitably lead to mediocre other attributes. Victory can only be won by killing the enemy instantly. Once the enemy blocks his blow, I'm afraid he will be in danger. And the Elemental Lords are most famous for their extremely strong control. They happen to be the nemesis of this type of unit with high attack and low defense. If Lin Shu has no other means, 720 may be in danger of this round. Tang Qi nodded in agreement, he thought so too. Although Lin Shu's sword was stunning, the Undead Lord was too ordinary. The ordinary race will inevitably follow a law, which is similar to the conservation of energy. The higher the attack, the lower other attributes will naturally be. The higher the attack, the lower the other attributes will be. If the other party has enough means and strong control, simply fly a kite and you can win easily. And it just so happens that the Lord of the Yuansu system is the king of representative arms with many means and powerful control. It's not easy. But Fang Bin may not be able to hold on. I'm afraid there are other lords coming quickly. This trial will definitely be a wonderful battle between dragons and tigers. Tang Qi sighed, his eyes a little lonely. Originally, he was ambitious and had a high degree of confidence in the new king. Neihe's first battle here ended in failure. Now looking at the battle between Lin Shu and Fang Bin, no matter how exciting it is, he could only watch it as an audience, and he was inevitably disappointed. It's already pretty good. We are ranked high after all, so be satisfied. Wu Dewei patted Tang Qi on the shoulder. The two guys with similar temperaments were like brothers in need. I almost hugged my head and cried. Elemental Lord. The two of them hugged each other and cried. Han Dufeng thought very highly of himself but was unwilling to join. At this moment, when he saw Fang Bin recruiting Tu Ling and Shuiling, his heart was shocked, his eyes flashed and his mind became more active. Death Knight is defeated by the elemental system, but his holy light armor is not afraid of the elemental system. If Fang Bin really defeats Lin Shu, there is no chance that he will regain Cave Mansion. But if I take Lin Shu back and go. The corner of Han Dufeng's mouth twitched and he became a little speechless. The battle of lords is like this. You fight against me, and there is no one who is stronger than the other. After all, there are mutual conflicts between the military types. It is not unusual for people who are not as good as you to defeat people who are stronger than you. There is only one way to solve this problem. Better, kill his Death Knight. Han Dufeng's eyes were sharp and he murmured in his heart. He couldn't help but look towards the battlefield. No matter how Fang Bin doesn't deal with him, it's still a matter between the two families. Killing Lin Shu's Death Knight is the most beneficial thing for you. That way, when you defeat Fang Bin and take back the Golden Cave Mansion, no one will be able to restrain yourself. Lord of the Elements, Shield of the Earth, in the Cave Mansion Square, everyone has different thoughts. And in the battlefield, watching Fang Bin form seals with his hands to recruit earth spirits and water spirits. Lin Shu was also amazed. Today's battle at Cave Mansion refreshed his understanding of the world. The world is indeed so big that there are people outside the human world and there is a sky outside the sky. Before, I was just sitting in a well and observing the sky. However, he is also unafraid and has invincible self-confidence. Attribute conversion technique. All attributes are converted into life. Apholis shield. Attribute conversion. All attributes are converted into attacks. Lin Shu silently gave the order in his heart. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.